What's going on, everybody? I'm not gonna do an intro today because while I was in the process of getting ready for the stream, simultaneously having some calls before I get started, Israel enacted one of the singular worst strikes they have done thus far, and an Israeli airstrike hit the Al Ahli hospital in Gaza City, where thousands of civilians were seeking medical treatment and shelter from the relentless bombing campaign. The Gaza Health Ministry so far has said that there are 500 casualties. Köpek Hasan, yeah. Evet, köpek benim burada. 500 tane insan öldü hastanede ama köpek olan benim. Allah belanı versin senin. Hayvan oğlu hayvan. The early reports say that there are 500 dead and the numbers are rising rapidly. A UN-run school housing refugees was also struck last night. They struck homes in the southern area of Gaza, where 56 families, 56 people were ruthlessly slaughtered in their sleep, which is what I thought I was going to be talking about briefly as I give an update, and then, maybe talk about some more fun stuff like American chaos in America. But of course, there's not a moment of fucking peace or solitude for these people. It's fucking insane what's going on. It's so insane. Hamas has also said that they were willing to release the hostages since yesterday, in exchange for a ceasefire. Yeah, no fun allowed. But as far as personal news goes, Kaya is getting training. Here, I'll step away from that for a second. Kaya is getting training, and she seems to be doing very well. She's very happy. She's not with me for the next, 3 weeks. So, and I know the speaker vote is live chatter. What the fuck are you talking about? I know, I'm aware. Yeah. Last night I also watched 1948 Catastrophe Creation. It's a documentary about the founding of the Israeli state and the atrocities that were committed in the creation of the Israeli state, where this team of documentarians went to, pro-Israel historians and also real, truthful historians, and even interviewed veterans individually on the Irgun brigades and also on the Palestinian side as well. And it's actually very interesting. It is a very, did you hear the Chapo shout out for you? No, I did not hear it. I haven't had time to listen to my fun favorite podcasts, unfortunately. I have not really had any time to have fun in general. Are we still be able to donate? Yes, the donation link is still there. I don't know why you think that it's gone. Yes, donations are still coming in, I think. Are they not? Still there. I was also planning on potentially having Zachary Foster on, the Princeton PhD Palestine historian, to talk about the Free Palestine No Thanks video. I sent this video to him, and I want to go through it piece by piece with him instead, because I'll admit that I have areas I have blind spots personally in the Israeli nation state's development, because my focus has almost always been on this whole video is view-botted. I mean, it's got 2.4 million views. I don't know if it's view-botted or not, but regardless, I mean, it's always the same. It's the propaganda is usually the same. And I am much more up to date with like ongoing atrocities, accords, and how they've fallen apart, and not necessarily enough on like British mandate, the things that happen in between the Ottoman Empire, historic Palestine, and British mandate control as it pertains to Palestine, and also Jewish people immigrating beyond the basic stuff. So I think it deserves more of a professional who is better read on the matter than myself to cover it, because I don't. Oh, Bassam Youssef, I know him. I used to be kind of friendly with him, actually. I wonder what he's gonna say. I can't remember what happened. I feel like we had a falling out or something. I don't know what it was, but yeah, we used to be very friendly. Let me see. Anyway, was the hospital that was hit the one that had a stay of execution, or a completely different one? No, that hospital is the Doctors Without Borders hospital. What was the name of the documentary that was mentioned by you just now? 1948 Creation and Catastrophe. And I think it does a pretty good job of showing the attitudes of both the Israelis at the time, like the Irgun brigades, those who committed the atrocities known as the Nakba, and it shows their perspective at the time. And it also absolutely shows their perspective at the time, and it shows the perspective of the Palestinians that were being, purged from the lands. And obviously, a lot of the information from that time frame has been, you know, it's been slated to be declassified as it passes the 50-year mark, as it passed the 50-year mark a long time ago, actually, 25 years ago, as a matter of fact. They still refuse to declassify a lot of the documents, but the documents that we do have are pretty cut and dry. And also on top of that, the veterans are still alive. Like, people that partook in the atrocities are still alive, and it's not like they're hiding it. Like, they very openly state their involvement. Anyway, does anyone know how to send a video to show the aftermath of the attack on the hospital? Brother, I can't show you the aftermath of the attack on the hospital. You understand that, right? No, don't send me videos with 500 dead babies and their fucking pieces blown to bits all around. Like, that's insane. Please. I know what happened. I'm familiar. You can send me the Al Jazeera vid as well, Themasius. I just will hide the parts that don't show it. All right, let's just get started. Like I said, I planned on having a much different show today. I thought that maybe with Biden potentially coming to Israel, we could move on to more domestic stuff. I thought maybe Israel would not be as brutal and as violent and as insane. And I was wrong. I was fucking wrong. I was so wrong. Right as I got started, like almost around the same time as I went live, the hospital strike occurred. The death toll is already past 500 in the Hamas-run health ministry says Israeli airstrike on hospital kills hundreds. I like that they are like Hamas-run health ministry, like they're lying about the number of the dead or something. I mean, it is the Hamas-run health ministry, but like, why don't you just say the health ministry? It is literally the ministry of Gaza. I guess like the media has to shamelessly participate in this to just be like, well, it was the Hamas-run health ministry that's saying it, so I guess it's not real. Maybe, who knows? I mean, listen. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Chelsea, for telling me that the fucking music is still going. Jesus Christ. I'm all over the place. I'm sorry. I'm going to try and do my very best to keep my composure and to parse through what's going on without losing my fucking mind. Here, I'm just gonna blast off. It's just like, hundreds killed in Israeli airstrike on Gaza City, health ministry says. Yeah. Brother, if it's not link that you can open on stream, then don't fucking link it, please. Unless you give me, you know.
From southern Gaza, as you can see, people are still reeling there in the aftermath of what's believed to be an Israeli airstrike on a hospital. Now, I'm hearing that hundreds of people are believed to have been sheltering in the backyard of that hospital. We know, obviously, 1.1 million people were forced to leave northern Gaza or ordered to evacuate. A large number of them moved south. They've been taking shelter wherever they can find space. Hospitals, in UNRWA, the UN agency there, their schools, which were also hit, we know, this evening. Now, in the last few minutes, we've watched a number of shelters with wounded people going past. We know that there are children. We've been seeing them on our screens. We also know that a doctor who's just been speaking there says that he believes that this hospital was deliberately targeted. As I was saying earlier, hundreds of people sheltering there at that hospital. And obviously, we don't have any word yet on any kind of casualty toll. We'll bring that to you as and when we get it. Let's bring in our correspondent, Tariq Abu Azum. He's on the ground there for us in southern Gaza. He's in the town of Khan.
People in Israel are actually saying that it was a Hamas bomb that misfired. Actually insane that people would think that. Of course it's not insane that people would think that. They have to fucking say completely made up nonsense, okay? Listen. Breaking local footage being reported to have been the failed launch. Here. Israeli War Room says, breaking reports suggested the mass casualty event at the Baptist Hospital in Gaza City was a result of a misfired rocket launched by Hamas. No IDF air activity was reported at the time, and the timing coincided with a salvo of rockets launched in Israel. And it's like, and this is literally an old footage. Old footage. It's kind of, you want to know why it's old footage? Because there's current footage from it. Okay, hold on. I'll show you without showing you the actual footage itself, but showing you from afar. Notice something that's going on that's a little bit different here. Think critically. This is from the actual strike. Notice how there's something different here. Look at this. Notice something different here versus this. It's fucking dark. It's nighttime, and yet it's dark. You want to know why? Because there's no electricity. So these fucking demons posting this footage is insane to me. Okay? It's so utterly incomprehensible. It is so entirely unacceptable. It is so fucking humane. At this point, yes, if Gaza wasn't so close to Israel, if it wasn't basically inside of Israel, they would just nuke it. And then they would turn around and say, well, it was Hamas that nuked it, actually. And then a couple days later, they would turn around and say, yeah, we nuked it and it was good. What of it? This is basically the It's always the same. It's always the same technique. Here, this is Mohammed Al-Kurd. It said, yesterday the BBC insinuated the Hamas builds tunnels under hospitals. Today the Israelis bombed a hospital in Gaza City and killed 500 of the doctors, patients, and the refugees inside of it. This is journalism ushering a genocide we won't forgive. The Israeli government immediately reacted by saying, yeah, this is actually, we had no fucking operations there. We had no operations there. We didn't do that. We have no operations there. It must be Hamas. Yeah. Really interesting. It must have been, I guess. What Hamas rocket has the capability of wiping out 500 people in a fucking hospital? A senior Hamas official told NBC News that the group is willing to release all civilian hostages in 1 hour if Israel stops its bombing of Gaza. It was 500 at the time we covered it. It's 1,300 now. Jesus fucking Christ. Here's the IDF spokesman refusing to acknowledge whether the Al Ahli Arab Baptist hospital was bombed by the Israeli Air Force and says there are many failed rocket launches and false reports by Hamas. Everyone can see from the footage it was not a failed rocket launch. Unbelievable. We are in shock at the total callousness. At the same time, they rushed through news of 300 plus IDF soldiers killed. Unclear if they mean on October 7th. Then basically ridicule the public in response to a question about hospitals from a Palestinian reporter. And Joe Biden arrives tomorrow. I do not believe that the Gazan factions have a rocket powerful enough to be able to wipe out their own hospital. They do not. They do have rockets. And sometimes there are failed launches. But a failed launch on a fucking rocket is not going to be able to destroy an entire hospital. They do not have the firepower capabilities of destroying an entire fucking hospital. That's insane. So even from an immediate assessment, that is unimaginable. There's video footage of it already. Obviously, with the limited amount of electricity that Gazans have, they tried to take as many photos and as many videos and proof of the atrocities that they are subjected to as possible. But I know what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen. Today, they say it's fake. Tomorrow, they say, yeah, we did it, but it was Hamas underneath the hospital, and we warned them to leave. If you know anything about the past 75 years of the Israeli occupation and the mass expulsions, you know that this is just par for the course. That's it. This has been the same. And it's gotten increasingly more bloody. Obviously, in the beginning, it was way more personal, up close and personal, like the Yassin, which was heavily featured in the 1948 Catastrophe and Creation documentary that I was talking about. Up close and personal, horrifying crimes, unspeakable crimes that were committed in the hands of militarized brigades trained by the British forces that also had combat experience from World War II, that went in and slaughtered Arabs ruthlessly, threw them in ovens, literally. Tried to get a father to throw his son into an oven, according to eyewitness testimony from the atrocity at the time. And then when he refused to do so, they threw the child in the oven anyway and then threw his father behind him. That is the legacy. That is the stain. That is the violence that was seen as a necessity at the time. And the tactics have not changed. Mass atrocities here and there, and then forcible expulsion due to the real fears that people feel, only to claim that you can never come back again. And to say, well, they just kind of left on their own. Fucking idiot. Anyway, you saw it. Ya Allah, Ya Allah, Ya Allah. Here's what Clarissa Ward said.
A terrific intensification of violence, Jake, right on the eve of President Biden's visit here. Not clear where this goes from here. You mentioned IDF said that they are looking into the incident, that it could potentially have been a Hamas misfire, if you like, of a rocket. We've had a look at a couple of videos as well.
Yeah. Interesting that the Prime Minister of Israel posted this and deleted it, by the way. This is a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness, between humanity and the law of the jungle. Is there a fucking moment where Western media will be honest about this? Word by word what Russians are saying? What do you mean? It is unimaginable to me to look at a situation like this and just be like, yeah, let's take the word of the guys that have been lying to us for years and years, and have already been doing active bombing campaigns over and over again. Let's take their word on this when they say, oh, this bombing campaign that we said we were going to do, as they literally gave a stay of execution to multiple hospitals in the fucking region, now that they actually finally bombed one, and they have bombed hospitals in the past, it must be a failed Hamas rocket. It is so, I don't know what to say about this. Like, I'm discouraged. I'm almost confused. Like, I don't believe, I don't know what to say. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. I don't understand it. Like, I know we are cruel here in the West. I know we have done so much. We've done so many awful things, like so many unconscionable things. But I really, really thought that there would be at least a little bit of clarity from the media. I really thought that there would be a little bit of honesty, integrity, decency. Fox News ran with this headline for about 5 seconds before they realized they fucked up. What is the headline? You just sent me your own link. Every single person that says this is a misfire is an idiot. Hamas rockets are trash cans with an engine. They can barely demolish an apartment. Their rockets can't flatten a fucking building. This is an absolute and awful lie, both from a logical point and a morality point. Yeah, let alone a rocket that is like misfiring too. They're not, I mean, they have missiles. Like they have rockets that they can lob in. They have like rocket propelled grenades. They have firepower, but it's nothing in comparison to a plane that fucking drops, like lobs a missile directly on top of a fucking, on top of a hospital. There's no comparison. It's an airstrike. David Cleon, contributing editor to Jewish Current, says, it's gradually dawning on me that nothing the U.S. has directly supported in my lifetime, not even the wake of 9/11, has had the same straightforwardly genocidal logic of our Gaza policy right now, under a liberal president, no less. The moral stain will never wash out. I mean, I think that no, it was similar. I think that this is identical to post 9/11. I guess the only difference is that it's so personal and so flagrant. It's so, if you know anything about the depravity of Irgun forces, if you know anything about the depravity and the tenacity, I will say, like the tenacity of the Zionist brigades early on, all the way into the IDF, of like always relentlessly punishing civilians from the jump, you will understand that this is just the final culmination, the final solution, if you will, of said violence. Even the United States of America, I feel like was never like, we're just going to bomb this hospital, fuck you, and there's nothing you can say about it. And if you tell us we're not, like, they at least tried to hide it. You know what I mean? They at least, using final solution is pretty cowardly. Really? You think that this is an ethnic cleansing? You think that this is not ethnic cleansing? Really? How many Palestinian children need to be fucking lasered for you to consider this to be similar in an open air prison? This is genocide. If you think this is not genocide, you are delusional, okay? You've lost your fucking mind. This is ethnic cleansing. It was ethnic displacement and slow ethnic cleansing for the longest time. It is now no longer slow. This is a textbook case for genocide. Here is not my take on it. Here's the take from Israeli Holocaust scholar Raz Segal. And this is before the hospital.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. A textbook case of genocide. Israel has been explicit about what it's carrying out in Gaza. Why isn't the
They're defending it now. Oh, they switched it. Quick. Breaking. Al Jazeera reports that the IDF spokesperson say they had warned regarding evacuating the Al Ahli Baptist Hospital as well as 5 other hospitals. So what happened? They went from, oh, it must have been Hamas, so quickly to, yeah, we did it. I told you that they were going to do that. I told you that they were going to turn around and immediately be like, yeah, we did it, but we told them to evacuate. And they have Hamas tunnels underneath. They have rockets underneath. I told you. I didn't even think that they would fucking turn around and admit it so quickly.
The world listening. That's the headline of a new piece in Jewish Currents by our next guest, Raz Segal. He's an Israeli historian, associate professor of Holocaust and genocide studies at Stockton University, where he's also an endowed professor in the study of modern genocide. Raz Segal joins us now from Philadelphia. Professor Segal, welcome to Democracy Now! Lay out your case.
Thank you for having me. I think that indeed what we're seeing now in Gaza case of genocide, we have to understand that the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide from 1948.
Here, I mean, I said it, and they answered video footage of it already. Obviously, with the limited amount of electricity that Gazans have, they try to take as many photos and as many videos and proof on it of the atrocities that they are subjected to as possible. But I know what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen. Today, they say it's fake. Tomorrow, they say, yeah, we did it, but it was Hamas underneath the hospital, and we warned them to leave. So Israel says Hamas done all this with no evidence, but when it's the other way around with literal video evidence, everyone disappears. I don't understand. What am I missing here? Yes, because people are not in it for honesty and truth. If they were in it for the honesty and truth, at this point, it is impossible. It is absolutely impossible to fucking turn a blind eye, okay? There is no defending this.
Requires that we see special intent for genocide to happen. And to quote the convention, intent to destroy a group as defined as racial, ethnic, religious, or national, as such, that is collectively, not just individuals. And this intent, as we just heard, is on full display by Israeli politicians an army officer. Since 7th of October, we heard Israel's president. It's well known what Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said on 9th of October, declaring a complete siege on Gaza, cutting off water, food, fuel, stating that we're fighting human animals and we will react accordingly. He also said that we will eliminate everything. We know that Israeli army spokesperson Daniel Hagari, for example, acknowledged wanton destruction and said explicitly the emphasis is on damage and not on accuracy. So we're seeing the special intent on full display. And really, I have to say, if this is not special intent to commit genocide, I really don't know what is. So when we look at the actions taken, the dropping of thousands and thousands of bombs in a couple of days, including phosphorus bombs, as we heard, on one of the most densely populated areas around the world, together with these proclamations of intent, this indeed constitutes genocidal killing, which is the first act, according to the Convention of Genocide. And Israel, I must say, is also perpetrating act number 2 and 3, that is causing serious bodily or mental harm, and creating conditions designed to bring about the destruction of the group by cutting off water, food, supply of energy, bombing hospitals, ordering the fast evictions of hospitals, which the World Health Organization has declared to be, quote, a death sentence. So we're seeing the combination of genocidal acts with special intent. This is indeed a textbook case of genocide.
Can you talk about the displacement? Israel saying that the entire northern Gaza, now hundreds of thousands of people have complied, must move south. The northern part of Gaza is the most populated with Gaza City.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as is well known, this is an impossible order. It's impossible for specific groups of people in hospitals, people defined as disabled, elderly people. Many Palestinians who refuse to leave their homes because of their histories and their memories of the Nakba. This is an impossible order. It's yet another indication of the intent to destroy, the intent to commit genocide. It's also worthwhile to emphasize Defense Minister Yoav Gallant new term that he coined, complete siege. It seems like a completely new term that really takes the what was already a 17-year siege on Gaza, the longest in modern history, which is already a clear violation of international humanitarian law.
I've never, scattered body parts in the hospital yard. Never seen anything like it in my life. Nothing. I mean, the last time I felt this angry and this emotional and this frustrated about such atrocities committed by humans was literally photos of concentration camps, I think. Straight up. Just mangled bodies of fucking children spread around a yard. That is, please do not send those links. I've seen it already. There's no justification for this ruthlessness. There's no justification for this slaughter. Every single person that has championed the inhumanity is responsible. I'm losing my mind.
Takes this scene.
Yeah, except this has like 80% support. Harsh. Yeah. It does. It has a tremendous amount of support in America, and it has a tremendous amount of support in Israel, and it has a tremendous amount of support in the Western world in general. And that is by design. That is done with a careful, deliberate propaganda campaign through lobbying, through ensuring that you have a representative to speak, to be very clear and coherent on your messaging instantly. I mean, look, you think this happens on accident? Anderson Cooper, it seems like a huge loss of civilian law, a huge loss of life. Look.
So we don't have the information on the ground. It remains to be seen exactly what occurred, but it seems a huge civilian loss of life, a huge loss of life in this hospital.
He said huge civilian loss of huge loss of life. Like, he can't say it. He can't say it. He just can't say it. He's so conditioned. He's so media trained to dehumanize the enemy every single time. Every single time. Who are the enemies this time? Those who are already trying to recover from previous bombings that Israel has done. Abbas has pulled out of the meeting that he was supposed to have with Biden in the wake of this hospital bombing, but it doesn't matter. What the fuck is he supposed to do? What can he do at this stage? That's purely symbolic. Him being in that meeting versus him not being in that meeting is not going to change anything. You think Biden doesn't fucking know? You think Biden doesn't see the mass ruthless slaughter? I did see this horse shit from the Israel war room. You cannot look away from this. It's so insane. I don't know. Is it media trained or extremely explicit organization instructions? Probably both. It's gross that no reporters are breaking the silence or resigning, though. Why would they? What the fuck? Why would they do that? They've been trained and conditioned to fucking dehumanize Arabs, Palestinians, Muslims for the past 20 years in an effort to actively justify America's war crimes in Iraq and in Afghanistan. Bombs that drop on a hospital are bombs that drop on a hospital. It doesn't matter. What matters is who is on the receiving end of said atrocities, okay? And then now, if if the Palestinians have any opportunity, they will retaliate, most likely. And then Israel will continue its bombing campaign further. If one Israeli life is harmed, the reaction is always 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The only reason why there hasn't been a violent retaliation thus far is because there hasn't been there's no moment to breathe, even to recover. It's an endless bombing campaign. It's an endless ethnic cleansing campaign. I'm sick. Look at this. Beyond unconscionable. Reporting on the hundreds of Palestinians killed in an Israeli airstrike on a hospital. Anderson Cooper in real time goes from appears to be a huge civilian life, huge loss of life. They have to always hit the neutrality. They always have to hit the neutral tone, passive voice. Here are some Israelis already taking credit for the bombing of the hospital. Just make no mistake. Breaking, Israeli Air Force struck a Hamas terrorist base inside of a hospital in Gaza. A multiple number of terrorists are dead. It's heartbreaking that Hamas is launching rockets from hospitals, mosques, schools, and using civilians as human shields. Hamas is ISIS. Bro, you're ISIS. Israel is ISIS. Not only is Israel ISIS, Israel has also helped ISIS. What the fuck are we talking about? This Hamas is ISIS shit is so fucking stupid. Like, who's the real ISIS here? How can you fucking bomb a hospital and then go, yeah, the hospital was full of, who I have declared is ISIS. Yeah, also here, you want to know something, dude? Israel has had more positive relations with ISIS than they have with fucking Palestinians. So miss me with that bullshit. This Israel is Hamas is ISIS shit. What is this? Every war is now a war against Nazis. Pretty easy then to call keeping the war till extinction. Update, no water access in South Gaza confirmed by from talking with Gazan government and civilians. Worst part is Israel didn't even open all the valves. Again, useless with no electricity, but only opened a single pipe in location, effectively ensuring no water had a chance. Water runs out at UN shelters in Gaza is the title. You will hear condemnations from leaders. You will hear the Egyptian government say, wow, it's really fucked up. Can you please not bomb a hospital? After Israel bombed a hospital, lied about who bombed it, and then openly admitted to bombing it and saying that, they had to do it because it was Hamas. It's a Christian hospital too, by the way. So, not that it fucking matters, but where did you see they admitted it? They haven't yet. The only thing I've seen so far is that Spectator Index take, and also other Israeli nationals celebrating that it's Hamas being killed in the hospital.
Now, by phone from southern Gaza is Mukhaima Abu Sada. He's
Here,
a
let's
resident
cover
of Gaza and also a political analyst. Thank you so much for joining us here on Al Jazeera. Let me start by asking you what you're seeing and hearing and experiencing.
Good evening, and many thanks for hosting me. The situation here in the Gaza Strip is beyond being catastrophic. This is, for the past 11 days, I've never seen something like this in my life. The intensity of the Israeli bombing, the number of deaths, the number of injuries, the destruction that has been inflicted on the Palestinians, including a whole family of my relatives, where 9 people were buried under the rubble of their home, including a baby who is 1 year old. You add to that the cutoff of electricity, potable water, no fuel. Everything has been catastrophic for the past days. People are very much stranded. Most of them here in the Gaza Strip, where, according to UNRWA and UN agencies, roughly 1 million Palestinians have become displaced here in the Gaza Strip as a result of the bombing and also as a result of orders by the Israeli army to evacuate north.
Turkish protesters are marching on the Israeli embassy, threatening to storm it. Yeah, Israel's National Security Council calls on Israelis to leave Turkey as soon as possible. Yeah, this is going to cause so much fucking chaos everywhere, understandably. Mahmoud Abbas has also canceled his meeting with Biden. Not that it was going to change anything really, but Erdogan personally said immediately after the hospital bombing that you are devoid of humanity if you do such a thing, which is true. I can't believe I'm agreeing with him, but he's 100% right. Monstrous response from Ursula von der Leyen. Half an hour ago, Hamas terror is now bringing immense suffering to the Palestinian people. There's no contradiction in standing in solidarity with Israel and acting for the humanitarian needs of Palestinians. As they bombed a fucking hospital. Why are they calling on Israelis to leave Turkey of all places? They're calling Israelis to leave Turkey because there is going to be mass protests more likely in Turkey. They are worried about Israeli nationals, Israeli citizens getting harmed in the process, specifically in the embassy. Here's what Recep Tayyip Erdogan said. Turkish President Erdogan says striking a hospital with women, children, and innocent civilians is an example of being devoid of the most basic human values. And he's right. Erdogan himself is no stranger to atrocity. He is also devoid of basic human values. But in this circumstance, he is absolutely correct. Yeah, this is the worst person you know meme, I guess, if you want to talk about it. Anyway, let's continue with the coverage.
Of Gaza to the south. A humanitarian catastrophe by all it means. It's happening here in Gaza nowadays.
Mukhaima, we've been hearing from our correspondent that it sounds like there has actually been an intensification of airstrikes over the last hours. Is that what you've been experiencing?
Even I'm in Khan Yunis area, which is in the south of Gaza, and that's the area we were ordered by the Israeli army to evacuate to. But in spite of that, we have been hearing bombing in Khan Yunis, the south of Gaza, in addition to other areas of the Gaza Strip, in Rafah, and also the middle area of Gaza, Deir al-Balah, Burej, Nusayrat. All of these areas have been bombed today, and a number of dead and injured bodies have been transferred to the hospitals. So nothing can escape the Israeli bombardment.
They do this. Palestinians react. They arrest the 23% Palestinian citizens of Israel. They've already started arresting famous Palestinian citizens of Israel, including one famous artist, because of the bullshit that they claim is the harming morale. Remember, I told you about this, the harming the morale and doing propaganda against Israel. If you speak out against the atrocities in Israel right now, even if you're an Israeli citizen who is a Palestinian, you can be arrested. They've already started doing that. Remember, 23% of the Israeli population is Palestinian citizens of Israel, the 1948ers, people that were given citizenship back then. The West Bank is where 2.5 million Palestinians live under complete Israeli occupation. The West Bank is also completely devoid of Hamas. Obviously, not that it fucking matters, but Palestinians live there and are surrounded by 700,000 settlers who have been given weapons to kill them. Itamar Ben-Gvir has very openly talked about his interest in cleansing the West Bank from Palestinians. That is their goal. And now people are going to mobilize in the West Bank, but they do not have any weapons. They don't have anything for the most part. They're constantly living under Israeli checkpoints and the oppressive thumb of the IDF, and they're going to try to protest. And what is going to happen as a consequence of said protest? The IDF is going to slaughter them mercilessly. One by one, they are going to shoot them. 51 Palestinians have been executed by settlers and the IDF in the West Bank since October 7th. 51. 1,000 Palestinians have been wounded in the West Bank. And yeah, Israel has asked Israel's asked the U.S. for $10 billion in emergency aid per source familiar with the request, CBS. Ben-Gvir bought 10,000 small arms to give to the settlers in the West Bank. Seems like the IDF can't get their story straight. Israeli army spokesperson says, still no details on the hospital deaths in Gaza. We'll get details and update the public. I don't know whether it was an Israeli airstrike or not. Yeah, they don't know, man. They don't know. Did we do it or did we not do it? Who knows? Who cares? The goal there is to basically fucking try and make it seem like it's something different. Okay? The goal there is to just put enough misinformation out there that people question it and then go around and act like this is not happening. Go around and act like it's actually a Hamas rocket. Okay? That's the goal. Meanwhile, Hamas has said that they're willing to release all the hostages if the bombing stops. They've been talking about a hostage swap in the beginning. Didn't matter. They just kept bombing. A Palestinian teacher. Oh, here. This is what it's like to be a second-class citizen in Israel. A Palestinian with Israeli citizenship. A Palestinian teacher with Israeli citizenship was just fired from her job for merely following the Eye on Palestine on Instagram. Soldiers are checking who Palestinians are following / what they have done on their phones as they cross military checkpoints. Rabid totalitarianism. Mass arrests are happening in the West Bank and to Palestinians with Israeli citizenship in Israel proper. Lawyers and doctors are even having their licenses revoked and arrested over social media posts. This is fascism. Okay. Just because it's not called National Socialism, just because it's not, people with Hugo Boss suits speaking German, doesn't change that reality. This is fascism. Israel is a fascist, genocidal, apartheid theocracy. Okay, that's it. Anyone who tries to sway you away from that conversation is delusional. Anyone who tries to say, Hassan, what you're saying is anti-Semitic, or what you're saying is going to harm Jews in America is also delusional. There are plenty of Jews in America that also agree with me, that know the reality, that speak out against it. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. No matter how hard the Israeli propaganda, the Israeli state's propaganda tries to marry the two ideas. It is fucking ridiculous. Of course it's not a democracy. You cannot be a democracy when you are an apartheid state. There is no democracy when half of the population has no say. The Islamic Resistance Hezbollah will issue a statement in the next hour. Yeah, they did this to my uncle when he visited Israel. They said they don't trust him and checked every device he had and all his contacts on his phone and his kid's phone. Yeah. The number is now at 887, according to on-the-ground reports. My friend in Gaza tells me, I smell the death now, after Israel violently kills more than 877 Palestinians in the Al-Ahli Arab Hospital in the center of Gaza City. It's a Christian hospital. There's a church next to it too. Both are destroyed. What is this? How can you say this and not get banned? The propaganda machine already started moving. They're claiming that Hamas bombed the hospital when video proof shows high-speed airstrike. Yes. And then I told you they are going to turn around. Breaking. The Gaza Health Ministry says that at least 500 people killed in an explosion in a hospital that it was caused. That it says was caused by an Israeli airstrike. Thank you, AP, for having the journalistic integrity to phrase this in such a way that you leave open the possibility that it may have been in history's greatest coincidence, a gas leak explosion. Do you think the West would act this different if Palestinians were Christian? There are Christian Palestinians, plenty of them. They're Arab though, and they are the enemies of the state of Israel. So they must be ruthlessly ethnically cleansed from the land so that they can build a fucking parking lot there. Do you understand? The hospital that they bombed was a Baptist hospital, is a Christian hospital. The hospital that they bombed sounds, because it's Arabic, it sounds, ooh, scary, Arab. It's a Christian hospital. Not that it fucking matters. It doesn't matter. If a Jewish hospital was bombed, I would feel the exact same way. The horror, because I do not place empathy upon a singular group of people. I think that it is fucking gross and disgusting. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Hospital is where Israel asked the Gazans to go to.
Indeed.
So this is not in the area where it asked the people to evacuate from. It's where to evacuate to in order and hit this hospital. Hospital is not a small target to hit it by mistake.
I want to be very, very clear for our viewers. If indeed it is confirmed that this was an Israeli airstrike on a hospital and that the hospital was targeted, this is a war crime.
It is a war crime. Even if it's, we don't know again whether it was done in purpose or not, but we cannot rule it out that it was done in purpose because all the political messages surrounding and the political environment suggesting such thing. It is a political, it's a humanitarian crime, a crime against the humanity regardless, because you are hitting a residential areas.
I can't show you the videos, unfortunately, because every single video from on the ground has mangled children and their bodies, pieces of their bodies on the ground.
Without any differentiation between civilian targets or military targets that you're hitting. Right. So it's by all accounts, it's a crime against the humanity. It's a genocidal act that Israel is taking and is committing in Gaza as we speak. And the Biden administration is responsible, is partner in this crime. And Joseph Biden himself is a partner in this crime because he is providing the coverage for it by calling it Israel has the right to defend itself with no limits to how far it can go to limits it to defend itself, what's so called, and also by providing the aircraft carriers that it's sending. So this is not just a statement; it's a partner. It's providing the protection and also talking about troops on the ground or boots on the ground. That is also as an option that Biden himself, I think Joseph Biden.
Oh, fucking Fox News cap. Trey Yingst is like on the ground and is one of the worst, by the way. IDF statement to Fox. A hospital is a highly sensitive building. It is not an IDF target. The IDF is investigating the source of the explosion and, like always, is prioritizing accuracy and reliability. That is the funniest, most insane thing that they've ever said because they have blown up hospitals multiple times. Okay? They have. They have done this before. What the fuck do you mean? And then they say, oh, well, it's actually because there's Hamas there. 2 days ago, the Israeli air raids targeted the hospital in Gaza, and the facility sustained infrastructural damage. 2 days ago, this happened. Okay? It's not new. They literally bombed this hospital already. They targeted, on Sunday, the Ahli Arab hospital in Gaza City. The medical facility sustained infrastructural damage due to the bombing. The fuck do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? That is oh, man, oopsie. They did it. They did it already. What are you talking about? And now, initial investigation by the IDF shows it was a Hamas rocket launch. Sure, dude. Sure. Yeah, it must have been. They just have like the super rockets. The one super rocket that they have, they just used on themselves on their own hospital. They were hiding it. That's the 40 Beheaded Babies TV channel, by the way. Yeah, from what I understand, I-24 has like connections, ties to Netanyahu personally. What I've heard, at least. Astounding timing on this one. Israel requests an additional $10 billion in emergency U.S. aid. The gall, dude. The fucking audacity. They blow up a convoy, killing 70 civilians that are retreating and evacuating on the corridors that they claim are safe. Then they claim Hamas did it themselves. They fucking lie over and over and over again. They've never stopped lying. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. They just lie all the fucking time. It is so insane. And it's so stupid that we have to sit here and act like this is a serious conversation. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? They said they're non-human animals, okay? They said that these are human animals that do not have electricity, water, food. It's all been shut off. What makes you think that this is not a genocide? Anyone at this point that is still trying to champion this as anything other than genocide is a fucking delusional genocidal freak themselves. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Here, this is from on the ground. The number of martyrs is huge. The bodies, with no exaggeration, are scattered limbs. It's rare to find a full body with all of its parts. Despite being careful, despite trying to frame the picture so it's easier to digest. But this is the scene. This is the picture that we have. Our condition was deplorable. But because the deeper we went into the hospital, we saw more shocking scenes, more terrifying scenes. Truly, we don't know what to say in such situations, because the picture was descriptive than any words. I'm showing the screen because there isn't stuff there, and they're looping it. They're not showing any of the full. They're not showing the full scale of the atrocities. There is way worse images out there that I have seen. I thought that maybe they might show it. They're not showing it. So, but we have to speak, and we have to record what we saw with our bare eyes and filmed it with our cameras. And even it doesn't cover the full scene, but at least the main part of this massacre in the middle of the hospital that is supposed to be protected under international law and the humanitarian laws around the world. It's also a Baptist hospital. This is supposed to be an additional factor to protect the hospital and to protect these people. IDF attacks demonstration in Ramallah. Yeah, now there is a demonstration already put together in Ramallah, and they are attacking. The Israeli embassy is in Amman in Jordan is on fire, apparently. Dozens of protesters are breaking in. Dozens of protesters are breaking into the Israeli embassy in Amman, Jordan, protest against the Baptist hospital massacre. Protests are growing. But hey, white Americans that see these fucking images will turn around and go, well, those guys are scary, so it's totally valid to keep bombing hospitals. Update from 8 minutes ago. Between 200 and 300 people killed in Gaza hospital airstrike according to Hamas-run health ministry from 1 hour ago. Wait, what? No, the number is like 800 now. I love that they keep saying Hamas-run health ministry like it's not the fucking health ministry. You know what I mean? Wall Street Journal is reporting it as an Israeli airstrike. Palestinian Authority Mahmoud Abbas has canceled the meeting with Joe Biden. Summary. It's just past 10 p.m. in Gaza City and Tel Aviv. Here's where things stand. Hundreds are feared dead or injured after a strike on a hospital in Gaza City, the Hamas-run health ministry said. Hundreds are still under the rubble, it said. If confirmed, the attack would be by far the deadliest Israeli airstrike in 5 wars fought since 2008. Israeli military said it did not have any details on the reported bombing. Fuck you. Fuck you, dude. Why are you... It's ridiculous. Like, oh, Hamas-run health ministry. Well, you know how they are. You know how those fucking dirty Arabs are. They lie all the time. You know what I mean? They're probably lying again. Meanwhile, well, the Israeli military said that it did not have any details. Okay, got it. Earlier on Tuesday, the UN Palestinian Refugee Agency, UNRWA, said an Israeli airstrike had killed at least 6 people after striking one of its schools that has been functioning as a shelter for displaced people. Several hospitals in Gaza have become refuges for hundreds of people hoping to be spared by the bombardment. Health authorities in Gaza say at least 3,000 people have been killed in Israel's bombardment since October 7th. At least 940 children and 1,032 women have been killed, the Hamas government media office said. The president of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, has declared 3 days of mourning following the deadly airstrike on Gaza's Al-Ahli Arabi Baptist Hospital. Fears are growing that people in Gaza are beginning to dehydrate to death as clean water runs out, with Israeli airstrikes continuing to pound on Palestinian territory of 2.3 million residents amid a total blockade on food, electricity, medicine, and fuel. This is genocide. This is ethnic cleansing. Anyone who tries to fucking tell you that it's not is a liar. Open your fucking eyes. It's gross. It's inhumane. These are fucking subhuman scumbags that are participating in this act of genocide. And that does not simply extend just to the IDF or to the Israeli leadership or to anyone who is championing it, but also to the Western media and our leaders claiming that this is a totally righteous and justifiable response. No, this side is subhuman. No, that side is subhuman. Yeah, man, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to go ahead and say that the side that is subhuman is the one that is actively fucking engaging in a ruthless bombing campaign. If you consider the Hamas and Palestinian forces October 7 actions to be a slaughter and a massacre, as I do, then you should be in shock at the retaliation. You should be thinking, oh my God, how unimaginable. They have done 10 times worse. 100 times worse. They've done it for years and years and years. It is ridiculous that both sides of this situation in the eve of one of the most deadliest fucking, you got clip chimp by the IDF calling the IDF subhuman. It is true. It is fucking true. Anyone who lobs a rocket into a fucking hospital, whether it's a Hamas militant or the fucking IDF, is subhuman. I'm sorry. You're out of your fucking mind. You are out of your fucking mind. Germany's duty is to stand up for the existence of the state of Israel, said Chancellor Olaf Scholz during a joint press conference with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Berlin is doing all it can to ensure that this conflict does not escalate across the region. That's fucking bullshit. All they have done thus far is basically de-escalate the conflict by stopping any kind of fucking protest from happening that is remotely pro-Palestinian, which includes arresting Jews. They're literally arresting Jews against genocide. It's fucking insane. U.S. President Joe Biden is expected to visit the Middle East on Wednesday on a whirlwind tour of diplomacy that will take in meetings with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other officials in Tel Aviv. Biden will then move on to meet Jordan's King Abdullah and the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas in Amman, Jordan. Mahmoud Abbas has already canceled the meeting that he was supposed to have with the president. The UN's culture body, UNESCO, warned that Hamas' attack on Israel has led to intense fighting that has resulted in the deadliest week for journalists in any recent conflict. 9 journalists have been confirmed killed on the line of duty since October 7th, and the death toll could rise further still, the agency said. And those journalists were all killed by Israeli rockets, including in Lebanon. Israel and the leadership and the military apparatus that it commands behaves like a rabid dog, okay? Over and over and over again. It is insane to me that we are paying for it and we can't even rein it in. The head of the Israeli military intelligence said he bears responsibility for the intelligence failures that led to Hamas carrying out its surprise onslaught on the 7th of October. Major General Aharon Haliva is the latest Israeli defense official to publicly state that they take responsibility for the Hamas attack after the head of Shin Bet and the Israeli Defense Forces chief of staff made similar remarks in recent days. The UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is set to visit Israel. They're going there to just champion it, to cheer it on, to fucking put on their cheerleader pom-poms and go Israel, go. They turn around and say, well, Israel is claiming that they are going to turn on the water faucet when they lie and they only do it in the southern side, but they don't even actually do it on the southern territory of Gaza. They open one fucking pump. There's no electricity, so you can't pump the water anyway. So there's still mass dehydration occurring inside of Gaza. We just don't know enough yet, man. What do you mean we don't know enough? What do you mean? 7 days of no water, electricity, or food. What the fuck do you mean we don't know enough? Yes, we do. Don't try to fucking mask this so you can sleep comfortably at night. The fuck do we not know? Thousands dead. Thousands of children have died so far under Israeli rocket fire even before this hospital attack. What the fuck are you talking about? We don't know enough. And it's wild to me because Israel is so vicious in its retaliatory, genocidal conquest in Gaza that every single day there's a new insane thing that they do that most people don't even remember the other insane shit that they did. Open your fucking eyes. What do you think is going to happen to 2 million people, 50% of them children, when they have not had water because Israel controls all of their water for 7 days? There are reports from Gaza on the ground of nurses and hospital staff drinking out of IV bags because they have no more water left. The only reason why we hear anything about the atrocities happening on the fucking ground is because they're strapping their phones to their car batteries so they can keep charging it. They're trying to make do with whatever the fuck they have, which is nothing. They have nothing. They've never had anything. Since 2005, Israel has controlled every aspect of Gazan life. This is an open-air prison. People think that that means nothing. People think that that's simply symbolic. It's not. The lack of humanity from Western leaders who knew that this was going to happen and did nothing, and as a matter of fact said Israel has every right to retaliate like this. Unimaginable. I hope they never see a day of peace for the rest of their fucking lives. Okay? I've listened to the first-hand accounts of those who participated in the horrifying mass expulsion from the Irgun brigades, the horrifying mass expulsions and the atrocities that they committed. They carry that with them for the rest of their lives. Okay? Now, obviously, that unimaginable cruelty and and how it robs you of your morality and how it eats away at your core is not enough. If there was any karma, it would be so much worse. I hope that all of the Western leaders that have championed this genocide feel that pain. There's an ounce of fucking dignity in this world. If there's an ounce of justice in this world, they would. They would feel a fraction of the pain that they've caused. IDF was also quick to run with the retracted claim of the UN that Hamas stole supplies from the UN RWA schools and shelters, even though they've bombed at least 20 of those facilities and killed at least 14 UN staffers since the 7th, and now this hospital massacre. Yeah,
Today, the United Nations revealed the true face of Hamas when they confirmed that
Animal.
Hamas stole fuel and medical
Dog.
equipment from UN offices in Gaza City. The amount of fuel stolen is enough to power Gaza's water desalination for 6 days. I repeat, for 6 days. Hamas is holding the people of Gaza hostage.
You are doing that. You fucking piece of shit. You animal. You rabid dog. You murderous scumbag. Fuck you.
Cowardly, using them as human shields. Hamas is at war against humanity, not just Israel. They terrorize Jews and Arabs.
Demonstrations have started in Tunisia, protesting the Baptist hospital massacre in Gaza taking place now. What the fuck did these people expect? Protesters are now breaking into the Israeli embassy in Jordan. What is the expectation? That you level every country in the vicinity? That you kill everyone? Like, you kill all of your neighbors? Is that what you think is going to happen? Is that what is the expectation here? That America and Israel just go on an endless campaign to ruthlessly slaughter and genocide every single Arab in Jordan, every single Arab in Lebanon, every single Arab in Syria, every single Arab in Egypt, with hopes that they could just like make living room for more of the people that have a right to return to what will become the largest Israeli nation state? Is that the goal? Is that what you're going to do? You think people are not going to retaliate to that? What the fuck are these people doing? Shame on these fucking animals, dude. Shame on them. It's insane. The arrogance, the indignity, the inhumanity, thinking that this is just going to happen and no one is going to do anything about it. There's no retaliation. No retaliation will occur because if there is any retaliation, then they will deliver death tenfold. How do you think this is sustainable? How do you think you can protect your own citizens like this? You can't. Your smoke detector needs a new battery? No, my smoke detector is not making a noise at all. I don't know why you're saying. They didn't, bro. It's false. The Jordanian government confirmed that no one entered and cleared the crowds. I read the official Arabic statement. Thank you for the update. No, we saw the videos. They were literally outside of the fucking embassy. This is going to lead to so much more destabilization, so much more death, and so much more destruction. This is going to, just like America's war on terror, this is going to seep into every fucking crevice in European existence. This is going to be a problem in America. There's going to be a problem in your fucking neighborhoods. How can you not see that? You cannot humiliate and kill people like this and assume that others do not see it and get radicalized by it. And then what will happen? Well, it's already been happening in Europe. If you look at Italy, if you look at many of the European nations, if you look at the AfD, the rise of the AfD in Germany, Marine Le Pen in France, fascism is on the rise. They will use the terror attacks that inevitably come as a consequence of this terror, of the Israeli terror, to say it's time. It's time to just deal with the Muslim problem. It's time for a final solution to the Muslims. They already have been using it. Oh, Muslim refugees are coming in. Where are they coming from? Why are they coming? What reason do the Muslim refugees have to come to European countries? Oh, that's right. Post 9/11 actions from the United States of America that displaced hundreds of millions. And it's an ongoing, ruthless slaughter out there. A power vacuum was created. America's very own armed militias that were armed and trained got out of control, took over territory. Hundreds of millions, question mark? Yes, hundreds of millions in total have been displaced. Yes, in every country in the Middle East. Every country. What the fuck do you think I'm saying? It's 20 years of brutal conquest in the Middle East. What do you think was going to happen? Do you think people are just simply getting on ships and trying to fucking reach Europe for no reason? Or do you think there is a reason for it? Al Jazeera reports that the IDF spokesperson they had warned regarding evacuating the Al Ahli Baptist Hospital as well as 5 other hospitals. Dude, they bombed the Al Ahli Baptist Hospital 2 days ago. They bombed it already. The reason Israel is surrounded by enemies, as Zionists like to say, implying it's the victim, is because in addition to the Palestinians themselves, the populations of every single country it borders, Syria, Lebanon, Egypt, and Jordan, have all suffered repeatedly at its hands. Countless thousands have been massacred, displaced, wounded by Israel in all of those countries and beyond in manifold forms of violence. This is from 2021, by the way. Including aerial bombardments, invasions, occupations, and assassinations. The damage that Israel has inflicted on West Asia is incalculable. Of course, those countries all host millions of Palestinian refugees and their descendants, so many of whom Israel has destroyed the lives and homes of again and again and again. This is the kind of destruction that Israel has wrought on its neighbors on a regular basis for decades. Here's the details of a brutal bombardment in Beirut in 1982. Please, for the love of Christ and all things holy, read one singular book or one singular text from any number of different Jewish Israeli historians. Doesn't have to be like Ilan Pappé. It doesn't. You don't have to go that far if you want to. There are famous, formative Holocaust historians that openly say what Israel is doing right now is genocide. Every single revolutionary leader that has been whitewashed or still is considered a terrorist, from Nelson Mandela to Fidel Castro, has seen the cruelty and the brutality of the apartheid and has openly called it. And while the South African government was able to, the South African apartheid government was destroyed by the ANC and through violent and peaceful means of protest, even though it was developed around the same time that the Israeli apartheid started, the Israeli apartheid regime maintained itself. If I were an Arab leader, I would never sign an agreement with Israel. It is normal. We have taken their country. It is true. God promised it to us. But how could that interest them? Our God is not theirs. There has been anti-Semitism, the Nazis, Hitler, Auschwitz. But was that their fault? They see but one thing. We have come and we have stolen their country. Why would they accept that? David Ben-Gurion, first Israeli prime minister. Yes, I know the IDF is saying that the blast at the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital was caused by a failed Islamic Jihad rocket from Spectator Index. I know they're saying that. I do not believe it, okay? I do not believe it. They fucking bombed the hospital literally 2 days ago.
There. Then they were chanting, at a certain point, they were chanting that the people want the fall of the president, referring to President Mahmoud Abbas, who at this moment is said to be returning from Amman, where he went ahead of a meeting with the U.S. president tomorrow.
Yeah, they hate Mahmoud Abbas, for the record, because they see him as an extension of the Israeli security apparatus. Palestinians have been pushed and pushed and pushed, and every single time that Israel claimed that they were going to collaborate and treat Palestinians with dignity like they're human beings and offer them a negotiation, they have reneged on those terms. They have used any leader that dares to work with them as patsies with a deliberate attempt to show them as collaborators, to show the Palestinian people that that is what you get if you actually negotiate with us. What are they supposed to do? What are the Palestinian people supposed to do? Maybe Palestinians should try and stop being terrorists. Thanks, man. That's a really good one. Do you have any fucking dignity in your mind? What would you do if your family was murdered ruthlessly by an occupying regime in an apartheid state? What would you fucking do? You mean maybe Palestinians should stop trying being terrorists? You fucking dingus. You absolute fucking dumbass living in the comfort of your fucking Connecticut McMansion. You have no fucking clue how cruel and unusual this has been. Says you. At least while I also live in the lap of fucking luxury, I have the dignity to understand that an apartheid state and a genocidal, psychopathic Israeli militancy is, of course, going to radicalize people. You fucking animal. Practice empathy. But you can't. You can't do that because you don't see these people as people. You see them as fucking terrorists across the board. You do not see Israel as a terrorist state. You see only Palestinians as terrorists. A hospital was bombed by Israeli rocket fire in the open-air prison that Israel controls with 50% children, numbering 2.2 million people in this open-air prison that Israel has denied electricity, food, and water to for the past 7 fucking days, and you turn around and you say Palestinians should stop trying to be terrorists? What the fuck are you talking about? Who's the real terrorist here? What do you mean? Israel strike kills hundreds in hospital, Palestinians say. Don't ban him so he stays and you can shut his mouth now he left. No, I don't want to. I don't want to respond to things like that. Because I will say insane shit, inevitably. I cannot react to that insanity. Here, this is 20 hours before the fucking hospital was bombed, by the way. Don't look away from this. Most of these children are fucking dead now. I saw some of their body parts earlier when I was looking at the on-the-ground footage in the aftermath of the fucking insane strike on the hospital. Yeah, Israel moved from it was Hamas to Islamic Jihad. Now they're saying Islamic Jihad blew it up, actually. Anyway. Yeah. The next time Israeli civilians do get killed, U.S. commentators won't remember that this hospital bombing even happened, won't add it to the tally of Israeli war crimes. All that history will be irrelevant, and the myth of Israeli innocence will be studiously maintained. Exactly. The Israelis who ordered a strike on a hospital and killed hundreds of civilians won't get called animals on cable news. Collective punishment against Israeli civilians for this heinous crime won't be endorsed by any American with any standing. Yeah, oh yeah, it wasn't Hamas. Now it's Islamic Jihad. I'm telling you, tomorrow it's going to conclusively be shown that it was Israeli rocket fire. This is not something you can fucking hide. And this is something that they've done time and time again. When it is conclusively proved by third-party investigators, they are going to turn around and fucking say that, yeah, we did it, but that's because we They're going to say, yeah, we did it, but that's because there was Hamas there. I'm telling you. There is video footage. Like, the explosion was too large for a Hamas missile. There's no secondary explosion, which means that it was not a weapon site. We need to analyze forensic material, but it's unlikely to be collected. The explosion yield is similar to IDF munitions, making it unlikely to be Hamas. It is similar to a 1,000-pound JDAM ammunition in terms of yield. A 1,000-bomb missile is the size of a Fiat 500. There are no secondary explosions, so no weapon store. There was video footage from the live stream that the missile misfired. I don't know if that was this one. Yes, brother. That is Israeli propaganda. That is a lie. Exercise a little bit of critical thinking. 1. Israel already bombed this hospital 2 days ago. That's number 1. Number 2, Israel has told 6 other hospitals, including this one, to evacuate and has offered a stay of execution, basically, to the Doctors Without Borders hospital, openly. Now, that's number 2. Number 3, the information that's coming out from the Israeli side saying that this is a failed rocket launch do not factor in some of the important parts of this process. 1, that the bombing itself was major. It was gigantic. What is this? Breaking from the IDF spokesperson. From the analysis of the operational systems of the IDF, an enemy rocket barrage was carried out towards Israel, which passed through the vicinity of the hospital when it was hit. According to the intelligence information from several sources we have, the Islamic Jihad terrorist organization is responsible for the failed shooting that hit the hospital. The Islamic Jihad does not have the rocket power to do this. First, they claimed it was a Hamas rocket. Now they're saying it's an Islamic Jihad rocket. They're of course going to say that. They said this when they executed with an actual fucking sniper rifle Shireen Abu Akleh. This is what they said. They were like, oh, it was Palestinians. Anyway, let me tell you why this is fucking stupid. Are you ready for why this is fucking idiotic? Because the videos that they show, this is the new one that I've seen. The videos that they've shown thus far claiming that this is actually a rocket fire from Islamic Jihad now. It was Hamas at first, now it's Islamic Jihad, are older footage. They're using older footage from a time when there was electricity in the Gaza Strip. This is the one. Look, an old video shared with the claim that Hamas failed a rocket launch and misfired on a hospital in Gaza. That was in 2022 when the Gaza Strip had electricity. The Gaza Strip currently does not have electricity. How do I know that the Gaza Strip does not have electricity? Are you serious? Because I've been covering on-the-ground reporting since the brutal siege began. Not only has Israel lied about this time and time again, and it's basically their classic fucking modus operandi, where they immediately say, oh, it's not us. But if it is us, actually, it was because they deserved it, because it was Hamas. Okay? But there's already fucking footage. There's footage. There's going to be even more footage that comes out inevitably. But there is already footage right now from the hospital bombing. I showed it to you already. Verified by Al Jazeera. How much do you believe the human shield stuff? No, of course I don't believe the human shield stuff. What do you mean? I've told, no, that's ridiculous. There is no, even if I were to believe that they are like purposely fucking putting humans in front of rockets, okay, it's ridiculous to actually shoot through the hostage. What the fuck are you saying? Journalists should remember that Israel's first response after they killed their colleague Shireen Abu Akleh was to say Palestinians shot her. This is a part of a consistent Israeli military information damage control strategy in response to such events. Then they attacked their funeral live on camera in front of the whole world and proceeded to blame Palestinians. In 2021, after destroying a building in Gaza, housing the Associated Press and Al Jazeera office, again, on live TV, they lied about it being a legitimate target. I was there. I fucking covered it. I covered it in real time. I said this was fucking unimaginable. In 2018, Israel snipers shot thousands of unarmed Palestinians in Gaza, many live on camera, and then lied about them being armed. In 2014, they killed the Baker boys while they were playing soccer on the beach in front of the world's cameras, and then they lied about it. The list goes on and on. It is a deliberate strategy to muddy the waters and diffuse international outrage over the most gruesome crimes so they can have the maximum possible time to continue carrying them out. If you as a journalist are playing into this, you are complicit. They know it. Western journalists know this. With every lie Israel is told, including the current claim that Hamas somehow has JDAM strike missiles destroyed, is absolutely clear that Israel lied about every detail of the initial Hamas attack to justify a final solution. I mean, they didn't lie about every detail of the Hamas attack, okay? I don't think they, and that attack was still brutal, but the reality of it is that they do want to do a final solution on, Palestinians. Like, it's obvious. It's so fucking obvious. It's happening. They're not even like, here's what they're not lying about. Whenever the Israeli officials are being honest and truthful about their intentions, the media goes, oh, we can't take them at their word. Only when they're very obviously lying about an atrocious act that they committed, does the media go, oh my God, they're 100% truthful here. They're being 100% truthful. When they say, we are shutting off the electricity, we are shutting off the power, we are shutting off the water, we are shutting off the food, they are human animals. We are going to turn Gaza into a tent city. Not a single fucking building will be standing. That our enemy is not just Hamas, but all Palestinians. When they say that, the media goes, oh, well, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't cover that. But when they turn around and actually act out those violent desires and blow up a fucking hospital that they bombed 2 days prior. 2 days ago, they bombed it. They told 6 hospitals in the Gaza Strip to evacuate immediately. Then we turn around and we go, oh, I don't know. And they posted it and deleted it. Here is the Prime Minister of Israel's own personal account. There's a struggle between the children of light and the children of darkness, between humanity and the law of the jungle. They deleted it today, this morning, after the fucking hospital attack.
Yeah. Okay, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much. Kristen Salumi from the United Nations headquarters in New York. Let's try and cross back to Osama bin Javaid now, who's in Amman, Jordan, where protests have currently been held across the region, also in Tunisia, following an Israeli raid which killed 500 people at a hospital. Osama, just explain what's happening where you are.
Well, since this news broke of the attack on the hospital in Gaza, there have been hundreds of people, we're now being told, who've come out in the streets of not just Amman, but other parts of Jordan as well. You have to realize that this country hosts more than 2 million Palestinian refugees for a number of years now. So there is palpable anger, which has been growing in the last 10 days. And Palestinians here have been saying that the world is not doing enough to stop the bloodshed in Gaza. And they're angry at the people who are supposed to stop the violence. We've been hearing from Palestinians.
Osama, can you still hear us?
Can you hear me, Mali?
Hello, Osama. We can hear you. Please go on.
So we've been told that right now we're on the road, so the lines might not work that well, but we're going towards the Israeli embassy. That's where the largest protest has been happening. There is a large security cordon around the embassy, so security forces have not allowed protesters to go either inside or very close to the embassy. But the number of people have been increasing by the hour as people are very angry at what has been happening in Gaza. So it's not just the capital Amman, and as I said, other places in Jordan, there are protests happening as well, as you just said, that it is not just one place. Now, sporadic protests are happening across the Middle East.
Okay, we'll leave it there and cross back to you throughout the evening. Osama bin Javaid.
Is Al Jazeera a credible news source?
Let's get some analysis now.
Bitch, Al Jazeera is the only news source. There is no other news source that is like, that is actually showing what's going on the ground. There is nothing remaining, okay?
Firstly, we've been reporting on an unfolding situation in central Ramallah between the Palestinian security forces and protesters. Can you give us a sense as to why tensions are boiling over between these people?
Well, listen, we are furious. We now want the international community that stood with Israel to go out and stand with the civilians, with the 2 million people dying and being massacred in Gaza. What we have just witnessed is an insult to all the diplomatic efforts. It's a slap to all leaders, starting with Biden, with France, with Germany, with the UK. I want to ask them a very blunt question. Do they still stand with Israel? It is time we ask them to condemn the Israeli state organized terror. I mean, for God's sake, people just got massacred in a hospital and the crime is documented on the screens. What are the leaders waiting for? We are still talking about
they don't see Palestinians as humans. That's it.
Had failed the humanity.
That's it.
I mean, the Palestinian people have been.
Here's an IDF spokesperson on CNN right now. Let's see what he has to say. We're going to CNN.
Punishment for 75 years under the.
I want to see what they're saying there in CNN.
The matter is that rockets misfire and land in Gaza, and they have been doing so for years.
Yeah, we have been careful about our reporting and certainly what we know and what we do not know. And we wanted to have you on to talk about what you know. Lieutenant Colonel, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Oh, my God!
Thank you.
Of course. Stay with CNN. The lead with Jake Tapper starts right now.
That's insane. That's insane. They went straight to the IDF and fucking reported it like, oh my fucking God.
Two massive stories today. The Israeli Defense Forces.
What happened to the donation link? It's still here. What do you mean?
Ago said that it was actually a misfired missile by Islamic Jihad.
I can't believe they're covering it as though it's a misfired missile.
That is the reason why 200 at least were killed in a hospital strike in Gaza. In the hospital, doctors and nurses were treating hundreds of already wounded Palestinians. CNN reports thousands of others were taking shelter at the hospital at the center of Gaza City. The Palestinian Health Ministry, which is controlled by Hamas, blamed the incident on an Israeli airstrike, but the Israeli Defense Forces just seconds ago on its Telegram channel announced that the strike was caused by this misfired missile from Islamic Jihad. CNN has not independently confirmed this. We're going to have much more on all that in a moment.
CNN has not independently confirmed this, so why are you repeating it?
Of Republican dysfunction, House Republican dysfunction, crippling the legislative branch of the U.S. government.
Yeah, they turn up. That's it. They are literally. They are immediately turning a blind eye. They're so brutal. They're so disgusting, dude. They're like, yeah, we didn't confirm it. That's what the IDF is saying. Number of dead is actually lower than what Hamas is saying. It's the Hamas Health Ministry's number. It is so fucking gross. Open your eyes, dude. And yeah, let's move on and talk about the House Speaker controversy. Islamic Jihad is another Palestinian, violent Palestinian group, okay? There's a couple different groups. The Al-Qassam brigades are the military branch of Hamas. The Islamic Jihad is an even more conservative, more fundamentalist offshoot of Hamas. Great timing. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, 3 minutes ago via Twitter. Brutal terror. The execution of defenseless civilians, murdered infants, abducted children, humiliated Holocaust survivors. That makes our blood run cold in our veins. Israel has the right to defend itself against this. A state has a duty to protect the citizens. That's awesome. That's great. Thank you, Israel. Oh, by the way, the guy that I showed, Hanania Naftali, okay? Hanania Naftali is I mean, listen, I don't know what his official word is, okay? But let me tell you, I don't know if he's like actually, is he the director of communications? Like, I don't know if that's, is he like a comms guy? Like a digital comms guy? No, that's not. This is an older video. This is not the IDF celebrating the bombing. This is an older video from a couple days ago where they were talking about the morality of the IDF, or not morality, the morale of the IDF. You're wrong. This is not new. This is not a new video of them celebrating the bombing. You're wrong about that. The other day, you covered a Zionist Harvard professor that said if you're an American Zionist, you need to serve 3 years creating positive discourse for Israel. Do you think there are Zionist journalists in American media who are actively doing this, or is it more so just the media acting as a pro-capitalist war machine, or both? No, it's the media acting as a pro-capitalist war machine. These are America's interests that they are reflecting. Is there any better evidence that Israel is lying about a hospital airstrike? It's this. The first reports of the explosion occurred around 7:20 p.m. local time. Every video the IDF or the Israeli government is sharing shows a blast that occurred around 7:59 and 8. They also changed the post and edited it as well to change the verbiage. Naftali is a new media consultant for Bibi's office. He's a dumb, militant, and right-wing fascist, and I'm saying this as an Israeli and myself. Israel removed the video on this tweet after... Oh my God! They removed it! They removed the video! Oh my God! Oh my God! They're not even doing a good job! They can't even do it! They can't fucking do it! They're literally incapable! They're incapable of trying to fucking hide the truth here.
Some 33% of Islamic Jihad rockets that were fired into Israel fell short and landed in Gaza. Now, our intelligence is reporting to us that there was Islamic Jihad fire which was over the vicinity of the hospital, and apparently a rocket malfunctioned and hit the hospital. We had such documented case in the last round of fighting, I think it was in 2021, where everyone said Israeli atrocity, we hit a target, we killed an innocent family, and in the end, we could prove with a video that it was their rocket that was launched, and we actually saw the rocket land. Now, of course, in Gaza, there is no independent civil society. The Hamas has ruled there for 16 years. And all the voices that you interview will say Israel, 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 because that's the party line. But I urge caution. I urge people to think about this. You've got to hold off judgment. We don't believe it's us. We're still looking, of course. But we don't believe it was us. And all the evidence seems to indicate that this was a rocket fired by Islamic Jihad. That's Hamas's younger brother, its twin terrorist organization. And it was their ordinance. We do not target hospitals. Let's be clear.
That's not true. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You targeted that hospital 2 days ago.
The party line, is it? I've stood at the border myself.
You've literally told 6 hospitals to evacuate literally a day ago. 6 hospitals! You told them to evacuate a day ago. Why? How could anyone listen to this and go, well, you didn't say that 2 days ago. You didn't say that 3 days ago. You literally told them to evacuate because you're going to target these hospitals. You said it.
If the paper is being lit, to use your metaphor, by a lie, by Hamas propaganda, blaming Israel for something that it didn't do, surely you should be saying that. And we should be trying to make the world understand that Hamas, which has no qualms about killing brutally innocent Israelis, has
you don't have any qualms about killing even Israeli citizens. You don't care.
In the media to get to the truth and not to parrot just the Hamas position. Israel is responsible for everything that goes wrong. I mean, obviously.
Why did you say change the fucking title? Well, why did you say change the title?
If it wasn't. The point is that people in places like Ramallah, in fact, across the Middle East, will blame Israel. And therefore, I put it to you that your proof may come too late.
That's possible. I mean,
oh my God. Oh my God. She took it. She's saying you're absolutely right. And all of these people are going to get mad at Israel and they're going to get, and your proof is going to come too late. Israeli airstrike kills civilians and damages the Doctors Without Borders clinic in Gaza. This is in 2021. Doctors Without Borders urges Israel to stop these attacks on Gaza. Doctors Without Borders yesterday, or 2 days ago, said IDF didn't bomb the hospital. Change title. IDF didn't bomb the hospital. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yes, it fucking did. You fucking piece of shit. Yes, it absolutely did. You want to know why I know that? Because they bombed that same hospital 2 days ago. And also on top of that, they told that hospital and 6 other hospitals in the Gaza region to evacuate. Fuck you. Fuck you. You genocidal scumbag. You have no fucking dignity. You do not have an ounce of dignity inside of your soul. Go ahead. What will you say to that? What will you say to the fact that the IDF not only bombed that same hospital 2 days prior, but they also told that hospital and 6 other hospitals, including the Doctors Without Borders hospital, which it has bombed before, by the way, to evacuate. And Israel also then deleted their own fucking video. A digital spokesperson also personally admitted Israeli Air Force struck a Hamas terrorist base inside of a hospital in Gaza and then deleted it. They can't even keep their line of communication. They can't even keep their line of communication clear and coherent. But it doesn't matter. Terrible that the people died, but I encourage you to look into where Hamas was firing. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You said IDF didn't bomb the hospital, and then you said it did. But Hamas was firing rockets from it in the same 2-minute time frame. So why did you fucking lie at first? Huh? Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself, you genocidal piece of shit? How? Why did you do that? Why did you say IDF didn't bomb the hospital and then immediately retaliated to, well, I guess they did, but because Hamas was firing rockets, they did not. Oh, back to they did not? Really? No, I didn't. They did not. You just said it. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Oh, you're saying IDF didn't bomb it because Hamas was firing rockets from right next to the hospital and it actually misfired and fell into the hospital. Oh, okay. I thought that he was, okay. Never mind. Yeah, you're still a piece of shit genocide denier, 100%. But no, it is not a fucking misfire. And guess why it's not a fucking misfire? Because Israel's own fucking people are saying it wasn't a misfire until they delete it and try to act like it's a fucking misfire. You stupid fucking moron. Look at what a misfired rocket looks like. It doesn't look like a JDAM, you fucking idiot. They don't have that firepower. There's an actual video from afar that shows precisely what the bombing looked like. So riddle me that. But again, this is to serve as a distraction. This is to serve as a distraction. These fucking people come in here. They come in here. First they say it's Hamas. Then they say it's Islamic Jihad. Then they say, oh, well, maybe we did it. Remember, maybe we did it, but it was worthwhile because Hamas was there. Okay? An actual Hamas misfire killed 7 people. Okay? It fell into a crowded area and it only killed 7 people. Misfires from Hamas missiles do not have the capability of destroying an entire fucking hospital. This is what it looked like. Exactly like every other fucking Israeli bombing campaign. That is not what a misfire looks like. They cannot fucking level a building. Would you say the IDF, it wasn't them without checking? Would you, the IDF, say it wasn't them without checking? What do you mean? Your statements, by the way, on this, your fucking bloodlust and your genocidal support for the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians will not be forgotten, okay? I don't know how you will be able to live with yourself for the rest of your fucking life, but you are literally, personally championing genocide. Shame on you. Shame on you. I want to be as charitable as I possibly can, but shame on you. Yeah, the New York Times has now changed their fucking title of their coverage. Israel-Hamas war. Israel and Gaza blame each other for blasted hospital that killed 500. The headline an hour ago was Israeli airstrike kills 500 at hospital. Now, here's Evan Hill working as a forensic investigator at the Washington Post. There is no fucking way that they will continue lying for as long as they have. Can you turn the GIF donos off? Someone just posted a pro-Israeli GIF and it appeared on stream. The image and donos that come up, etc. It's fine. Who cares? Fuck them. Video of the moment of the blast at Al-Ahli Hospital, geolocated by the Post, captures a whirring through the air and then a blast, followed by orange flames. IDF blames Islamic Jihad for a failed rocket launch which hits the hospital in Gaza. You think that there is not proof for this? You think that there's not proof for this? The hospital administration has confirmed that it's Israeli. Israel and its supporters are blaming the bombing of the Baptist hospital as a result of the misfired missile of Hamas. The claim is entirely false. The non-Palestinian, European, and Christian members of the hospital have attested that it was an Israeli airstrike. Remember, this is a fucking Baptist hospital. These are Christian. These are, if you think that it's just like, all the Muslims are barbaric terrorists or whatever, here it is. Our hospital, Ahli Arab, has taken a direct hit from an Israeli missile. Early reports say hundreds of women and children killed. This is deliberate killing of vulnerable civilians. The bombs must stop now. There can be no possible justification for this. First, they said it was Hamas. Now they're saying it was Islamic Jihad. But if you look at the actual confirmed video of the bombing, you know that neither of these parties have the capability of dropping a bomb like this on themselves, even by accident or deliberately. They do not have this capability. You have no evidence. Stop concluding. What is this? What am I looking at? What am I looking at with my own 2 eyes? What are you looking at? I have no evidence. Don't believe your fucking eyes. What do you mean? Does that strike you as a fucking misfire? You absolute moron. What the fuck are you saying? Reuters has confirmed the IDF did this too, by the way. Will anything change? Probably not. Yeah, Netanyahu has come out and said it was the whole world knows the barbarian terrorists in Gaza are the ones who attacked the hospital in Gaza, not the IDF. He brutally murdered our children, also murders his children. I'm losing my fucking mind at the reality of the situation on the ground. Not only is there photographic evidence that this is not a misfire, okay? The people on the ground know that it was an airstrike. And not only that, the people on the ground know that it was an airstrike. There's photographic evidence that it was a strike. There was an airstrike. You can hear the missile fucking coming in. it is not a misfire, but also the Israeli authorities days ago told every single hospital to evacuate because they were going to bomb those hospitals, 6 of them, okay? 6 of them. Israel also tried to use footage from 2022 originally to claim that it was a misfire. And it was so obvious that it was actually from 2022 because the time did not match up. But not only did the time not match up, but also on top of that, not only the time did not match up, but also on top of that, the footage that they showed had power in the Gaza Strip. You cannot change these crimes. No matter how hard you try, the truth will always prevail. But of course, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because no matter what, if the media says it over and over again, plenty of people will believe it. Here's the Arabic IDF page on Facebook gloating about the hospital bombing. Itamar Ben-Gvir also said this. Due to the lack of medical equipment and lack of medical staff, it was decided to bomb the Baptist hospital in Gaza and give them euthanasia death. I don't know if this is a real fucking IDF Arabic page or if it's just a troll or not, but though. I don't. But Itamar Ben-Gvir did literally tweet out something to that extent. Said, no humanitarian aid is going into Gaza. The only aid that's going into Gaza is bombs and explosives. It's probably a troll account. Pentagon spokeswoman Sabrina Singh. Hamas is the one putting Palestinians, those in Gaza, at great risk. They are putting command and control units inside of hospitals. They're running. I mean, this is probably an older one, by the way.
What we have said is that government.
This is probably an older video. Is this from today? This is the most clear video. Full recording from the AG Mubashir feed. You can see outgoing rocket fire some distance away. The rocket is intercepted in the air and it breaks apart into shrapnel. After 2 explosions are seen, one smaller one and one perhaps a rocket launcher and a big one on the hospital. This is bad info. Yeah, I don't know where this is coming from. This doesn't look like the same as the thing that we saw earlier. And also there's no sound. I don't know what the fuck's happening there. But the hospital explosion was greater and also did not follow after rocket interceptions.
Hands of the Israelis. So
Here,
even before the president has physically made this trip, has gone to the region, we are seeing just what an incredibly volatile and complicated situation he is walking into. Again, Jake, I think the fact that we have yet to hear anything official from the White House and U.S. officials goes to show they are scrambling right now to try to gather as much intelligence as possible so that they can put something out addressing the strike itself, and then obviously trying to figure out what all of this means for his trip because, again, a part of his agenda has already been affected. He is no longer going to be meeting with one of the key players that he was supposed to meet with in Jordan.
All right, MJ Lee at the White House, thank you so much. Let's go now to CNN's Clarissa Ward, who's on the ground in Ashkelon, Israel, which is a few miles north of the Gaza border on the Mediterranean Sea. Clarissa, what do we know for sure about this hospital strike?
What we know for sure, Jake, is that there has just been an astonishing loss of life here. Just horrific scenes in the videos that are starting to come in. We've been hearing from Palestinian authorities 200 to 300 killed, but Hamas is now saying on their official Telegram channel that they believe 500 people were killed. Obviously, it's very difficult to know exactly those numbers as they will be going through the rubble through the night, trying to find how many people were killed in the attack. We do know that thousands of people were taking shelter in the Al Ahli Baptist Hospital. This is a hospital in Gaza City. This is in the northern part of Gaza. That is the part of the enclave that IDF had asked people to evacuate back on Friday, but many people, Jake, including who we've spoken
to, they did ask them to evacuate
either because they couldn't find somewhere to go or they
because they're the most moral army, right?
Proper means of transportation. There was also heavy Israeli strikes along the border, the southern border, this morning, which then, of course, makes people afraid to leave their homes. So for the moment, what we know is that there is a huge amount of anguish and rage on behalf of people living in Gaza and in the West Bank and, frankly, all across the region, a sense of just disbelief that a hospital could be targeted. The IDF, as you've mentioned before, saying that they were not responsible, that it was potentially a misfired rocket from a group known as Islamic Jihad inside Gaza. Palestinian officials categorically denying that, saying that this was an Israeli strike. But what we certainly know, Jake, is that this is a hideous and very bloody inflection point in this conflict. It raises the specter of much more violence, not just in Gaza, but potentially in other flashpoints as well, and indeed throughout the region. Israel has already come out and urged its citizens to leave Turkey, and all of this happening, as you just heard from MJ, as President Biden appears to is about to make his visit here, Jake.
And Clarissa, you just mentioned the West Bank. We've seen violent protests there in the wake of the hospital strike.
That's right. We saw them in the hours after it became clear just how many people had died in this hospital strike. You heard Hamas call on people throughout the world, basically, to go out and do whatever they could to give voice to their rage and anguish. Clearly, that call has been met by many, even those who don't necessarily support Hamas, but who feel that this is just a completely unjustifiable act of hideous violence. And so you saw those clashes taking place in the West Bank. You saw as well Mahmoud Abbas saying that he would not meet with President Joe Biden, canceling that meeting. They have declared a state of mourning for 3 days. Flags are to be flown at half-mast. We have also seen reports of violence outside the Israeli embassy in Amman, Jordan, and certainly the expectation is that it's only going to get worse potentially, Jake.
All right, Clarissa, stay with me. We're going to have more in just a moment about this devastating hospital strike, but we're going to take a quick break.
Oh, hospital strike. Please open Al Jazeera now. Wait, what's going on Al Jazeera? Fuck, I gotta close some of these fucking tabs, dude. Holy shit, sorry.
To delay that meeting and to delay that vote.
I'm on Al Jazeera.
President Joe Biden is on his way to Israel for consultations. But we've also heard that the 10 elected non-permanent members of the Security Council have been pushing for that vote to take place, especially now that the hospital has been bombed, that the school has been bombed, and so forth. There's clearly a growing sense of urgency among many member states as well as the UN relief agencies about the situation.
Okay, we appreciate that update so much. That was Kristen Salumi outside the United Nations headquarters. Let's bring in Mike Hanna now. Mike, will these most recent attacks at the school and also at the hospital, what impact do you think they'll have on President Joe Biden's visit to Israel, which is expected on Wednesday, tomorrow local time?
Well, there's already been an immediate impact. It would appear that the Palestinian Authority leader, Mahmoud Abbas, has declined the meeting that he was due to have with President Biden in Amman during the president's trip. He has gone back to Ramallah, it is reported, and it is connected to the bombing of that hospital. But yes, it would have an impact on the trip. Certainly, the Biden administration would be appalled at something like this happening at a time when the president is going into the region. There's been no formal response from the White House at present. We understand that one will be forthcoming shortly, but it is certainly a major issue. One must remember, too, that President Biden, one of the reasons, in addition to expressing U.S. support for Israel, of going to the region is to attempt to carry on his Secretary of State's attempts to prevent any widening of this conflict. Now, incidents such as we've seen at the Gaza hospital are precisely the type of event that could lead to a widening of the conflict. We're already seeing demonstrations in Ramallah, demonstrations in other parts of the region as a direct consequence of this. So the Biden administration would be well aware of what happens when you have an event like this happening, and now it is happening at a time.
Arabic Al Jazeera is showing horrific images of the hospital bombing. So why would I watch that then, chat? What do you want me to do? Alleged surveillance showing a barrage of rockets, one of them seemingly falling. Yeah, it's fucking bullshit, dude. A barrage, all of this never shows the actual fucking, none of this actually shows the reality of the situation. Okay? One, there's lights on in the strip. I don't know if this is actually from that night, but look at that bombing. None of these rockets are even coming from near the hospital. If you think that those rockets have the same capabilities of a JDAM, ask yourself this. Why is there no audio? Because you can fucking hear it. That's why. This video is not from the same time frame. This video is not from the, I don't think this video is actually from the same time. This is not from yesterday, okay? Any video that doesn't show you the fucking audio, any video that doesn't reveal the audio is doing it deliberately because they want to not show you the reality. Here, Al Jazeera showed the failed Hamas rocket that hit the hospital is what the combat footage is posting. Okay?
هي الأكثر تعرضا للصواريخ منذ بداية هذه الحرب. عمدة المدينة كانت تحدث قبل أيام عن أكثر من 1000 صاروخ طال هذه المدينة وأكثر من 170
That gets zapped.
صاروخا سقط بالفعل في داخلها وأحدث دمارا في البنى التحتية وفي السيارات وفي المباني العامة.
This one doesn't have audio too. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. How do they have security cameras inside Gaza? No, this is not fucking, what do you call it? Oh, that is not the same video, I'm pretty sure. That video also doesn't have audio. Why do you guys keep sending me this? This is the only video that Washington Post has confirmed is from this fucking bombing. Fuck, dude. What is wrong with you guys? Stop. Stop sending me fucking wrong shit. This is the only confirmed video, according to the Washington Post, of the fucking strike on the hospital that we have so far. Fear not. There will be more. If you think that that is a failed rocket can cause an explosion that size, you do not know anything about how the firepower superiority that Israel has. look, you keep sending me this one. This doesn't have audio in it too. I'm going to fucking lose my mind. Oh my God. Stop sending me the same fucking video over and over again. You're not helping. You're being fucking stupid. Exercise a level of fucking, like, exercise a level of brain power. I'm going to start banning you motherfuckers. Are you, like, these are like 14-month, 15-month community subscribers being like, oh, here's the video that Israel posted and then deleted, but over and over again. Please stop sending me things that contradict what I say. It upsets me. You can cope all day and every day that you want to, okay? Every day that you live on this planet, you can openly fucking cope on the situation. The reality is they shut off the food. They shut off the water. They shut off the power from the Strip. They called the Gazans human animals. They told 6 hospitals, including the Ahli Arab hospital, to evacuate before and said that they would bomb them. They also actually bombed a wing of the Ahli Arab hospital 2 days prior. And there's actual video evidence of the bombing from today. You cannot say that there is nothing here. Chat, why is the audio relevant? The audio, of course, is relevant. The audio is relevant because it's a major component of what kind of fucking weapon was used in this situation. Hamas rockets are perfectly capable of an explosion or greater or equal to that size. Wrong. Wrong. You're not right about that. You are wrong. The timing of the video in Arabic is different than the timing of the attack. Holy fuck. New security camera footage from another angle shows the rocket fire was not over the explosion site. No, the rocket fire was coming from a different... We don't even know if that's the same from that same time frame, please. The issue here, if we're being charitable, I want to be as charitable as possible to some of you who are actively denying genocidal acts from a fucking government that openly stated that they want to... Oh my God, I'm going to kill myself. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, this is not from 2023. You understand that, right? Please, look at the fucking Gaza Strip. This is not from 2023. Just because someone put 2023 on the side of the fucking video does not mean it's actually from 2023. Look at the Strip. It is entirely lit up. Currently, Gaza has no power. Would I be open to the possibility that it's not Israel? Yes, of course I would be. Of course. It is insanely unlikely, though, given the evidence that I have presented. There is no evidence on the other side at all. Also, this is not the last hospital that will be bombed. They will bomb yet another hospital in the upcoming days. And we will have this argument and this back and forth over and over again. Please exercise a little bit of critical thinking. Dude, why is the IDF denying responsibility though? Because they lie all the time. What do you mean? This is their modus operandi. I've also given you proof that they also lie every single time they do this. Time and time again. It is a war crime that they said they were going to do. And then they did it. And then they go, oh, we didn't do it actually. Hamas did it to themselves. And then they go, well, maybe it wasn't Hamas. Maybe it was Islamic Jihad. You haven't said it's harder to fake the sound? What do you mean? Misfired rockets kill 7, maybe 20 people max. Hamas does not have any kind of firepower that is equivalent to what Israel has. They cannot do it. They do not have that kind of firepower. If they directed the attack directly on themselves, they wouldn't be able to blow up that hospital to that degree. Do you understand? It's fucking insane. Also, the IDF posted a fucking video from 2022, got owned, everybody called it out, and then they deleted the video.
Israeli military has been contacted for comment, and they have said that they are investigating. But
I want every single one of you to exercise a little bit of self-reflection after today. If your first and immediate assessment was that, well, I'm just going to believe what the IDF said and forget what the IDF had said a couple days prior about bombing hospitals, please reconsider why you immediately side with the IDF in this situation when they have already blown the shit out of the Gaza Strip. How easy it is for you to turn around and immediately take the propaganda, hook, line, and sinker. How easy it is for you to turn around and not recognize that the media is also going along with this propaganda, hook, line, and sinker. They fucking said it. If there's any better evidence that Israel is lying about the hospital airstrike, it's this. The first reports of the explosion occurred at around 7:20 p.m. local time. Every IDF video the Israeli government is sharing show a blast that occurred between 7:59 and 8. And they also deleted this video, by the way. The videos that you see right there, okay, these videos that they posted, they're gone. Those videos are now gone. They deleted it. Battling misinformation on social media and presenting a process of critical thought can be replicated by your viewers is your most important function in moments like this. This video that they showed, that chat also stupidly keeps fucking posting over and over again, is a lie. And they know it was a lie, which is why they deleted it. So ask yourself why. Ask yourself why. Why do you not believe Israel when they say they are going to bomb the hospitals and not but believe Israel when they say after bombing the hospital that they didn't do it? Well, new claim just dropped. Yeah, no, they're claiming that it was the Islamic Jihad that launched a rocket which misfired and hit a hospital, killing hundreds. This is a lie. This is not from that same time frame anyway. The time doesn't even fucking match up.
نشير إلى أن هذه المدينة هي الأكثر تعرضا للصواريخ منذ بداية هذه الحرب. عمدة المدينة كانت تحدث قبل أيام عن أكثر من 1000 صاروخ طال.
This is literally, look at the time. It's from 7 p.m. Do you ever wonder if these chatters say shit to just get under your skin, get their 5 seconds of fame before getting permit, not good for your health? It's just so sad. Apparently, according to, I didn't want to believe it at first. I thought this was fake. Mohammed El-Kurd confirmed that the IDF Arabic account did actually post this. The Al Jazeera rocket video is 1 hour before the bombing of the hospital. That video is not connected to the bombing of the hospital. It's misinformation. The video says 1859 when the strike happened around 1950. Yeah, here. But the BBS has to fucking, at some point, report earnestly. Here it is.
You know, it is hard to see what else this could be, really, given the size of the explosion, other than an Israeli airstrike or several airstrikes, because, you know, when we've seen rockets being fired out of Gaza, we never see explosions of that scale. We might see half a dozen, maybe a few more people being killed in such rocket attacks, but we've never seen anything on the scale of the sort of explosion on the video I was watching earlier, which, as you say, is still to be verified. The Israeli military has been contacted for comment, and they have said...
Here's the Israeli digital spokesperson appointed by Netanyahu, who literally said first, Israeli Air Force struck a Hamas terrorist base inside a hospital. A multiple number of terrorists are dead. It's heartbreaking that Hamas is launching rockets from hospitals, mosques, schools, and using human civilians as shields. And then he deleted it. He deleted it and then turned around and fucking posted the other thing, where it was like, actually, it was Hamas that did it. This was retweeted, now unretweeted by Jake Sherman from NBC and MSNBC. This tweet is gaining traction. I can find no record of her being an Al Jazeera journalist. They joined Twitter in September and didn't write a single article for Al Jazeera. In fact, when I scroll down, a lot of it seems to be a bot troll who, after the war, changed their account name to spread disinfo on behalf of Israel, and now U.S. journalists are retweeting them without any basic research. I am an Al Jazeera journalist, Farida Khan, working in Khan Yunis, Gaza. I saw with my own eyes that it was a Hamas Ayash 250 rocket. It was Hamas that misfired the rocket. Al Jazeera is lying. I have video that it was the Hamas missile landing in the hospital. That's what this person said. Okay, Farida Khan. You look at how many followers they have. It's 1,374 followers. Okay. You look at when they started fucking tweeting, and let's see what some of their earlier tweets look like. This is from 48 minutes ago. Most of their tweets are from literally this past hour. What the fuck? Here, I'm gonna keep scrolling. I don't want to show you the scrolls because there might be TOS stuff in there, but I'll just keep scrolling as much as I can. With their replies as well, by the way. Holy shit. They've just dude, it's definitely a bot. Look at this. They keep posting this over and over again. I'm telling you, I've literally been fucking, look at this. This entire time I've been scrolling. It's all the same. It's the same over and over again. They only, oh my God. It literally has Wojaks in its fucking media tab. And these dumbass journalists who are so horny. They're so fucking horny to just say, no, it's actually, Hamas did it to themselves, that they got duped by a bot account. This is literally like saying, source, I am the rocket. Would be nice if Twitter had a way of, I don't know, verifying that person is who they say they are. What Elon Musk has done to the site is tragic. Seems pretty clearly not to be a reporter, by the way. There's not a single byline from their name, and they literally, bro, look at this. October 12th, 2023. Ya Allah ye kya ho raha hai. Pakistan versus India this Saturday. Already preparing myself for umpiring decisions to go against us. Oh, they're deleting their posts now. They're deleting all their earlier posts now. Oh, there it is. Oh, well, there you go. There you go. They're deleting all of their fucking posts now. Nice, dude. Nice. Damage is done already, isn't it? Fucking dumbasses. Yeah, image is not loading. How quickly? Look at this. This page doesn't exist. Try searching for something else. Did they block you? No, they didn't block me. They just started deleting all their fucking posts. Here's the proof that Jake Sherman reposted it. Oh, nice, dude. Oh, they changed their profile picture too. What the fuck? They mass cleared their media already. Nice, dude. Hey, there you go. They literally mocked Palestinians in an earlier tweet. Rizwan is feeling the Palestinians totally burr. What do we have to combat propaganda when this is going all over the place? You can't. What is this? Israeli Air Force, the Air Force bombs Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Wait, really? The video that everybody's using from combat footage and everywhere else literally is just is openly, the title is something different. Look at the second. Look at this guy. Stop sending me the Calla Walsh video. I already covered it a fucking 1,000 times. I've already shown you the bombing video 1,000 times. The only verified bombing video that has come out of the hospital bombing that Israel conducted that has been verified by the Washington Post is the one I showed you. The timestamp doesn't fucking match. This video is a good sound comparison using verified video. Yeah, here. This is what a Hamas missile sounds like, and here's what a US JDAM sounds like.
Bombs away.
that whistle that you hear in that fucking rocket is 100%. Like, you can hear the jet. It's ridiculous. Down to the pop. Like, it's just so stupid. I cannot fucking believe that, like, we're still arguing over this when Israel literally said they were going to bomb the hospital itself. It's so crazy, dude. Former military archivist analyst, that was a JDAM missile. It isn't debatable. JDAM tail fins caused the whistle. Important to note, JDAM isn't the payload. It's the targeting system slapped on a dumb bomb to make it smart. Islamic Jihad denies responsibility for bombing hospital in Gaza. Guys, do you think if the Islamic Jihad had JDAMs, they would use it on their own hospital? Or do you think they would use it on fucking Tel Aviv? Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Anyway, so crazy. I'm shook, dude. I'm literally fucking, I'm losing it. Yeah, we just watched this video, Chelsea. Here's the U.S. troops calling in a JDAM on enemy fighters in Afghanistan. There you go. And here is the hospital bombing. The only verified video footage so far of the hospital bombing. Okay? The only verified footage so far. Verified by the Washington Post to be the hospital bombing. Hold on. Where is it? And they're going to be doing more bunker busters too. Like, they're going to deploy more bunker busters. That is the goal. Where the fuck is the goddamn video? Okay, now I can't find it. Holy shit. Oh, here. Here. Okay, I'm going to put this side by side. I want you to fucking understand something, okay? So that is a JDAM called on. Do you think that seems similar to one another? Also, not a ballistic trajectory expert, but that JDAM came from super high up. Don't forget this. This is an important lesson for all of you to learn, okay? This is an important lesson for all of you to learn on this day. How quickly the media runs with this narrative. For some of you, you are new here and you've never actually experienced this. You've never actually seen this, okay? You've never seen it happen. Look, here's the push note from New York Times. Israel said a misfired Palestinian rocket caused the explosion at Gaza hospital to kill hundreds, disputing Palestinian claims. No matter what you think of me, no matter what you think of anything here, okay? Remember what happened today. Remember how quickly the conversation moved away. Remember how quickly the conversation fucking moved away from the possible thousands that have died. They haven't even recovered all of the bodies from the rubble yet. Where the IDF gloated about the bombing and deleted it on their Arabic Facebook account. Where a spokesperson, a digital spokesperson for the Israeli government openly stated that it was a Hamas target that they blew up and then deleted it. The Israeli government's propaganda tools tried to desperately show different footage. Not even from the same time frame, not even showing the same bombing that they deleted, okay? That they fucking deleted. This footage is now no longer in existence. They deleted it. They deleted it. You know why they deleted it? Because they're fucking lying. Now, OSINT Defender on Twitter says a Hamas misfire and he reposts the same video. Yeah, they're fucking bullshit, okay? They're bullshit. This is literally an Indian man pretending to be an Al Jazeera reporter, lol. Look at those bubbles, look heavier and bigger. Yeah. Maybe he was previously assigned to the boob desk. Can you guys send me that? Tamasis, can you send me that link that the NBC reporter fucking retweeted? I want to post it. I cannot, I just don't understand it. At this point, it's like, looking at this situation is literally like having IDF soldiers with like actual IDF gear going in and like ruthlessly slaughtering Palestinians. And then the Israeli government says, yeah, this was actually Hamas wearing IDF shit. It wasn't the IDF soldiers that did it. After they said that they were going to go in and slaughter Palestinians. Like, there is nothing I can... Like, I don't understand how you can look at the situation and think that there's anything different. This fucking jackass. Hold on. Is the Western media also doing propaganda? Yes. MSNBC's very own Jake Sherman, dude. Benjamin Netanyahu posted this. What did he post? The whole world should know it was the brutal terrorists in Gaza that struck the hospital in Gaza, not the IDF. Whoever brutally kills our children kills his own children as well. I don't know why they're trying. Like, I don't know why they're still trying to do this. I guess, like, it doesn't matter. Like, people will... The first tweet, since it was deleted and replaced with the second. Yeah, breaking Israeli Air Force struck a Hamas terrorist base inside of a hospital in Gaza. A multiple number of terrorists are dead. Islamic Jihad bombed a hospital in Gaza. It fired a barrage of rockets into Israel. They've also rushed to show five different fucking videos at this point. First, they said it was Hamas. Then they said it was Islamic Jihad. Then they used multiple fucking videos to be like, oh, it was a failed, it was a misfire. When it's clear as day that it was a fucking JDAM. Jesus Christ. Where is that fucking dumbass? This kind of fucking nonsense, this kind of anti-Semitic garbage will not fucking stand in this community, okay? Take that shit elsewhere, dumb bitch. shifty Jews. No, motherfucker. This has nothing to do with Judaism, okay? The fuck is wrong with you? This has everything to do with a genocidal apartheid state that unfairly and in the most disgusting manner invokes the emotions that the Holocaust brings specifically to justify the ethnic cleansing that they engage in against Palestinians on a daily basis, as they simultaneously claim that they represent all Jews and their interests around the world. This is a falsehood. They do not. They do not represent all of the Jews and their interests around the world. They do not even represent the interests of Jews living in Israel. That much is clear. All they care about is just more land grabs. Get the fuck out of here. Just checked every major news network and all are running with what Israel is saying. Remember, they have access to the same shit that we do. You think they don't have fucking producers? You think some dumb bitch like myself who runs top of the hour ad breaks? Like I have access. I have access to information that they do not. They do. Bro, they heard him. They fucking heard them. They heard the IDF. They heard the IDF when they first said, evacuate all 6 of the fucking hospitals. 2 days prior, they had bombed the same hospital 2 days ago. It's fucking mind-boggling to me. Yes, I'm running the 3-minute ad break right now. If you no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 worth for free or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. You are reporting the same thing that Israel is claiming something? I'm showing you the truth while simultaneously telling you that they're fucking lying. No fucking way 1 minute ago? Yes, they're lying. They're lying. And it's spreading all around, okay? It's fucking bullshit. Every fucking dumbass Twitter account that is horny to fucking to farm as much money as they can off of like dumbass Twitter likes is lying about it. Speed Razor, thank you for the 5 gifted. Indie Lock, thank you for the 5 gifted. Fox Steve, thank you for the 5 gifted. Which is so crazy. In Arabic, it says Israel striking Lebanon, and the time is 1859. And the hospital was struck. No, the hospital wasn't struck at 4:30. The hospital was struck at an hour after this. Check your boy. The footage Israel posted literally came from some random YouTube stream. Purpose of this thread, to capture the source of the footage being shared, not to try to make any analysis of it. Adding to the thread of the footage. There's a stream of footage doing the rounds. It's found from the stream between 1955 to 8. Okay, 7:55 to 8 p.m. time before it gets deleted due to it being a stream. If you scrub back to the same time on the Al Jazeera thread, you can align the footage. The actual bombing happened after that footage. The actual bombing of the hospital happened after that footage. And the only thing that Aurora is not a good source. They've posted fake shit and deleted. I don't care about Aurora. I do not care about what Aurora is posting. I care about the only verified footage from the bombing so far. None of the Israeli footage is verified. None. Not a single, and they know it too. That's why they keep deleting it. That's why they've posted like 8 different fucking videos so far. I showed you the bombing. I showed you the actual footage, the only verified footage so far. Why do you come in here and say this? How do you think? How do you personally think that this will not be verified inevitably further? We've already done the verification. There's already enough evidence to 100% show. Watch you be wrong once again. Keep pushing your fake propaganda. Brother, I'm losing my mind. Thank you, Pokimane, for doing a dono match up to $7,000. I don't understand it. I don't understand why, like, they said they were going to bomb the hospitals, and they literally bombed that same hospital. How can you literally question that this is, like, I don't know. I don't understand. Oh, my God.
The same evening, or within hours of the report starting to come through of that horrific attack on that hospital in Gaza, where we now know that hundreds of Gazans were killed by what seems to be an Israeli missile strike. Certainly video evidence would suggest that. But yeah, the Palestinians of the occupied territory are sick of what they say is President Abbas's inability basically to effect change, and they accuse him of not doing enough to stop the violence that is exacted upon, obviously, not only themselves, but of course the Gazans, as this expected ground invasion and this ongoing pummeling bombardment of the Gaza Strip by Israeli forces continues.
Charles, we're getting word that Mahmoud Abbas, the Palestinian president, may speak shortly. We don't know what form that would take, if it will take a statement or if he will speak publicly. Is that likely to calm things down further where you are or inflame the situation? What can he say that will make these protesters happy at this point?
Their fundamental demand at the beginning of this protest was that he should be back in the country. We know that Abbas has been meeting with various international leaders and talking to a lot of leaders around the world since October the 7th, since that those attacks by Hamas fighters infiltrated into Israel. That was the number one demand. But as I say, within that crowd, there were chants for him to basically step down. They were calling for the fall of President Abbas. There were mixed groups within these protests as well, representing not only Hamas but various other Palestinian factions. I think it's safe to say that his arrival, if indeed he has made it back to Ramallah, but we know that meeting with Biden has been cancelled, that will go some way to assuaging, to calming things down here. But still, they accuse him of, over the years, being utterly ineffectual in stopping the violence that they are subjected to on a daily basis by Israel. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how things develop. But, yeah, it's important to recognise that it's not just Ramallah that we've seen these protests happening.
Oh, my God. Now the Israeli official is on with Jake Tapper.
Across the occupied West Bank, including Hebron.
The Iranian subsidiary, and they are very dangerous. And in the past, they've fired rockets into Israel. And as I said, in many cases, in 33% of the cases, they're...
Why are you watching Qatari Propaganda News Network for breaking news, dog? Why do you think, dumbass? They are some of the only fucking journalists that have journalists left on the ground who haven't fucking died. Well, some of them have. What the fuck do you mean? How else are you going to find out anything that is going on the ground in Gaza? What are you supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Well, I know what you want me to do. You want me to fucking close my eyes and only watch CNN when time and time again, they just literally repeat what the IDF is saying and don't show anything. Don't show anything about the atrocities on the ground for the most part. They rarely ever have Palestinians on. They rarely ever connect with people on the ground. For the most part, it's just this. Think about it. Look at this. They have a senior advisor, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, on to talk about how the bombing of the hospital is actually fake when Israel has said they were going to bomb that hospital. Israel actually bombed the hospital 2 days prior and blew up a wing of that hospital 2 days ago, okay? And that people on the ground are saying that Israel blew up the hospital. And the only verified footage so far shows that the hospital was blown up by munitions that Hamas or the Islamic Jihad do not have, possibly a JDAM, okay? And you're like, oh, why are you just not listening to the IDF propaganda when the IDF propaganda in and of itself hasn't even been able to fucking come up with a conclusive defense for it? All of those OSINT guys. Here, this is the OSINT analyst I've seen where that goes, the failed rocket launch is looking more and more likely to the culprit in the hospital. The video shows the impact a few moments after the interception. Okay? This video does not have any sound. So you can't tell if there is a specific, you can't tell if that is actually the same fucking time frame. And I think this is from that live stream that shows that it's actually before the fucking actual bombing occurred, as according to the on-the-ground reports. Okay? If it was intercepted, it would blow the whole hospital to ship. No, it can't. Intercepted missiles are not fucking capable of blowing an entire goddamn hospital. What the fuck are you talking about? Intercepted missiles or failed launched missiles in and of itself, intercepted missiles create shrapnel, okay? I don't think a lot of people understand this concept. Intercepted missiles create shrapnel, okay? Failed rocket launches, on the other hand, can still explode in a non-targeted location, okay? But what you have to remember is that the failed rocket launches, which has happened in the past with Hamas, are not large enough to explode a literal fucking hospital. Don't look at the IDF propaganda then. AJ Mubashir channel live shows the explosion at 7 p.m. after the rocket implodes midair. That's not when the bomb blew up. That's not when the hospital blew up. You have no fucking shame? It was on Al Jazeera, you absolute clown. That is not when the explosions happened. And the people that are using this, as the fucking actual, oh my God. Okay. This explosion occurring is from the same area. I think it actually might be the hospital, okay? This explosion is, as far as I've seen, seemingly smaller than the actual fucking explosion. And not only that, is incapable. It is the hospital. It is the explosion that you are watching, okay, is incapable of blowing up an entire fucking hospital. The actual verified video, not from some fucking OSINT defender, but actually from the Washington Post, is from the right time frame. It's from the right time, and it actually literally fucking shows like a massive explosion happening. And like I said, they blew up the hospital. Literally, they fucking striked it on Saturday already. It's the same hospital that they fucking struck here. And in this video itself, you can see like I think there's like, I can't tell if there's like what this is here, but it could be interception of other rockets, okay? But you hear the missile. Every single video that the Israeli sources officially have put out have literally been, deleted. They deleted their own fucking missile. They deleted their own videos as a counter. Fucking OSINT guys, dude. Synced video of the both Al Jazeera stream. Wait, no, this is a different Al Jazeera. Wait, what the fuck? People were sending videos that didn't look like this at all. Yeah. Wait, this is okay. This is from.
صاروخا سقط بالفعل وأحدث دمارا في البنى التحتية والسيارة وفي المباني.
The video had a first explosion earlier? Yeah, I don't understand. I will watch the Bassam Youssef video in a little bit. This is the angle that shows rocket interception and the larger hospital. This video is taken from a live stream that does appear to show a rocket interception followed by a small explosion on the ground in the distance, followed by a different and far larger explosion at the Al Ahli hospital. Okay, so the interception occurs. There's a small explosion on the ground in the distance, which is from 1859 Mecca time. You're not going to mention the sync. It showed the same thing. Yes, no, it does. It looks the same. I agree. Yes, this does look the same. It looks identical to the explosion when it's synced up. That, of course, still doesn't change the fucking reality that there is no rocket that has the capability of blowing up a fucking hospital that Hamas and the fuck, man. The IDF literally have these rockets. Hamas does not. You can't deploy these weapons from the ground. A missile interception occurring at the same fucking time doesn't change that reality. What are you saying? There's the interception, and there's the rocket. The intercepting Iron Dome missile caused minor injuries in Israel over decades, yet this missile being intercepted caused an explosion that wipes out a hospital. No, I think what I assume occurred, okay? What I assume occurred is rocket fire and interceptions were happening simultaneously as a fucking massive missile hit the hospital. This was linked earlier, but they weren't sub-geolocation done on the same. No, yes, it is the same. It is the same location. Sure, you know exactly what kind of weapons Hamas has? Brother, first of all, yes, we do know what kind of missiles Hamas has. They use them all the time. They make videos about them, okay? There is firepower that is capable of blowing up an entire hospital. Hamas does not have that level of firepower. Do they have weapons? Absolutely. Okay, they do. They have missiles. There is a difference between a missile that can fucking blow up an entire hospital and a guided bomb. I feel like I'm losing my mind, okay? I'm losing my fucking mind. Specifically because, no, it's not even homemade. No, they get missile parts from Iran by way of tunnel networks that they have into Egypt. This part is true, okay? And they put those missiles together. They assemble those missiles together, okay? Here's what it looks like when a Hamas rocket hits a residential apartment building. It's like we're comparing tonnage at this point. We're comparing a weight class that is completely like 100 times larger. Even if it is a failed rocket that accidentally turned around and directly struck a fucking hospital, an actual missile misfiring on the Hamas side falls into a crowded area and kills 7 people, not 500. Oh, I don't know what's wrong with me. I feel like I have chills. Can I say something? Do we really think Israel would risk lying about this? If there was any doubt, they'd get caught red-handed. I'm not saying it wasn't Israel, but if it was, yes, they've done it so many times. And you have no idea that they've done it so many times, which proves that, of course, they're going to do it again. They did this when they sniped a medic, and then they cut her fucking footage. First, they sniped her. First, they said everybody had a weapon. Everyone that we killed had a weapon. Then video footage came out that, no, this was an actual medic who was clearly wearing a medic vest. Then they said, well, she said she was going to be a human shield. They fucking cut her commentary. They cut her statement short to say that she was a human shield for Hamas. That was also a lie. They did this with Shireen Abu Akleh not that long ago, a very famous Palestinian American reporter, a Christian too. They sniped her in the fucking neck. She had a press vest on. They turned around and they said it was Palestinians that sniped her. Then it came out that it wasn't Palestinians that sniped her because it was on fucking camera. They do it all the fucking time. They have bombed hospitals over and over again. They bombed this exact hospital 2 days ago. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my fucking mind. Chat, please. They bombed this exact hospital 2 days ago. Well, on Saturday. Israel bombs Gaza's only rehab hospital. Staff forced to evacuate paralyzed after shelling. Mounting evidence of deliberate attacks on Gaza's health workers by the Israeli army. July 21st, 2014. Gaza City, Gaza Strip. Israeli forces fired a tank shell at a hospital in Gaza on Monday, killing at least 4 people and injuring 40 others. It was the third hospital Israel's military struck since launching a ground offensive in Gaza last week. Israel attacks on Gaza left strained healthcare system in tatters from May 21st, 2021. After a ceasefire on Thursday, Palestinians took stock of damage wrought by airstrikes that left doctors dead and at least 19 healthcare facilities destroyed. Israel has been bombing hospitals. You just never hear about it because I just unpacked it for you. I just showed you why. I just showed you exactly why you never even fucking hear about it. And in that situation, you're like, wow, that's so cruel that it cannot be real. This can't be real. This is the most moral army on the planet. It is so cruel that there is definitely no real reason as to why they would lie about it. They threatened the hospital to evacuate, okay? Yesterday at 7 p.m., the Al-Ahli Arab Hospital in Gaza, our partner in the Diagnostic Cancer Treatment Center, was hit by 2 Israeli rockets. 2 Israeli authorities ordered the evacuation at the hospital. Oh my God. Is the footage they wait, I wonder if the footage they're showing is from October 15th, from the last time they blew up the hospital. Wait, the Al Jazeera video that's going around is about Lebanon and Hezbollah. Misinformation is actually real? Wait, hold on. They said it was from 2022, so they removed it. Yeah, I saw the Al Jazeera broadcast. I know, I saw the Al Jazeera broadcast thing that they posted. I know. Oh my God. I wonder if this is literally from... We'll find out. We'll find out if this is directly at the same time or not. Disclaimer. The ex-Twitter account, Farida Khan, falsely claims Al Jazeera affiliation. We want to clarify. This account has no ties to Al Jazeera. Its views or content. Exercise caution. Verify information prior to publishing. Yeah, I saw the translation. Israeli Air Force, the Air Force bombed Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Yeah, but it might not. That might be the main. That might be the what they're covering at the time. Listen, that might be what they're covering at the time. But that looks literally like the exact location of the hospital. Okay, it does. So having that be the description, having that be the description doesn't change the reality that this is most likely from that same time frame. This still doesn't change the reality that it is not possible for this to simply be an intercepted rocket that fell on top of a hospital and blew up like that. This is the real video. And the video says 1859 on it. The bomb was at 1950. I think what is going on here is, I don't know exactly what date this is from. This could potentially be from the exact same day. This could be from the time that the bomb blew up. It could be from 2 days prior. I don't know. I do not know. Some people keep saying it's from 2022. That's the one you said. That's the one you said was fake earlier, though, right? What changed? The only verified videos so far from the actual attack, not from the Israeli account, the only verified video so far from this, according to the Washington Post, is the cell phone footage that I showed you. Okay? The fact that people are trying to pawn it off on Hamas just to shift the blame does not change the fact that thousands of people, thousands of children, innocent civilians are dying day by day. It doesn't matter. I'm losing my fucking mind that people are saying that, like, there is a... I didn't say it was a fake video. I wanted to hear the sound from the video because those videos did not actually feature the same sound, so I could verify whether or not this was the same exact explosion. CMS retweeted some actual reporting from on the ground.
NBC News is not able to get into Gaza right now. The Israeli border is sealed. The Egyptian border is sealed. Our teams are not able to get there and to verify this directly. We should also say that the Israeli military at this point is not providing any evidence to back up its claims that this was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket. They are citing intelligence that they have not yet made public. We should also say that this kind of death toll is not what you normally associate with Palestinian rockets. These rockets are dangerous. They are deadly. They do not tend to kill hundreds of people.
Thank you. Fuck. Holy shit. This is the only thing I've seen in mainstream media that is like given an ounce of clarity on the situation. This is the video I think Chad is saying from 2022. I see a few people saying it's the Hamas rocket, even though it isn't. Oh, this is the first video that they posted. That's what it is. Yeah. No, that's actually a great video to show, by the way, because here, that's what it looks like. So you've seen videos of rockets being intercepted. That usually yields shrapnel, right? Here is what it looks like. Here is what it looks like when a rocket. Here's what it looks like when a rocket actually misfires. And this is from 2022. There's electricity here. Obviously, this is not the video. This is a fake video that they used. Okay. BBC has also mentioned it.
He has been contacted for comment, and they have said that they are investigating. But, it is hard to see what else this could be, really, given the size of the explosion, other than an Israeli airstrike or several airstrikes, because, when we've seen rockets being fired out of Gaza, we never see explosions of that scale. We might see half a dozen, maybe a few more people being killed in such rocket attacks, but we've never seen anything on the scale of the sort of explosion on the video I was watching earlier, which, as you say, is still to be verified.
Not sure, but if you saw that the summit in Jordan is canceled, yes, I know. It did. There will be more information that comes out. There will be more information. You shouldn't be jumping to conclusions, though. Brother, these conclusions that I'm jumping to are literally... Okay. The conclusions that I'm jumping to not because I, oh my God, hate Israel and think they're bloodthirsty for no fucking reason. The conclusions I'm jumping to is because Israel already bombed that same hospital on Saturday. Israel bombed that hospital on Saturday. Israel said to the 6 hospitals inside of Gaza to literally evacuate because they were going to bomb said hospitals. Everyone on the ground says this is an Israeli attack. The firepower, according to 2 other fucking journalists, finally, in Western media, the firepower does not match any kind of firepower that Hamas has ever had in their capabilities. Okay? 500 plus dying to a rocket misfire cannot happen. That's crazy. Israel said they were going to bomb the fucking hospital. Why is it a question? Israel literally told them to evacuate yesterday.
International societies and Red Cross and WHO and
no, this is not yesterday. This is 2 days ago.
Law societies, international.
Yeah, they told them to evacuate the hospital and they were going to bomb it. That's like, I'm losing it.
To pressure on Israeli government.
A conveniently straying rocket dropping on a hospital that the IDF warned bombing days prior. Nay, didn't just warn bombing days prior, actually bombed. This is from days ago, chat. This is actually from the last time they bombed it, for the record. I'm pretty sure. Nothing. This footage is from, I think, the last time they bombed it. From Saturday. Oh. Israelis and Palestinians blame each other for the blast of the Gaza hospital that killed hundreds. Here's the latest. Hezbollah and a Lebanese militant group that has fought escalating clashes with Israel in recent days denounced the blast of the hospital as an Israeli massacre, calling it in a statement via Al-Manar, the Lebanese broadcaster at owns, for a day of rage on Wednesday against Israel and President Biden's pending visit there. President Biden has departed. The toll on the explosion of the hospital remains unclear. The latest statement from the Gaza Health Ministry on their Telegram channel says that hundreds of people were killed, not 500 people, as Ashraf al-Qidra, the spokesman for the Palestinian Health Ministry in Gaza, said in a televised interview earlier Tuesday night. Dawood Shahab, a spokesman for Islamic Jihad, denied the Israeli military's claim that an errant rocket fired by the military group could have caused the deadly explosion at the Gaza City hospital. There were no operations by the Al-Quds brigades in the area at all. Shahab said in a phone call referring to the group's armed wing. This video, verified by the New York Times, this is the only video that's been verified. None of this like OSINT shit, okay? The only video that's been verified by the New York Times and the Washington Post is the moment a munition struck at the hospital in Gaza City, causing an explosion that the Gazan Health Ministry said killed hundreds. By the way, I want you to understand something. There's a deliberate reason as to why there isn't more fucking footage of this, okay? That's because the electricity's been cut off. That's because the internet has been cut off. That's because they did it so that they could control the narrative.
I'm joined now by Alon Levy, who's
perpetrated last week's massacre. We do not...
Where the fuck is it when he basically says, we've told them to evacuate hospitals. Oh my God. Not only that, but notice how the level of scrutiny on my end is far greater than the level of scrutiny placed upon Israel when Israel and Israeli officials have lied time and time and time again about targets that they've bombed. Israel has openly said that they were going to bomb this target. Israel also bombed this target on Saturday. Everyone is like, Hassan, I think we caught you. I think we caught you on this. Meanwhile, the official Israeli account literally showed a video and then had to delete it. They showed a video and had to delete it.
Stop this.
There is a reason why. There is a reason why the level of emphasis placed upon someone like myself who was trying to parse through this information in real time versus the fucking Israeli government is because you're already on the side of the Israeli government. You want to believe them.
Giving a national speech as we speak now. It might be in your in your outfit, in your Al Arabiya, Al Jazeera, and all of them. He is talking to the Palestinian people and to everyone as we speak, I believe, and he asked for a meeting for the Palestinian leadership. So that's what he did. I understand that our Egyptian brothers canceled the hotels of their today after this massacre. Therefore, they canceled the participation. But I think my brother will speak to that. Yes, and then of course our Jordanian brothers said that we cannot have a summit with these conditions. We don't know whether President Biden is still going there or not, but he canceled President Biden too. Okay, so that because the only thing that would make sense if he made ceasefire immediately, and I'm coming to force the implementation of ceasefire. I don't know what he said, but the summit has been canceled. But my brothers from Jordan and Egypt can say yes.
In a minute, please. Just that horrible crime and attack against the hospital in Gaza earlier today is a
People are saying it was a Hamas rocket by saying Hamas munitions stored in the hospital. That's why it was so large. Brother, you would, okay. When you blow something up with munitions stored inside, there's secondary explosions, okay? It doesn't blow up one time. There's one explosion there. There aren't secondary explosions occurring. It would be like boop, 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 boop.
There should
like fireworks.
There should be no conditional support ever. We're asking everyone for having a ceasefire immediately and so on. And speaking now to the issue of the summit, Cairo is hosting the summit as scheduled. We're speaking about the Cairo summit next Saturday, where parties in the region, permanent P5 are invited and are gathered. The Secretary General has confirmed his participation with the view to seek to address the humanitarian aspect of the outgoing war and how to put it to a ceasefire, and as well a very serious attempt to have a political horizon to address the fundamentals of the whole issue. This is what I wanted to say, and of course I add my voice to Ambassador Riyad Mansour in the issue of the accountability. There is no party above international law. No party ever would be, as much as the Arab ministers did condemn attacks on civilians, the same applies. Whoever has perpetrated that horrible crime of today should
Here's a video of secondary explosions of a munitions depot here. Look. Do you see that? Do you understand? So what's going on in that situation is munitions, when they catch fire, munitions cook and start flying in different directions. It's a chain reaction. It's a series of explosions. It's not one big explosion. Here, this is what he said.
Because Hamas has embedded itself deep inside civilian population, under the civilian infrastructure, inside homes, inside schools, inside hospitals. And in order for us to target Hamas, we would like as many civilians, as many as feasibly humanly possible, to get out of the way. Because, Sangeeta, we are honestly sick of the suffering.
That's 2 days ago. But again, I don't know what else to show you, because, I mean, I don't know what to show you that they haven't said themselves. Like, it just like blows my fucking mind that people are.
And we don't want to see any more images of.
Here is when he's talking about
to create that framework.
Understood, Mr. Levy. Let's talk about the hospital. You've just referred again, haven't you, to the northern part of Gaza. You accept that you have ordered 1.1 million Gazans to flee southward. Inside that northern territory is Israel's biggest hospital. That includes babies that are in incubators. That includes the elderly. That includes people that need that have just undergone operations. That includes people who are victims of, as Israel has described, the collateral damage done by targeting Hamas buildings. How do you expect any of those patients to flee northern Gaza and move south?
If I'm not mistaken, Sangeeta, are we talking about the same hospital in the Gaza Strip underneath which the Hamas terrorist organization has established its military headquarters? Are we talking about the same hospital?
I'm asking you a question. How do you expect the patients that I have just described to you to flee?
I think the question that should be asked is why the Hamas terrorist organization
That may
has
be the question
established...
you want asked. That is not the question I'm asking you.
We are debating this for the last 2 hours. I guess they achieved what they wanted when they said that, when they started lying and said it was the Islamic Jihad. Yes, they did. That's why this is. That's why they do this every fucking time. But what is a good moment for everyone to learn from this, regardless of what the outcome of this is, okay? Regardless of what the fucking outcome of this is, even though I am firm in my position, given the evidence that we have so far, it would be shocking. Like it would imply for me to be wrong in the situation, and I could be, as always, okay? For me to be wrong in this circumstance, the firepower that Islamic Jihad or Hamas, which is what Israel has claimed now, because they changed their narrative, okay? For me to be wrong in this circumstance, I wish you are wrong. Wait, why do you wish I'm wrong? You want this to be a misfire from Islamic Jihad or Hamas? Or that they deliberately blew up their own hospital or something? Is that what you're saying? Anyway, for this to be the exact opposite of what I've claimed, the Israeli government, for the first time, after years and years of doing exactly the same thing, for them to be honest in the circumstance, despite the fact that they've shown different videos that they've had to delete, would imply that Hamas or Islamic Jihad, one of the two, because they fucking said it was Hamas first and then they said it's Islamic Jihad, would have a missile that is capable of delivering that tonnage of damage. Okay? Now, I'm not a missile expert. I'm not entirely certain that a misfire would yield a larger damage rather than a smaller area of damage. Delete the title, you have no proof. Shut the fuck up. Suck my fucking dick. What do you want me to say? Would you come in here and say, delete your title, you have no proof? If I said, Hamas blew up its own hospital? We can only arrive at conclusions by looking at the reality that IDF did fucking blow up that hospital before. On Saturday, the IDF also said that that hospital needs to evacuate alongside 6 other hospitals. They already bombed that hospital. On Saturday, they bombed it. We are currently watching an IDF spokesperson. Literally explain how they're going to bomb a hospital.
How do you expect patients in Gaza's biggest hospital to flee?
Israel wants to target the Hamas terrorists who are responsible for the massacre last week. For that to happen, we need civilians to get out of the way. We understand that may be a very difficult task. We understand that may be a very difficult task. That's why Israel has identified routes along which people may evacuate.
Which they blew up as well, by the way. And then lied and said that they didn't actually blow up, which was also crazy. Anyway, let's see the updates here. President Biden stopped Amman, Jordan has been canceled. The senior administration official said he's about to take off for Tel Aviv. Dr. Mohammed Abu Salima, the director of Al-Shifa, the Gaza hospital where many of those injured at the Ahli Arab hospital were taken, said that the death toll remained difficult to estimate because of the extent of the damage of the blast site, but he could confirm that more than 500 had been wounded or killed. The shred of the bodies have overlapped, he said in a phone call. Anyway, we're going to move on from this as we await further information. I think I have repeated myself far too many times, okay, as to why I don't believe that this was anything but an IDF attack, given that the Islamic Jihad or Hamas militants do not have the same firepower capable of blowing up an entire fucking hospital. This is what I'm saying. What Israel is saying does not make sense from a coordinated lie conspiracy perspective. If they said Hamas did this to make themselves look like a victim, okay, that makes sense. But what they're trying to do is delete posts where they admit to it and then continuing to engage in a disconcerted and nonsensical lie. I'm a dumb fuck. Do the majority of people believe that Hamas bombed the hospital? Why? They do, because the media ran with a narrative that that the IDF blamed Islamic Jihad. First they blamed Hamas, then they blamed Islamic Jihad, and the media ran with that narrative. They were like, yeah, this is this is probably what happened. It's probably Israel that didn't do this. Wall Street Journal, however, said the bomb that was dropped on the hospital was an American Mk-84 bomb. We've shown you the videos of those Mk-84 bombs on the Israeli side. They do not have the deployment capabilities of Hamas does not have the deployment capabilities of an Mk-84 bomb. I don't know. We will wait. We will await further information to be revealed. They did the same thing in 2022. Yeah. First they said it was Hamas. Now they're blaming it on Islamic Jihad. First they used this video. This is the video that I said was fucking fake. Okay? I need you to understand. First the Israel War Room came out with this video saying it was a fucking failed launch. The video itself showed that the Gaza Strip had power. That video was from a different different time. It was not from last night. If you misfire a rocket, the chance of it hitting a hospital is like hitting a needle in a haystack. Even if it is, to be fair, Israel War Room isn't Israel. What do you mean? No, the Israel War Room abso-fucking-lutely is conducting Hasbara propaganda alongside many of the other Israel-branded accounts. What are you talking about? Like, this is... The podcast said that we should all hope it wasn't an idea because the ramifications of what that would lead to. Why would there be ramifications as this time as opposed to the rest? Yeah. Israel War Room is not linked to Israel. Seeing many people on here use the account as official. This is a US-based activist group. It's not even an official Israeli government account. Otherwise, it would have a gray verified badge. Note the gold check mark. They're paying $1,000 a month to look official. This is not, the Israel War Room is not a official IDF account. It is a part of the Hasbara misinformation operations, though. And it's not even just that. There are multiple different accounts that are getting in on this. Sometimes not necessarily because they are one-sided on the affair and want to spread misinformation, but literally because they just want to make money. Because that's what new Twitter is. New Twitter now literally gives you an incentive to just lie in that fucking moment. There are plenty of accounts like BNO and shit, okay, that just straight up lie. Why are they doing that? Because it gets a lot of fucking clicks. And then you can get money. Twitter will pay you to lie during active conflict. Twitter has also destroyed the verification process, which is why you have fake Indian bot accounts that present themselves as Al Jazeera journalists who then are retweeted by American journalists immediately. First they said it was Hamas, now they're blaming it on Islamic Jihad. Where have I heard this story before? Gaza. Israel admits killing 5 children at a cemetery after initially blaming it on Islamic Jihad. Army inquiry concludes that an Israeli strike killed the 5 boys on the last day of the country's recent offensive against Gaza. There it is. They've done this before. I mean, they've done this so many fucking times. This is only one of many. Let's watch Bassam Youssef.
Well, joining me now to discuss the conflict in Israel and Gaza is a TV host and satirist, Bassam Youssef. Bassam, it's great to have you back on the program. I wish it was under different circumstances. First of all, what is your reaction to what happened on October the 7th?
Al Jazeera live stream on YouTube 5 minutes after the alleged hospital explosion showcased an Israeli airstrike in the same location. Do you have that? Can you send me the link of the full-blown Al Jazeera live stream, and I'll take a look at it? Why would the media take the side of Israel and Israeli propaganda rather than the Palestinian side? Come on, dog. You're not serious right now, are you? Geo confirmed the coordinates on Twitter, though. Geo confirmed ISR PAL, a missile launched by Palestinian groups, exploded midair, and one of the pieces fell on the Al Ahli Arabs hospital yard. Before reacting, read our thread. Oh my God. I'm losing my fucking mind. I need the time codes on the live stream, like with minus whenever the bombing first took place. How many hours ago was it? Anyway, timing is key. The video going around does not match the first reports of the blast around 1950 local time. IDF claims they may be off by 10 minutes or more. Can we work to verify this? Timing needs to be established. -4, 12 minutes for the initial coverage. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for the first coverage. I'm looking. You sent me when they first started talking about it. You're not showing me the live feed, the live cam. Okay? Anyway, let's play this, and then we'll continue.
Oh, it was terrible, of course. I mean, we kind of get our news kind of also secondhand because, you know, my wife's family, they live in Gaza. They actually have cousins and uncles there, and their house also was bombed. We haven't been able to communicate with them for the past 3 days. Communication are lost. So we don't know actually what is the... how are they doing? But you know, we're used to that. I mean, it's just like it's very repetitive. We're used to that. We're used to them being bombed every time and moving from one place to the other. You know, it's just like those Palestinians. They're very dramatic. Israel killing us, but they never die. I mean, they always come back. You know, they're very difficult to kill. Very difficult people to kill. I know because I'm married to one. I tried many times, couldn't kill her.
I mean, there's a dark humor there, and I understand why. Because
no, it's not dark humor. I try to get to her every time, but she uses our kids as human shields. I can never take her out.
Again, I understand the humor, but to be serious, Bassam, about this, tonight
okay, I will be serious. Now, I will be serious. I was watching your interview with Ben Shapiro, and I'll tell you one thing.
Yeah.
I think that Ben Shapiro is one of the smartest people who ever walked this earth. He's very, very smart. I follow him, and I believe everything he said. And when he came on your show, his solution was, and I quote, his solution was that the solution for this is for Israel to annex Gaza and to kill as many son of bitches as possible to make sure that this will never happen again. And anyone who called for a ceasefire will be a terrorist sympathizer. So God forbid, I don't want to be labeled as a terrorist sympathizer. So I agree with Ben Shapiro. I think we should kill as many son of bitches as possible.
Well, let me,
so
okay,
far,
but Bassam,
so far 3,500 people were killed, including 5,000 son of bitches in the bombing of the Baptist hospital as we speak right now. 1/3 of those 3,500 were children. So my question to Ben Shapiro is, how many more son of bitches do we need to kill so Ben Shapiro is happy?
Okay,
because it changes
Bassam,
from 1 year.
It changes from one.
I'm sorry that. Please, I'm really at a disadvantage here. I'm looking at a camera. I don't see you. I can hear you on my ear.
The reason I'm interrupting
so
is I think you might be. I think you're conflating different interviews with Ben Shapiro. He didn't use the phrase "sons of bitches" with me. Let me play to you what he actually said on my show.
He did. Go back to your interview.
No, he didn't. That was another interview. But let me play what he said to me here.
Well, frankly, I don't believe in proportionate response to terrorism. I believe that the way that you
guys, Bassam Youssef is he is the Jon Stewart of Egypt. Okay, he is a comedian. And he also does like political commentary. Of course, he's being sarcastic. He's trying to expose how fucking insane it is. How fucking insane it is that Ben can say things like this. No, he's a lib. I can't believe you guys are taking what he's saying seriously. The point he's trying to make is like it's ridiculous that Ben is saying these psychotic terrorist things.
Stop terrorism is with wildly disproportionate response. That doesn't mean in terms of targeting civilians. It means in terms of killing as many terrorists as humanly possible and allowing them to dictate the terms of engagement by hiding behind civilians in areas that they are supposedly responsible for means that the only option for Israel is to surrender to Hamas's hatred of its own citizens, its willingness to use its own children as human shields. No country worth its salt could ever do that.
Now, that is substantively different to what you said he said, right? He's talking there specifically about Hamas terrorists.
I agree with him. The thing is, the question is, what is a proportionate response? Because it has been different from one tier to another. So if you look to this graph, for example, this is the death of Israeli and Palestinians, and it's changing from 1 year to year. It's like fluctuating like crypto. So my question is today, what is the going rate today for human lives? I mean, 2014 was a great year for Ben Shapiro. 88 Israelis were died, and there was 2,329 Palestinians killed on the other side. That is 1 Israeli for 27 Palestinians. That is a very good exchange rate. What I'm saying is, what is the exchange rate for today? So you guys will be happy. That's my question.
Well, it's not me, guys. I'm not on either side.
No, not you. Like when I say you guys, I say like people on the other side of that. I know that you don't think like that. You're one of the good guys. But let's.
He's just fucking cooking them, dude. Like, you're one of the good guys, I promise.
Let me tell you something. I mean, the reason that I'm using this is that, I mean, I can't remember what happened in 2014, and there was no music festival, but there must be something. I mean, they must do something. It is their fault. It has to be something. I mean, 2018, 300 Palestinians died. Who's counting, you know? So the thing is, what my question is.
Yeah, 2018 was the March to Return. Peaceful protest.
Let's find what is the exchange rate for human life today so we expect the future death of Palestinians and we'll be happy to it.
My response to that would be this, Bassem. I thought carefully about it because I think it's very tricky.
Holy shit, this guy actually did the grandma to baby exchange rate. Yeah, he did. I said this yesterday when we were watching the Muhammad hijab video, and I was like, you should just ask, like, what's the exchange rate? How many grandmothers being kidnapped is the equivalent to like multiple Palestinian children being fucking burned to death with rockets? It's tricky, but I'm sure you have like a decent balance for it, and he's doing it right now, which is good. I mean, I'm happy that someone is doing that.
For people like me to immerse ourselves into a conflict.
Before people say he's watching you, this man has been a fucking satirist and the Jon Stewart in Egypt for longer than I've been alive. So not longer than I've been alive, but he's definitely been around for much longer than I have. So no, I don't think that he's watching me, because if he was, then he'd know at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. I still have his. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now.
And I thought carefully about what I feel about this. I feel that the scale of what Hamas did on October the 7th supersedes anything else I've seen in this conflict, really ever. The savagery, the butchery, the slaughter of 1,300 people, the shooting of babies, the 100%. Kidnapping of grandmothers, and so on. So if we can agree on that, which I think is inarguable, then the question then becomes, again, about proportion. I don't disagree that there's been a lot of bad stuff on both sides going back historically for decades. But if we agree that this was on a different level altogether, quite deliberately by Hamas, designed to provoke. No, here's my question. Let me ask you a question. And the question, because you raised it earlier about proportion. I honestly don't know what the proportionate response is. I honestly don't. I don't. I've been watching the airstrikes this week thinking.
So what's your question?
Well, I would ask you, if you were Israel, what would you?
If I was Israel.
If you were Israel and that had happened to you, what would you think would be the appropriate way for the country to respond?
I would do exactly like Israel did, kill as many people as possible, since the world is letting me do it. I mean, I can do it because I can, you know. But the thing is, you know what? I agree with you. And you know what? I'm going to be even ahead of you, because I see the question coming. Do you condemn Hamas for the atrocity? Yes, I condemn Hamas. I condemn Hamas. I condemn Hamas. Hamas is the source of all evil. They are a reason for everything. And you know what? Let's, for a minute, imagine a world without Hamas.
Right.
What will this word look like? Let's give this word a name, and let's name this word the West Bank. Hamas has absolutely no control in the West Bank, and this is the beginning of this year. Only through August, 37 Palestinian kids were killed. No music festival.
Why did you say he's a sub? Why did you? I mean, the world without West Bank is like directly the same commentary that I've said as well. Go back 30 seconds. Oh, he's gonna condemn.
I honestly don't know what the proportionate response is. I honestly don't. I don't. I've been watching the airstrikes this week thinking.
So what's your question?
Well, I would ask you, if you were Israel, what would you?
If I was Israel.
If you were Israel and that had happened to you, what would you think would be the appropriate way for the country to respond?
I would do exactly like Israel did, kill as many people as possible, since the world is letting me do it. I mean, I can do it because I can, you know. But the thing is, you know what? I agree with you. And you know what? I'm going to be even ahead of you, because I see the question coming. Do you condemn Hamas for the atrocity? Yes, I condemn Hamas. I condemn Hamas. I condemn Hamas. Hamas is the source of all evil. They are a reason for everything. And you know what? Let's, for a minute, imagine a world without Hamas.
Right.
What will this word look like? Let's give this word a name, and let's name this word the West Bank. Hamas has absolutely no control in the West Bank, and this is the beginning of this year. Only through August, 37 Palestinian kids were killed. No music festival, no paragliding, no Hamas. Since the occupation of the West Bank, 7,000 Palestinians were killed. No music festival, no paragliding, no Hamas. I can go on and on and on and on.
No, but you don't think so, because in a way you're preaching to the choir.
I love him for saying this.
I follow this crisis.
Oh no, you're not preaching. So the thing is, like,
well, in the sense that I know that what you're saying has validity. Of course.
Piers, by the way, Piers, I am at a disadvantage. I can hear you, I cannot see you. I am in a claustrophobic room, and so please cut me some slack and don't interrupt me and interrupt my points.
Sure.
So because this has to be fair.
Understand.
Because if you want to only hear your opinion, I can just condemn Hamas and go home. I can do that. So do you want to do that, or do you have a much more nuanced conversation?
No, I absolutely want to have a nuanced conversation. I wasn't aware I was interrupting you. I thought I was letting you speak.
Amazing. So I would say I really applaud Israel for doing one thing that no military force in the world does. Because I heard Ben Shapiro and I heard Ron DeSantis, and they said Israel is the only military force in the world that warns civilians before bombing them. I mean, how fucking cute. That is so nice of them. Because with this logic, if Russian troops started warning Ukrainians before bombing their houses, we're cool with Putin, right? I mean, okay, Habibi, you have warned them, go invade. It's fine. You have done your job. I mean, the thing is, and I understand, and I also heard Ben Shapiro talking about human shield. So you remember my wife's family, they live in Gaza. So I asked them, I told them, when Israel gives you the nice warning, the cute warning, does Hamas force you to stay in your home so you can be bombed and use as human shield? You know what, Hassan here, my wife's cousin, he's a loser, you know. He told me, you know, when I asked him, does that happen? He told me, no. The lying son of a bitch lied to me. I told him, you don't understand. Ben Shapiro and Ron DeSantis keep saying that Israel warned you and Hamas asked you to stay put. So I told you, he's a loser. He never kept a job. He even like failed in all of the interviews to become like a human shield. I would believe Ben Shapiro.
Let me ask you this,
so let's go with that. No. Let me ask you
At some point, I must be able to ask you questions. It's not a monologue for you.
If we agree that for the 14,000 casualty, I mean, who's counting? Our human shield. Does that mean that every single one of those civilians was standing, obscuring a military target behind them? Because that's a lot of weapons. I mean, Hamas is packing.
No, of course it doesn't. Look,
it doesn't. So there's some collateral damage. Lots of collateral damage.
Yes.
It's fine. Yeah, you kill some to save some, and then kill some more. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. Again, it comes back to proportionate response. When the world decided it had to get rid of ISIS because of the appalling butchery they were carrying out, it did so by also killing, very sadly, a lot of civilians along the way by doing airstrikes against places which.
But killing civilians are inevitable. You said that in the beginning.
My point is,
it's inevitable.
Yeah, but once Israel has decided that they want to get rid of Hamas, and Hamas is embedded with civilian population, I'm very concerned about what's going to happen next. I've written a column tonight saying I remember the Iraq War, which I opposed. Right? I remember all this. So my question to you is, what would you think would be an appropriate response by Israel to what happened?
Well, these are years of disproportionate responses of Israel. Did it solve the solution? Did it solve the problem? Did it work before? So it will. What will be the surprise this time? What will be the twist that will make this work this time? What will be different this time? Seriously, I mean, like, this is only the last 15 years. I mean, because it's too many papers. I just got this. But how will this be different? And the thing is, I am so glad in the introduction.
My goat, dude. He's right.
That you mentioned the Iraq War. I applaud you, Piers, for saying that because you were honest about it. You said that spreading.
An update earlier. I looked at our I looked at like my Instagram. I don't think we had a falling out, but I think he just unfollowed me a while back, or maybe never followed me at all. But I thought we had communicated prior to this, and then I realized, no, we've only texted each other. So I don't know why I thought that we were, you know, maybe it was his fan account. No. I've met Bassam. He's given me his book. I met him at VidCon, I think, like a couple years ago. Or no, Politicon, I met him. There's a photo out there somewhere of us hanging out from Politicon. Bassam, not Bassam, sorry. Not VidCon, Politicon. But I don't remember. Oh, there it is. Yeah, he's the man.
Lies like WMDs make people look at those people as less of humans, and they would accept the death of 1 million Iraqi, whether by sanctions or by invasion. Right? You are a good man. This is amazing. And you know what is similar is when you spread the lies of 40 decapitated babies, although it was refuted. So what happens when people hear that? You know, killing babies is horrible. But when you say decapitated 40 babies, you are planting a certain image with a certain trigger in people's mind.
Who has said that? Who has said 40?
Who has said that? Who has said 40 decapitated?
Who has said that?
You have repeated.
No, I haven't.
What?
I've never said that.
You haven't said on your show 40 decapitated babies?
Never.
Ben Shapiro didn't say it?
No.
Ron DeSantis didn't say
Nobody
it?
has said
it. Nobody said it?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, maybe I am wrong. Decapitated.
No, you're wrong. I've never said that.
What happened, no, you're wrong. But
that's awesome. Yeah, nobody ever said it, guys. It was all a dream. We dreamt it up. It was just cooked up by I-24 and immediately repeated without any verification whatsoever. And then Joe Brandon said it too. Didn't he bring it up to fucking Mohammed Hijab like literally yesterday? Yeah, it's got to be like a weird collective hallucination, you know, like a Mandela effect type situation, I think. I'm sure someone in here can find it. I'm not going to go sifting through it right now, but I feel like he brought it up. I'm pretty sure.
But the thing is, the same thing is happening in Iraq. Ben Shapiro once tweeted, not even about Gaza, about the West Bank, when Israel continued to build the illegal settlement. He said, 2017, Israel likes to build.
I'm sure he'll say, he never said 40 babies. He said beheaded. Piers is being an ass. There's a debate raging about whether Hamas beheaded babies or shot them in their bedrooms, as if some of these evil, depraved acts of terrorism is less wicked than the other. Oh, okay. He has said this. Pretty sure he has. This is fair. This is a fair take, in my opinion. But I'm pretty sure he did. I'm pretty sure he did actually run the. I'm pretty sure he actually did run the whole like beheaded babies line against What is this on his show?
A Palestinian.
And ISIS were taken out, by the way, with planes.
Me.
No, here's what.
You didn't do this with the ambassador.
I'm going to finish.
You did this with Ben Shapiro, which you gave the show to him.
No, hang on. I'm giving you plenty of time.
No, you're not.
I'm giving you plenty. You asked about the analogy of a plane flying over and targeting.
But you didn't answer my question.
But that did happen, Mohammed, with ISIS.
Would you accept Belfast to be flattened?
No, wait a minute.
Or not? Yes or no?
Wait a minute. It never happened. So the like for like isn't.
It's not. It's a hypothesis. It's hypothetical.
It's not. I don't do hypotheticals.
You don't do hypotheticals.
No, let's deal with reality.
Okay, let's deal with reality.
No, let me finish. Then you can answer.
You don't answer the question.
No, here's the reality.
British Republicans.
Here's the reality, right? Let's just.
Republicans.
Yeah, they can see it.
Yeah, go on.
Then listen to the debate.
Keep going.
Right? For what it's worth, I think it's a good debate to have. Right? These are questions many people on the pro-Palestinian side are having. I get it. Right? But you're trying to compare what happened on October 7th with the IRA.
No, I'm not.
I'm comparing. Wait a minute, Mum.
Question.
I'm comparing it to ISIS. And the way that the world in the end dealt with ISIS actually was to use airstrikes. And many civilians were killed.
There's a huge difference.
Many innocent people died. They're not.
He doesn't say this in the clip at all. What the fuck's going on?
5 days ago, terrorists from Hamas attacked Israel. They murdered and raped civilians. They executed the elderly at bus stops. They took babies and Holocaust survivors as hostages. And they massacred young people at a festival. It emerged last night, have even beheaded babies in one.
Yeah, okay. There you go. He'll say, I said they may have.
Build things, and Arabs, not Palestine, not Hamas, Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage.
Yeah, I thought that was very...
Yeah, it's, yeah. He didn't say 40 decapitated babies. There's many different avenues of exit here. You can just do plausible deniability.
The Israeli defense minister, he said, those are human animals. And the thing is, Ben Shapiro should know better because, long before the Holocaust, before Jewish people were thrown in the gas chambers, the Nazi propaganda called them rats. Now, as a human being, I will never accept that another human being being thrown into a gas chamber, but a rat, kill 10. Kill 1,000, 3,500. They are son of a bitch. They are human animals who live in open sewage and decapitate babies. And because of that propaganda, Mr. Morgan, that guy in Illinois, the 71-year-old guy, he killed, stabbing the 6-year-old Palestinian kid in Illinois 26 times. And he used to play with him. They used to be friends.
Yeah, that part is so fucked up. I didn't cover this yesterday. The 6-year-old literally did not understand what was going on and ran up to him to hug him. And then the fucking landlord psychopathic freak stabbed him 26 times and killed him. Now, let me tell you something. It's so fucking tragic. This is something that I said during the day of jihad, supposedly, right? When people were like, oh, dude, day of jihad, there's going to be global jihad. Something that I told my normie Jewish friends at the time who were afraid. In the Western world, but specifically in the United States of America especially, if you are Jewish, your greatest threat of anti-Semitism is not going to come from Muslims. It is going to come from white supremacists, okay? Just like your greatest threat of Islamophobia and an Islamophobic hate crime is not going to come from Jews. It's going to come from white supremacists. That is a statistical probability. That is I'm telling you what the likelihood is. I'm telling you what the numbers look like. It is fucking so frustrating that there's this endless back and forth when we all fucking know that the real purveyors of said violence, a statistical certainty, sorry. We all know the purveyors of said violence is overwhelmingly white supremacist, okay? Overwhelmingly. When the worst anti-Semitic hate crime happened on U.S. soil in that synagogue in Pennsylvania, it was not a Muslim man that walked in there with a weapon and killed a bunch of Jews that were praying. It was a Trump supporter who had become so radical that he thought Trump wasn't aggressive enough. Okay? Same thing in Christchurch, New Zealand. The person who walked into those mosques and slaughtered all of those Muslims that were praying, that person was not a Jew. That person was, yet again, a white supremacist. The idea that we face incredible threats as Muslims or Jews from one another is not found in any real evidence. There is no evidence for this. And yet that is the media narrative. Ben Shapiro has been responsible for Islamophobic hate crimes, right? Like the Quebec, the terrorist in Quebec. But that was not because he's Jewish. That was because he was a white supremacist, okay? His white supremacist commentary had radicalized people. Ben Shapiro does not represent Orthodox Jews in any meaningful capacity. How do I know this? After all, he is a staunch opponent of abortion in the United States of America. This is not a Jewish value. As a matter of fact, it is literally permissible, not only allowed, but encouraged under certain circumstances in the Torah. What a ridiculous thing. Just because he wears a yarmulke does not change the reality that what he is preaching aligns with Judaism. It does not. Different rocket. Oh boy, here we are. More videos coming out of IDF. Raw footage. A rocket aimed at Israel misfired and exploded at 18:59. At the same moment, a hospital was hit in Gaza. Yeah, that's what it is. It's It was actually just a rocket that exploded in the air that was able to fucking drop a massive bomb on a hospital. Anyway, oh boy. None of this is addressed. The main question I have. Anyway, let's continue with Bassem.
Marching into their apartment, stabbing his mother, and killing him, shouting, all Muslims could die. Yeah. It took you 80 years to change one word from Jewish to Muslim. And then you transferred your guilt to us and took away our land.
Bassem, let me ask you a question.
That deal sucks, man.
Let me ask you a question. How do we get from where we are now to peace?
Well, first of all, you need to change the perception. Nikki Haley, the American presidential candidate, said, we are in Israel in this because it's a fight between good and evil. Now, if you already decided someone is good, he can do no evil. And if you decided someone is evil, it's good to kill them. Killing them is good. You see, the thing is, it is not like something new. I mean, I look at history and I see, I'm sorry to say this, but Westerners has always dealt like this with indigenous people. You first treated them like savages, you know, Native American, First Nation, Aboriginal. They're savages. Kill all the savages. And then when they're almost extinct, you start feeling sorry for them, you know, like animals. So maybe the solution is that we kill as many Palestinians as possible so that few of them that remains do not bother you. And maybe Netanyahu,
he's so right. Dude, if you drop the land back meme in here, land acknowledgement meme in here, it's like Felix has made that joke as well. It's great. He's right.
For another 100 years, he'll become a tree hugger.
Let me just challenge you on this.
And he will campaign for preserving the free
You keep talking about Westerners like me. Okay, so let me return the favor, okay? Hamas is dedicated to the complete eradication of Jewish people.
I am not the spokesman for Hamas.
I'm not saying you are.
Why do you
I'm not saying you are.
Spokesman.
You're talking to me.
I fucking hate them. Fuck Hamas. Hamas.
No,
are you happy?
Hamas.
You're talking in a generalized way about people in the West who always talk about Arabs as savages. I don't.
No, I'm talking about America.
I actually led the campaign. I led the media campaign in this country against the Iraq War. Okay, so I don't see people in the Middle East as savages.
You are one of the good ones.
But what I would say is,
I'm talking about you. You're great.
No, it's not about me being great.
We love you.
It's about the way Hamas behaved on October the 7th was like savages, like a pack of savages. It was the worst atrocity against Jewish people since the Holocaust. There has to be,
of course,
there has to be a response. So my question
should be eradicated.
My question for you is, notwithstanding the history, Bassem, what is the proportionate response?
But I don't know. But there's no Hamas in the West Bank, and they're still dying there. So what's your excuse?
I don't have any excuse.
Okay, what's your explanation? Sorry.
I mean, I have an answer for this. I have an answer for this. I have an answer for this. Okay, and it's very simple. One, there is a military action that you could take that Israel does not want to take because it doesn't have enough confidence in its own troops, okay? You could do a fucking targeted strike on areas where you know there are Hamas tunnels. You claim you know every single thing that's going on in Gaza. You could easily do this. You don't want to do this because you are afraid. You're afraid that the IDF is going to die if they go in there, okay? So it's much easier for you to just keep lobbing missiles from hundreds of feet above the ground over the on top of the clouds, basically, from afar, by hitting a fucking button over and over again instead of actually going down there. Those missiles kill humans. Those missiles kill civilians. Those missiles kill babies. And you don't care because it is completely irrelevant to the equation because you do not see the Palestinians as human beings. You see them as filth, not even an animal. You would not mistreat an animal like this. You see them as a pest, okay? So that's one. Number two, there's an even better way to solve the conflict, okay? That is through a ceasefire, a peace negotiation, a bilateral peace negotiation that features the actual Palestinian unified authorities, okay, with after ending the occupation and ending the apartheid regime, allowing every single person to have equal rights and offering reparations to the Palestinians that were harmed, okay, having an international criminal court take a look at every single person that was responsible for civilian deaths. This means that a lot of leadership on the Palestinian side would serve a prison sentence. This means that a lot of the IDF leadership and politicians would serve a prison sentence. Okay, that is the peaceful way to resolve this conflict. And even if you're like, no, fuck that, I never want that, whatever. Okay, then there is a military way to solve this issue as well. That does not mean bombing fucking hospitals. That does not mean. And by the way, if you turn in and say, the IDF didn't bomb this last hospital, Hassan. Even though I do not believe you, okay, even though I do believe that the IDF bombed that hospital, the IDF bombed that hospital on Saturday. So shut the fuck up. So remember that. That exact same hospital was targeted by the IDF. Anyway.
Ceasefire. Why don't we stop this massacre? Why don't we stop this war? Why can't we have a peaceful path in which Palestinians will not be deprived of water, electricity, and food. They think that they will eradicate Hamas. They are trying to eradicate the whole Palestinian population. And Israel cannot hide the fact, which was said by the Israeli spokesperson, that their goal is to evict all Palestinians in Gaza to Egypt. That is an act of ethnic cleansing that cannot be allowed, because if that happens, it will mean that Israel will ethnically cleanse Gaza Strip. That is unacceptable.
Before I let you go, Dr. Barghouti, was it a mistake for the Palestinian the president of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, to say he was canceling his upcoming meeting that was scheduled
Get the fuck out of here,
Jordan
dude.
with President Biden?
I don't think he could meet with him in the light of this criminal attack. And especially because, and it's not just Palestinians, Jordanians are also canceling that summit, because they say that they have no guarantee that President Biden will work for ceasefire and for stopping this ongoing onslaught. We need peace, and we need immediate stop of this war, which will lead to nothing but more victims on the side of Palestinians and Israelis. I was so touched today by a report of an interview with an Israeli woman who lost her daughter, and I think a daughter, not a son. And she said, I am so sorry for losing my daughter, but the response to that should not be vengeance. And what Israel is doing is vengeance, and that will not lead.
No, they hide
to
the
peace.
gore.
That would not lead
they
to a
censored the
solution.
gore.
The only way out of this is to have immediate ceasefire, immediate supply of food, drinking water to people immediately in Gaza, and then to have exchange of prisoners so that the Israeli prisoners.
They censor the gore, chat. Shut the fuck up.
These airstrikes
Look, you see
Israel
it.
have already killed 22
You see that?
Israeli prisoners. Do they want to kill more? Don't Netanyahu want these prisoners to come back home safe? I don't understand the Israeli logic. It's really unacceptable, and a war crime by striking a hospital is totally unacceptable.
His car's advanced safety system. You're right.
Damn, you just got fucking cut off. All right, we'll finish the. We'll get back to that in a second. Let's continue.
Don't make any pretense that this hasn't been a massive problem.
Okay,
between Palestine and Israel going back to the mid-40s. We all know this, right?
Piers, listen. I'm not saying that you're making excuses, but if you are adopting a certain point of view, you have to at least defend it.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I covered this as well. The church that ran the hospital said it was a Israeli airstrike as well. Not that it fucking matters for these demons. Like, let's be real. Wait, what the fuck? Why is it not uploading? Okay, well, I can't even get access to this fucking tweet anymore. It doesn't matter. The victims are also Hamas. They're Hamas. Everyone is Hamas. They're lying in collaboration with Hamas to hide all of their weapons that they had, the nukes that they had in there. It's Hamas. It's always and forever Hamas. And also, even if it's not Hamas, it could have been Hamas, in which case it's still justified. You got botted and raided on Twitter? Wait, what do you mean? What? What does that even mean? I got botted and raided on Twitter. Look at your quote retweet. I assume, is it the fucking silly ass, what? Twitter is full of bots. Anyway, let's
telling you there is no Hamas in the West Bank. What is the excuse? Not your excuse. What is the excuse to kill those people?
Well, listen, this question of proportionality is one that...
No, answer my question. I've been answering your question. You answer mine.
It's actually not my job to answer your questions.
He says this all the time whenever he has a thing that he can't answer.
It's not.
Okay, not your job. I agree with you.
I'm more interested in you, who has family in Gaza, who's an Egyptian in the Middle East, right? I'm more interested in what you have to say.
Okay, I'm telling you. I think Hamas is the problem. Okay,
right
now let's say Hamas is removed. Let's Hamas. I'm agreeing with everything. You want me to condemn Hamas? I will condemn Hamas, Hummus, Hassan, everybody. Guys, so wait, I can't hear you. The earpiece. Damn. Okay.
There's Hamas in the earpiece, bro. The IFB's coming off.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I do need
I think just go back. Is he there?
You go back. You go back.
Can you hear me?
Okay, go. Thank you, guys.
Can you hear Basil?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay.
So here's the thing. Can you hear? Okay.
Yeah.
So Isaac, let's say, for example, Hamas ceased to exist. Okay. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hamas ceased to exist today. Now, right now, in Palestine, in West Bank and Gaza, 20% of Palestinians go through Israeli prison system, whether imprisonment, whether interrogation, whether torture. And the rest of them, they live a life of daily loss of land, of homes, of life, and they are suffocated by this. So let me ask you something. If you are a Palestinian living in these conditions for decades, would you sympathize with your oppressor, or sympathize with the people who claim they resist them even if they are terrorists?
I have made no secret that I think the conditions Palestinians have had to exist under are completely unacceptable. I've said that for years.
Yeah, but do you think they're responsible? But do you think they're responsible for the radicalization of an entire people's? Also, it is actually pretty funny because, yeah, literally, wait, I'm a big fan of this Bassem guy. Yeah, he's hot. Yeah, he's super hot. So Piers literally dodges questions he cannot fucking ever answer if he condemns the Israeli disproportionate retaliation and the violence. He does not. He openly says he thinks it's fine, or at the very least refuses to elaborate on it and always dodges it.
How do you forge peace between two warring parts of that region who for decades have approached peace, in my view, with mutual sledgehammers, with no actual desire to have peace? And I think it comes down in the end to great leadership. And I don't think there's great leadership. I don't think, well, hang on, let me make my point. I don't think there's great leadership on either side. Where is the Nelson Mandela figure here to come through all this?
Sniped by an IDF sniper. and killed. Nelson Mandela also literally refused to condemn violence. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Nelson Mandela was in prison. I've told you guys this before. Nelson Mandela has been so fucking whitewashed. But the ANC tried peaceful protests for years. There was a massive police presence at all the protests. It did nothing to end the apartheid. They thought that they could get mass arrested. Their first action was to peacefully violate the laws and get mass arrested, right? They would non-violently engage in civil disobedience. They thought maybe we can overrun the prison system by crowding it. Little did they know that didn't work. The prison system did not explode due to the all of the black people that were resisting apartheid with civil disobedience. Now, after that, they still continuously kept trying to do peaceful protests, okay? They tried to keep doing peaceful protests until at one protest, the police opened fire and killed 69 ANC protesters at the time. Nelson Mandela had a moment of radicalization right then and there. In the aftermath of that, he realized that, yes, there had to have been, he realized that the actual supporters of the ANC on the ground, the youth, wanted to retaliate through violent means. They no longer wanted to retaliate through peaceful means because the world was not listening to them. The world was not seeing them, okay? One thing that he has said on this matter in particular was, we've exhausted all other means. I'm paraphrasing. We've exhausted all other means, and now this is the only other option we have, okay? Afterwards, Nelson Mandela went to Ethiopia, where he started training with rebel groups there. Then he went to Algeria, where Algeria was also going through its anti-colonial and very violent purging of the French forces that occupied Algeria at the time. He learned from revolutionary figures such as Fidel Castro. He openly said that, and he learned directly from these anti-colonial actions, violent anti-colonial actions. Came back home and it was immediately arrested. At this point, I'm not reading this off of a page, brother, but thank you for thinking that I'm reading this off of a page, because you're like, wow, this guy is spitting so fucking hard. He must literally be the most knowledgeable person on the planet. Just kidding. He probably isn't the most knowledgeable person on the planet. He must be reading like a Wikipedia page or something, because that's what my favorite YouTubers do. No, I'm spitting off the top dome, okay? I'm spitting off the top dome because I can't fucking remember all of the things and all of the details. So I might be getting some stuff wrong. Like, yeah, no, he wasn't immediately arrested. He operated for some time after coming back, like I think a year or two. But basically, in the grand scheme of things, considering how long his prison sentence was, he did not have enough time to operate through violent means. However, he did have enough time to go back to the ANC and tell them that we are no longer engaging in peaceful means of protest, that violence is permissible against the apartheid structure, okay? So, once he was arrested, I think the militant group that like spawned off of the ANC or collaborated alongside the ANC was like the Spear, I think. I don't want to get it wrong. Little Bear, what is the name of the Spear? It's the MK, I think, right? Yeah. I don't know yeah, well, okay, don't give me the fucking Spear of the Nation. Thank you. Someone said the actual name, Umkhonto Wesizwe, also known as MK, but also known as, I think, as the Spirit of the Nation is the group that I was thinking of. Anyway, so throughout that entire time, there were massive, there were a lot of attacks, okay? There were a lot of attacks against police. There were attacks against civilians, okay? People were, and these were very violent attacks. This is part of the reason why, and this is the paramilitary wing of the African National Congress, and was founded by Nelson Mandela in the wake of the Sharpeville massacre that I told you, where 69 apartheid protesters were murdered ruthlessly by the South African government, okay? There was a lot of violence that they engaged in, of course. And this is part of the reason why Nelson Mandela was on the terrorist watch list until 2008, even after he was released from prison, and on top of that was democratically elected, and yet until 2008, he still was on the terrorist watch list in the United States of America. Okay, the manifesto referred to by Mandela, adduced by the prosecution in his trial as Exhibit AD, included the statements: "Our men are armed and trained freedom fighters, not terrorists. We are fighting for democracy, majority rule, the right of the Africans to rule Africa. We are fighting for a South Africa in which there will be peace and harmony and equal rights for all people. We are not racialists, as the white oppressors are. The African National Congress has a message of freedom for all who live in our country." Now I'm reading from the page. This is what he said. Okay? Their aim was to act only against hard targets such as power pylons and avoid injury or loss of life. But of course, no matter what happens in the domestic campaign, there still were bombings where there were still people that were injured, civilians that were injured. Church Street bombing in 1983 was detonated in Pretoria near the Air Force headquarters, resulting in 19 deaths and 217 injuries. The Amazim Toti bombing in 1985 in the natal South Coast, 5 civilians were killed and 40 were injured when Umkhonto Sizwe cadre Andrew Sibusiso Zondo detonated an explosive in a rubbish bin at a shopping center. Okay, the Durban beachfront bombing in 1986, a bomb detonated in a bar, killed 3 civilians and injured 69. Robert McBride received the death penalty for this bombing, and this bombing became known as the Magoo's Bar bombing. Now I am reading off of a page. Yes, what the fuck? I'm showing you what I'm reading. It's impossible for me to remember every single minutia, you fucking dinguses. Clearly, I have to, if I want to give you the most accurate information, even though this is also summarized, I'm going to read at certain points, okay? Now, what is important here? Well, let me tell you what's important. Okay, civilian deaths, of course, occurred in the bombing campaigns. There were also other brutal practices. I'm not going to get into it too much because why did I start talking about this? I started talking about this because time and time again, they went back to Nelson Mandela. Time and time again, they went back to Nelson Mandela when he was imprisoned and said, Nelson, we will release you from prison as long as you condemn violence, as long as you condemn violence and condemn Marxism, condemn socialism, condemn communism, and condemn violence as an emancipatory means. Nelson Mandela said, first by way of his daughter, I believe, and also, or was it his sister? And also personally said, no, I will not condemn the violence. He said, and I will not condemn Marxism, I will not condemn communism, I will not condemn socialism, and I will not condemn violence. The reason why I will not condemn it is because of the situation that is presented to me. How can I be treated as an equal when I am enslaved by you, when I'm in chains, when I am subjected to chains? How can you ask a man to make claims when you do not treat him like a man, when you treat him like an animal? And they kept asking him over and over again, and he said no. And each time he said no, and he still stayed in prison for 5 fucking years. So the idea is that, yeah, but they skipped that over in his biopic. Yeah, of course they skipped that over in his biopic because they only cover what Nelson Mandela did after he was elected, once he got out of prison. Why did they cover that? Because that was the peaceful reconciliation process. That's where he went and he fucking hugged and kissed the prosecutor that said he should get the death penalty. He hugged and kissed all the white guys. They never ended up doing the expropriation that was supposed to happen. And that's partially the reason why South Africa's economy is as fucked as it is, pretty much during the apartheid, but at least like there is no apartheid. Okay. Now, anyway, the point is, capitalists were like, all right, we'll throw the racism away as long as we can still keep the same class dynamic where 90% of the viable land is still owned by 10% of the population, 10% of the population that happens to be white. So there's a lesson to be learned there. There's a lesson to be learned there. And that lesson is Piers Morgan is a fucking fraud who doesn't know anything about history, and he's just simply using whitewashed revolutionary figures throughout time because he's a fucking dumbass who thinks that Nelson Mandela was like Gandhi. He was like hugging and kissing all the white boys, all the quirked up white boys, and that's why they were like, you know what? Fuck, man. We decided it's actually bad to be racist, man. Fuck. That's what they did. And then they were like, yeah, nobody said kill the Boers. They did white boy summer. They fucking, they hugged and kissed, and they ended apartheid. That's how it worked. Thank you, Piers Morgan. Where's the fucking Nelson Mandela is a fucking idiotic question when you don't know anything about the history of South African apartheid. Anyway. All right.
Nelson Mandela?
Yeah, where is that
Nelson Mandela, Nelson Mandela actually have criticized Israel for being a horrible state. All of the South African activists have actually called Israel.
My point is about how he...
See, you should have just fucking lobbed that bullet back at him. But that is a history lesson for a different time, I guess. Jesus Christ, worst accent ever dropped. Okay, stop. I know my South African needs better. It needs work. I know. Sport boycotts, football, and sanctions had a huge impact on the end of the apartheid. There's no equivalent in Israel. Yes, partially because the BDS campaign that was successful in playing a role in the end of the apartheid alongside the violent emancipatory actions, okay, was shut down. It was shut down. You can't do it. In 36 states, if you want to have a job, there is legislation that says BDS protests and having a job are, not permissible at the same time. If you want to engage in the act of supporting the boycott, divest, and put sanctions on Israel movement, that means you can't have a job. Like in Texas, if you're a public school teacher, you have to sign a fucking, literally sign a form that says you will never boycott or engage in boycotting the state of Israel and companies that work in the state of Israel. Think about that. Now, the other reason why, what was in 2009? The other reason why there is no Nelson Mandela in this equation is because the Palestinians have also tried peacefully to resist and have been killed time and time again. As a matter of fact, the Palestinians didn't even try to resist at all and still got killed in the inception of the Israeli state. Sure, there were riots. There were riots in the 20s leading to the British mandate refusing to allow more Jewish immigration at the time, when Jewish immigration was an absolute necessity for understandable reasons because of the anti-Semitism that was popping off, even though, of course, They did not allow Jewish people to seek refuge in America either, but that's besides the point. Pape wrote about this. The people who taught the very first Zionist immigrants how to tend crops were the Palestinian natives. Yes. Anyway, as I was saying, what I was trying to explain is that many of the Palestinians that tried to peacefully resist were killed. Many of the Palestinians that also tried to peacefully negotiate were killed. So the notion that a peaceful consideration has not occurred, a peaceful means of like ending the occupation has not occurred, is a stupid one. Anyway, let's continue.
How he responded to a country that was so divided is a template for how you get to peace, isn't it?
Who's Lucas Gage?
I haven't met Nelson Mandela, so I wouldn't know. But like, there's a point. There's a very important point here. I want to understand what is the logic of Israel.
Yeah, see, he doesn't know because his fucking history has been so goddamn whitewashed, brother. You're Egyptian. It's the same continent, homie. Goddamn. Anyway, it's okay. There's more happening. So.
Carpet bombing Gaza. I mean, if there's a logic, if this will make Israel safe, I want to hear the logic. So if they continue bombing, what are they hoping to achieve?
Well, we know what their stated aim is. Their stated aim is to eradicate and wipe out Hamas. They believe Hamas are living predominantly in northern Gaza. They also are aware they're living amongst civilians. So it's an incredibly difficult thing. As I said in my monologue, it is very, very difficult to see how they do this without massive collateral damage.
So if I can understand this correctly, basically Israel is doing this to pressure the Palestinian community in Gaza to turn against Hamas. Is that right?
I'm sure that's part of it, yes.
That's part of it. So this is exactly what terrorist organizations do, because terrorist organizations will have no chance beating a whole nation in battles.
Lucas Gage is a literal neo-Nazi who is Israel because it's majority Jewish. Yeah, I don't know who the fuck that guy is, but I'm not looking at this shit anyway. There's a bunch of people that in the criticisms of Israel have like found a new fame, I guess. And a lot of them are charlatans. I refuse to click on their links. I don't know who the fuck that other guy was. But I don't give a shit about who the other guy is.
So they terrorize and they kill the civilians in order to spread fear and terror so they can turn against their government to change their policy or to resign. You have just compared Israel with ISIS.
No, I haven't. I don't see any comparison between
It's going to be the headlines tomorrow. Piers Morgan, Israel is ISIS.
Only amongst people who weren't listening. The comparison, which is more apposite, is ISIS and Hamas. They are both nihilistic terror groups intent on killing as many Jewish people and others as they can possibly kill. And you can't get peace with people like that.
Absolutely. You know what? I'm going to do something that nobody done on your television. You know what I'm going to do on your episode? I'm going to pretend that I'm an Israeli citizen. I'm going to put myself in the place of an Israeli settler in the kibbutz. And I want to speak to my Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, I have voted for you because you have promised us peace and prosperity and security. On the 7th of October, those son of bitches Hamas, they went into the fence that is regularly heavily guarded. Usually if there's like a dove that comes close to it, it will be shot. Those people went in and they went for 6 hours before IDF forces was deployed, killing our friends, our families, kidnapping our grandmothers and babies, and went in. I want to ask you, Mr. Prime Minister, after you have fractured the Israeli community and you have fucked our courts, our Supreme Courts, what are you doing with the money being given to you, to the United States? Also, you are carpet bombing Gaza with absolutely no regard to our hostages, our people. I heard a rumor in the kibbutz that you're doing that you let that happen as an excuse to carpet bomb Gaza, so you push them into Sinai. And I didn't believe it. It's like, not my Prime Minister. He can never do that. And then I watched an interview for Danny Ayalon. He was your chief advisor.
Okay. First of all, no fucking Likud voter would ever say that. Every Likud voter would literally be like, I voted for you. Why are you not carpet bombing Gaza harder, you fucking piece of shit? Do I have to literally take matters in my own hands? I ran the ad incorrectly. I ran a 1-minute ad break, unfortunately, and I ran it at the top of the hour already.
Advisor. He was also the Israeli ambassador to the United States. And you know what he said, Mr. Prime Minister? He said that the solution for those Palestinians is to go into a vast land of Sinai and live into tent cities temporarily, wink wink, until we build Gaza again, and then we invite you back. يعني عبط احنا بقى. يعني فاهمني؟ We've seen this movie before. So يعني, and when I saw this, I couldn't explain to my fellows in the kibbutz, how come our Israeli government is trading human lives for another piece of land? So as an Israeli citizen, I need to hold my Israeli government accountable. And as an American citizen, I want to know all of these money that we are giving to Israel. We're giving them $4 billion every year. Joe Biden said it's the best investment America ever done. Well, if I am in the place of Joe Biden, I would say, sorry, don't speak. I would say, if I was Joe Biden, I would go down and whisper in the ears of Netanyahu and tell them, I hate bad investment. They haunt me, like Littlefinger in Game of Thrones. But the thing is, this is the problem. Israel always victimizes itself, and I have never seen a victim putting their oppressor under siege and bombing them 24/7. Israel wants you to believe that they are the victim. Dealing with Israel is so difficult. It's like being in a relationship with a narcissistic psychopath. He fucks you up, up, and then he makes you think it's your fault.
All right,
you look at Israel as Superman, but they're really Homelanders. Wallahi, they are like they are shooting fish in a barrel, and they are annoyed with the splashes.
Bassem, I want to say two things. One, if you could just slightly manage your language. We are uncensored, but if you keep swearing,
I'm very sorry.
We have to apologize to viewers who may be offended by that. I apologize. But I understand passion.
Bro, that's so funny. Like every night they're doing different types of justifications for endless amounts of genocide. And then they fucking turn around. They fucking turn around and literally turn around and say, "Oh, you can't curse. You can't curse. You can't curse." Like, what do you mean?
Run high, so let's not get too bogged down about the odd swear word.
I apologize to the viewers. I apologize to the viewers for my language.
My second question is this:
after the sight of dead civilians.
After the break, we have the managing director of the Daily Wire, which is Ben Shapiro's company. We were going to interview him on his own, but he's happy to come on and talk with you directly if you are prepared to stay.
Well, of course, I can stay, but again, I am in a disadvantage, and I would like to have my space to respond.
Okay, we'll come back after the break.
Because
wait, who is he bringing? Bibi or Ben? Or Shapiro?
Because here's the thing.
We're going to go to a break. Right. When we come back from the break, it'll be you and Jeremy Boring from the Daily Wire.
I have news.
We're taking a short break, Bassem. I'll be back. Welcome back to Uncensored. For more on the situation in Israel, I'm joined now by the CEO and co-founder of the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro's partner, Jeremy Boring. Jeremy.
Oh, dude, what the fuck? That sucks. Not Ben. Boring ass motherfucker.
Thank you very much indeed for joining me. I'm sorry we demoted you earlier to mere MD. You are the CEO and co-founder. You know Ben Shapiro better than anyone, really. I did a big interview with Ben, obviously, the other night, which went around the world and has sparked a big reaction, including from our guest, Bassem Youssef, who's still with us. First of all, you've been listening to Bassem and what he's been saying. What's your response?
Well, first of all, I make it a point not to speak for Ben Shapiro. He's got a 20 IQ points on me and speaks for a living professionally, so he's much better
to
defend himself. But as his business partner, as his best friend, I do feel like I have to respond to the things that Bassem was just saying. First of all, the question of how many sons of bitches.
Oh my God. I hate this. It's so nerdy. It's like Revenge of the Nerds. It's like, I'm going to respond to my best friend. I'm going to respond for my, like, shut the fuck up, bitch. I don't give a, this sucks. I wish it was Ben Shapiro.
Just have to be killed in order to end this conflict. I suppose that the answer is as many of them as it takes. That doesn't mean that I or Ben or any decent person in their right mind is happy with the killing of civilians.
Yeah, you are though. You are fucking happy with it and you don't give a shit. You're so fucking stupid. I hate this. God damn it. I hate it. But like, I guess at least they're dishonest. Okay. I guess they're dishonest. There's a lot of dishonest people. All right, fuck it. Let's just keep going.
I posted at the very beginning of this conflict that a woman or a child blown apart in Gaza is just as tragic as a Jewish baby killed in one of the settlements. That doesn't mean that Israel's actions and the actions of Hamas are morally equivalent. You know, the tragedy is the tragedy, but the moral equivalency is nonsense. If you entered Israel with the express purpose of targeting and murdering civilians with your own hands in cold blood, that is not comparable to Israel bombing targets in the Gaza Strip and killing civilians as a terrible, tragic consequence. War is terrible. War is an awful thing. That's why decent people don't lightly engage in war and why Hamas should not have incited this war. You know, we can talk about the history of the Israeli conflict. I'm not a professional political commentator. I'm a CEO. I'm a screenwriter.
I can't stand him. I can't stand him. I don't know why. It's just very frustrating.
And I'm certainly not Ben Shapiro. I'm not here to discuss the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but we all saw what happened on October 7th. And the idea that Israel was not going to react severely to that, or that Israel should not react severely to that, is ludicrous. And
Jeremy, let me ask you
the idea that Ben Shapiro should be a moderating voice, that Ben Shapiro should be, saying, no, Israel should not respond in this situation.
For the record, going back to the geolocation guy or whatever, what is it? The geo-confirm guy? Guys, everyone is rushing to be like, no, this is actually a rocket. This is an intercepted rocket. And that's where the explosion happened, without accounting for multiple explosions possibly happening in different time frames, okay? And also how large the original explosion was from the only confirmed video. I just want to point that out because I see a lot of people trying to, I see a lot of people trying to send me this information. The current Israeli position is that the single rocket misfire killed more people by a factor of about 20 than every single rocket launched into Israel since 2001 combined. Yeah. Should the West Bank respond to the violence committed by Israeli settlers? Why does no one ever flip it around like this? Yeah, I mentioned that. Reuters, by the way, is reporting that the IDF will release footage of intercepted conversations proving that the Islamic Jihad was behind the bombing of Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital. Oh my God. Yeah, two hours ago, the Israeli government sources were calling the Baptist Hospital a terrorist base, and the IDF was boasting about having euthanized Gazans. Now they see how disgusted the world is. IDF is trying to tell us that the backfired rocket from Islamic Jihad is responsible. Yeah, I mean, I know. I covered it at the time, okay? Communities out in full force, doing all the anti-Muslim sentiment, blaming everything on Hamas. So that's why you're getting a shit ton of debate lords today. Yeah, not only am I getting a shit ton of debate lords on that front, I think there's another like clip chimped video of me going around or some shit. I don't even know what it's fucking about. But At this point, it's like 90% people being like I see the commentary and it's literally Hasan is a Muslim and that's why he believes this. and he's anti-Semitic because he's a Muslim. And I'm like, dude, you are so insane. You are literally a white supremacist saying this. How can you be this fucking stupid? How? It is so fucking insane that I got people who quite literally are like hyping up white supremacist dudes, like white supremacist content creators, coming in here to be like, dude, I can't stand how anti-Semitic and Islamophobic you are. Also, you're a fucking Muslim ape. Like, come on, dude. Hasan, why are you saying this when it's not confirmed 100%? Why is the media saying it's 100% a Hamas rocket that blew up on its own? I told you why I believe that it is IDF. I told you exactly what the proof is that I believe it is IDF. I could still very well be wrong. Is Geo confirmed on Twitter propaganda machine? No. Geo confirmed. What Geo confirmed is not factoring in for some weird reason. Okay, what Geo confirmed is not factoring in is that there could have been multiple bombings, and that does not account for the bombing that is shown. Here's why. Okay, here's why it doesn't account for it. Because you could have literally had a fucking JDAM slam into that hospital while the interception was occurring in the rocket barrage, which is most likely what happened if it is at the same time frame. You can't be wrong, Hasan. You'll never hear the end of it. I don't give a fuck. I'll never hear the end of it. And what? And what? All of those people who call me a fucking monkey and who call me Hamas or HamasAbi are going to say that I'm wrong. All of those exact same people have been literally nonstop microanalyzing my fucking footage of me crying to be like, dude, we got him. He's lying here. These are fake tears. They literally think I am not a human, okay? They think I am the manifestation of evil. They think I'm worse than Nick fucking Fuentes, a literal Nazi. What can I do in that situation? They say I'm wrong when I'm right all the fucking time. It doesn't matter. They ask, do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? I have condemned Hamas more than 1,000 fucking times, okay? More than 1,000 times. They say, look at him. He secretly actually loves Hamas. When he says he's condemning Hamas, he's actually doing it, but like, I know, I can tell. I can tell the mind of the the Muslimic ape is a conniving one. I can tell he sneakily loves Hamas. He loves it. It's fucking ridiculous. That's all. Dude. There are fucking communities out there that have only given a shit about what I have said, way more than like the Israelis that died, significantly more than the Palestinians that died. Obviously, they don't give a shit about that part. But like, they care more about what I've said so they can fucking twist and distort what I'm saying into something I've not said. At a certain point, you have to fucking pull yourself out of that situation, okay? You have to pull yourself out of that situation and be like, what the fuck am I doing? And you know you're in here right now. You know many of you are in here right now. It is so obsessive. It's not good for you, dude. I promise you I'm not as fucking evil as you think I am. Holy shit. You have almost raised $1 million for an amazing cause. Thank you for doing this. You're so strong to be able to stand up for what's right like this. Yeah, there's motherfuckers that sit in my Discord server all day, which has 100,000 people in it, right? There's 100,000 people in it. They sit in the Discord server all fucking day and they try to find someone saying something fucking unhinged so they can clip it and fucking send it to like Ethan to be like, see, this is Hasan's community. It's so nutty, dude. That is not healthy for you. I promise. They screen recorded the conversation. They screen recorded my Discord literally simultaneously while Ethan and I were having a conversation. It's so crazy. Like, how do you do that? That's a cyber sickness at that point. That's psycho shit. It's so psychotic. It feels surreal. You know what I mean? When I describe it. Anyway, I don't think I'll be able to ever convince some of these people that I am not the fucking lolcow that they think I am, or the evil person that they think I am. But I do think that ultimately you should probably maybe take a step away from that. Okay? Specifically for your own good. All right? And ultimately it doesn't matter. I will continue this coverage, and this community is fucking awesome. I literally saw a Reddit post that was like, hey, maybe in the spirit of fairness, we should mention when Hasan does good. And it's so many comments insisting that they don't care. No, there's the only political perspective that a lot of people have in certain communities is that just I'm bad. I'm a bad person. I'm an evil person. I'm a manifestation of all things evil. I'm a secret tanky. I'm an open tanky. So enough about these people. They will never go away. I hope that they do for their own sake, because it's not good for you to have that kind of, to have that level of like animosity towards someone you've never met, that is someone you will never see charitably. But also, regardless of all of that, regardless of all the psychotic stuff that's going on in the background, listen, this community is awesome. This community is wonderful. We've almost raised $1 million over the course of 3 days. That is unimaginable, okay? It's unimaginable. And I'm very proud. I'm very proud of this community. I love you guys all. This is important work. This is very good. And I'm very happy that we were able to do such a thing.
That's nonsense.
So let me ask you though, Jeremy, the question which I think is the big question. What is a proportionate response to that outrage on October the 7th, which is the worst attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust? What is proportionate? If it's true, as reports are suggesting tonight, that there may have been a hospital hit by an Israeli strike and up to 500 people or more have died, that would seem to me, if that is verified, and it's not verified yet, we don't know exactly what has happened other than there's been a hit on this hospital. But if that is verified to have been an Israeli strike, that will strike many people as disproportionate.
Certainly. Well, first of all, I don't know what a proportionate response is or why we would want it. I suppose a proportionate response would be for 3,000 Israelis to go through the fence, gun down innocent Palestinian women and children, burn their bodies, burn them alive, take hostages, rape their women. No one wants a proportionate response. No moral person could possibly call for a proportionate response. The purpose of war is to defeat your enemy. The West has, in my lifetime, forgotten the purpose of war because the true cost of war is so...
Like, I hate this, like, slimy little fucking creature nerd being like, the West has forgotten what the war is. Like, bro, I want to drop ship his ass into fucking Gaza so bad. Like, just go fight then. Ain't nobody stopping you, dude. Get in there. Get active. I hate this. I hate it so much. He's like, we have to destroy our enemies. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Go to Ukraine. Well, he's not a Ukraine guy. He probably fucking loves Russia, actually. Go to Russia. Yeah. Go fight on the Russian side. Go to Ukraine. Fight on the Russian side, brother. See how fast you get fucking lasered. You know what I'm saying? Keyboard commander ass motherfucker.
Terrible. The last time the West engaged in war and won it was World War II. And they did it through incredible brutality. They did it by bringing their enemies to heel. That is not a thing that's not a thing to rah-rah about. That's not a thing to look forward to. As I said, all decent people should avoid war. But I think the sort of lie of the post-World War II, the post-war consensus lie, is that somehow war in which you kill a bunch of people and don't secure victory is morally superior to war where you do secure victory. I would say that the only way to morally justify a war is to win it. Otherwise, the very argument that brought you into the war, this enemy must be defeated, ends up being proven a lie. I mean, Afghanistan, I think America had every right to go into Afghanistan. The Taliban was harboring Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda.
Here, in order to describe to you the wrong thing that Israel is doing, I'm going to tell you all the wrong things that America did. It's so funny to be like, yeah, remember when we did that other awful thing that was fucking awful and horrifying and just really bad overall that most people kind of look back at and go, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have done that. Yeah, that thing was sick, actually, and I'm glad that Israel is doing it. This is funny. It is. I can't do anything but laugh at, like, this little fucking nerdy-ass fascist being like, it was so sick when we went into Afghanistan and we did might is right and we did war crimes there. And it's like, nah, man, it wasn't good.
Flew planes into buildings in the United States, killed thousands of our citizens, brought the nation into untold agony, pain, and horror. America had every right morally to go in and destroy the Taliban and destroy Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, but I would argue,
the Taliban now rules in Afghanistan.
That's my point.
Yeah. Wait, what? Exactly. Taliban now rules Al-Qaeda. The Taliban now rules Afghanistan again. So what happened?
War was not won.
But that's my point, actually.
Oh, he's saying like we didn't fucking ethnically cleanse every Afghan child. That's what he's saying. Oh, okay. No. He didn't understand the point that he was trying to make. The point is, exactly, the Taliban controls Afghanistan now and grew in popularity and also in size after the fucking invasion, even though they were getting killed. Why? Because every time you killed one fucking Taliban fighter, you killed like 8 14-year-old citizens that had nothing to do with the fucking Taliban. So then guess what happened to the remaining 14-year-olds? They were like, oh, fuck these guys. I'm joining the fucking Taliban. I'm going to fucking snipe their dicks off. Yeah, no shit. Of course that's what's going to happen. That's what happens. You get a radicalizing event. You go, all right, fuck it, YOLO. I don't know who the fuck these guys are. They don't speak my language. They're in like all this gear and shit. At least these other guys, like the non-pedophile ones, I'm on board with. You know what I mean? The pedophile ones are working with the American military brigades. The trying to get me to be a chaiwala at the fucking base so they can, do statutory rape. All things that were documented by the American military, by the way. Anyway, I think this bombing is what they were talking about yesterday for 8 hours. No, this is this is new. This just happened. And that's why they're bringing up the hospital bombing at the end of this.
I've done a column about this tonight for The Sun here in the UK.
Wait, what? What are you talking about? Holy moly. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? In Afghanistan, the Afghan forces that the American security forces were supposed to be fucking training had a big pedophilia problem. Okay? That's right. It did. And then some of those forces that we trained would then turn around and buddy fuck the American soldiers that were training them. They would turn around, take the American weapons, and fucking kill the American soldiers. It happened so goddamn frequently. It's almost like it was a hospital full of terrorists. Yeah, no, totally. I hope you're being sarcastic, right? Yeah, doctors, nurses, children, babies in incubators doing terrorism by being alive. Terrorist babies, dude. I think this person has to be joking. No one is like this fucking stupid. There's no shot. McCarthy on communism 1, does this mean Hunter is guilty? I feel like a lot of people who fancy themselves to be like, woke or whatever, just like turn on the fucking fascism dial so fast. There's no shot this guy fucking legitimately believes that. Please think about it a little bit. Please comment on the Israeli dude wearing a key. I don't think he's Israeli. I don't know why he's wearing the key. Maybe to like taunt Palestinians or something. Maybe, but I think it's just, is he even Jewish? I don't know. I don't know why he's wearing a key. Maybe he likes doing coke.
Which is, I was editor of a newspaper when the Iraq war happened. I opposed it very aggressively as the editor of the paper. And sadly, we were borne out by events. It was a complete disaster.
The only thing that makes me happy, I'm sorry, what does the key signify? The key is actually very important for Palestinians. It is a signifier of their right to return. That 700,000 Palestinians that were expelled in the Nakba, which translates to catastrophe, thought that they would be able to return to their houses after the war was over. That they were being purged from their homes, but they would always, of course, a couple weeks, maybe a month later, be able to return. That's why they brought their keys with them. They still hold their keys. They still have their keys with them to their old houses. Many of which was, of course, reduce the rubble, and then purposely European-looking pine trees were planted in areas where Arab villages existed to Europeanize the areas and to remove it from its Arabic influence. Another thing that they did during the Nakba, or in the aftermath of the Nakba, in the inception of the Israeli state, was to take over areas that were, of course, owned by Arabs, the villages that Arabs lived in, expel them by threatening to rape them, and in some instances actually raping them, throwing them in ovens, things of that nature, and just overall terrifying them with a superior military force. They would also just take over villages and then change the names of those villages to resemble something from like the Bible, so that they could just so that they could have a Hebrew name for an Arab village and try to justify that there's a biblical reason for it. What was the pedo thing you were talking about? Chaiwalas in Afghanistan were raped by the forces that we were training. There was a big pedophilia problem with the Afghan forces that we were training, called Bachabazi. Torah, not the Bible. Yeah, Torah references, biblical references, that sort of thing. All right, let's continue.
The Iraq war, in my view, it was illegally contested, I think, and the consequences were appalling in terms of loss of life, 1 million people, in terms of ISIS being allowed to breed.
Oh, it's because Daily Wire is owned by Bent Key Ventures. The name, which was inspired by a bent key necklace boring wearer, is also the name. Okay, there you go. That's why he's wearing a bent key necklace.
And create
Thank you, Chatter.
merry hell around the world in terms of complete dismantlement of Iraq itself as a functioning country. And I think
I didn't say the Taliban had chaiwalas. I said the Afghan security forces that we were supposedly training on the ground did that. Chai boys.
Afghanistan, again, 20 years of attacking an enemy which is now running the country again, seemed to me again to be kind of pointless. And I do wonder whether Israel, in its blind fury, which I completely understand, has thought through the consequences of actually launching a full air, ground and sea offensive into Gaza as to actually what happened.
Wait, your aunt made that movie? I watched it last night. Arctic Lead. Tell your aunt. She's wonderful. I actually watched, and I was recommending this earlier today. I watched 1948, Creation and Catastrophe. Ahlam Muhtaseb. Yeah, it is a very good documentary that doesn't even just like, it's not like a one-sided affair either. It goes directly to Irgun forces that are veterans, like, veterans of the original Zionist militant brigades and they talk to the veterans that are alive to this day. They even talk to a fucking British police officer, as a matter of fact, which I thought was very interesting. And they talk to the Palestinians, they talk to the Jews that were there, and the atrocities that were committed, some of which has been declassified, but many of which is still not declassified by the Israeli government. And it's very good. It's a very good documentary. I highly recommend you all watch it. Like I said, 1948, Creation and Catastrophe. I think the reason why I like it especially is because thank you, Hassan, for all the cover you've been doing these past week. You don't realize how important it is for us Palestinians, especially in the West Bank. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's a great documentary. It's very sad, but it's a great documentary nonetheless. What is this? Twitch star Hassan Piker raised a huge amount of money for Twitch star Hassan Piker often gets hate from his detractors who claim there's an inherent hypocrisy between his own accumulation of wealth and his constant advocacy for workers, despite the fact that he routinely walks the walk in addition to talking the talk. Now Twitch star and his community have raised over 840,000 aid. As ABC News reports, Israeli officials state more than 1,400 people have been killed in Israel. Meanwhile, according to the BBC, health officials report that Israel's retaliation, which has included air raids, have reduced much of Gaza rubble, has killed over 3,000 Palestinian people. On October 14th, he set up a fundraising campaign to support the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, American Near East Refugee Aid, Medical Aid for Palestinians, and the Palestinian Red Crescent Society. By October 16th, Hassan's community raised more than 700,000. Wow, that's nice. Oh, Kotaku wrote about it, so I guess that's why it's like being channeled through all of the usual outlets. I feel like we're in a catastrophic tailspin we cannot wrestle our way out of. Planning influx, but Biden aids weighing $100 billion request to Congress primarily to aid Israel and Ukraine, as well as border security and likely aid to Taiwan. Very big numbers, substantially from what we'd heard initially. I do not ever want to hear How can we pay for it ever again for the rest of our fucking lives? Do you understand? This can never happen ever again. I'm unbanning this guy because I hope that he was just joking. Okay? Oh, the Doctors Without Borders. Reminder that after the U.S. bombed the Doctors Without Borders hospital in Afghanistan, they first blamed it on Afghans. Then they said Taliban had taken it over. Then they said it was an accident. Then quietly admitted they did it intentionally months later. Spencer Ackerman is the GOAT. I wish there were more fucking good journalists like him still in mainstream media. Some of them still exist, but they are, unfortunately, far fewer than the number of fucking charlatan hacks who basically just operate as stenographers and not necessarily arbiters of the truth. They, I love when people turn around and still go, after looking at this exact story, which is identical to the same story that has been told by Israel time and time again, and the victims are Muslims again, and you go, so why is it that America supports Israel unconditionally? Brother, the enemies are the same. The targets are the same. The attitude is the same. Why wouldn't America support Israel in its conquest of engaging in ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing in the territories that it currently occupies? Come on. The USA would do the same, if not worse. The USA has done the same and worse. Yeah, statement from Joe Brandon is this. Statement from the president. I'm outraged, deeply saddened by the explosion at the Al Ahli Arab Hospital in Gaza. An explosion. And the terrible loss of life that resulted. Immediately upon hearing this news, I spoke with King Abdullah II of Jordan, the Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, and have directed my national security team to continue gathering information about what exactly happened. The United States stands unequivocally for the protection of civilian life during conflict, and we mourn the patients, medical staff, and other innocents killed or wounded in this tragedy. How is there not a second fucking perspective on this? It is crazy that the only video we have is that one from that one fucking roof. I'm losing my mind. There has to be more videos. Just saw a video. People claim the video proved that the rocket hit the hospital was Hamas. Is that true or just propaganda? I do not believe that it was a fucking rocket that hit the hospital that was a Hamas rocket. That is a much larger rocket than anything that the Hamas or the Islamic Jihad brigades have. There is no power in Gaza, okay? There is no power in Gaza, which is deliberate, which is by design, so that, the Israeli forces can control the narrative pretty aggressively. And even then, some doctored video and audio is going to come out. The prime minister is going to come on and make a video claiming it's undeniable proof that the IDF would never strike civilians because it's not the rules of war. The IDF controls all forms of media coming in and out. There's no electricity and internet inside of Gaza, except for the fact that, one video did get out, and that video very clearly shows that it is a giant missile. It is not a rocket, but it is a giant missile. But you can tell by the number of dead. Yeah, it was a rocket. It was a piece of the Hamas rocket. You see it blow up in the sky and pieces scatter. Brother, please, I urge you to exercise a little bit of critical thinking. A rocket that was intercepted is not capable of doing that damage that you saw. Fucking, oh my God. Why? Why are you so quick? No, that video is not debunked. The video that they're showing, there were some videos that were debunked that Israel themselves posted and then deleted. But the potential that it also hit ammo, that is not what it looks like when it hits ammunition, okay? Ammo hidden at the hospital, that is insane. That's not how that works. A piece of artillery, like a fucking a shell off of a fucking bomb that was intercepted falls directly into ammunition that is just hanging out at the side of the fucking garage, at the side of the hospital, that blows up with one explosion and not multiple. That's crazy. Exercise a little bit of fucking critical thinking. God damn it. I mean, there are plenty of fucking people. I don't care about this. Look, there are plenty of smart people who looked at the death and the destruction that Hamas rocket could have potentially caused and realized it can't be a fucking Hamas rocket that was misfired, because there has never been a Hamas rocket that has been able to kill 500 people. The payload of the missile that struck the hospital and the sound that it emitted as it was flying are very similar to JDAMs that have been used in Afghanistan. The payload is far greater. Signs it is an airstrike. Size of the explosion. AV evidence corresponding with JDAM strike signature. Israel saying the hospitals were fair game. Previous Israeli attacks on this building. Almost all governments blaming Israel. Signs it was a Hamas rocket. Israel says so. Well, now, and also fucking OSINT Andes as well. Guys, it is fucking ridiculous, okay? Israel already bombed that exact hospital. Israel sent a fucking missile to that hospital on Saturday. What the fuck are we talking about? That's 100% a JDAM or a MK84 with a JDAM kit. Just look at the video on the ones used in Afghanistan by U.S. Air Forces. There's videos on YouTube. I did. I literally showed what a JDAM in Afghanistan sounded like and looked like and what the damage looked like versus the rocket that they fucking lobbed into, the missile that they lobbed into the fucking hospital. The idea that like, God, I do not know how they're going to spin it. I don't know. I mean, Israel has lied time and time again. They have lied time and time again. They've also very openly said that they are interested in hitting the hospitals. I don't know why people just forget that part.
Happens at the end of that.
Well, I suppose Israel wasn't really given the opportunity to fully contemplate what the consequences of that action might be, because Israel didn't instigate this war. This war was instigated by a
Cap. That's insane, dude. That's insane. Again, this is so fucking stupid. You're a stupid person for saying that. It's so frustrating.
Horrible terrorist attack on Israel, and a state is put in a position where it has to respond. Now, one might argue that the very fact that Israel has yet to actually launch their ground invasion means that they are actually making a calculation about what the cost will be, what victory.
Yeah, no, they are. They don't give a shit. They're working on the spin already. Wait, let's see. What is the spin now? Whoa, Israeli media is reporting that the IDF has a recording of a conversation between Islamic Jihad terrorists confirming that they launched a rocket that hit the Gaza hospital. It would reportedly be released shortly. Okay, for those of you who are new in this fucking field, okay, a lot of you are going to come back in here and go over and over again, dude, I told you, Israel said it, and also here, they found this fucking proof. It's conclusive. Wait until there is expert analysis and third-party analysis if you do not believe me, okay? This has happened a million times over. Please. Jesus Christ, I can't stand this fucking guy. They're looking for voice actors still. What? I just want you to understand. They have done this so many times over. They literally have done this so many times over. They've done it before. They've done it with executions. They've done it with assassinations by sniper fire. They've done it with bombings before. They did it with another bombing campaign where they bombed 5 children in a fucking in a graveyard and then claimed it was the Islamic Jihad rocket. It's always, they do it all the fucking time. The delay is entirely because Israel miscalculated West's acceptance of ethnic cleansing in Gaza. No, I don't know. I don't know what they thought people were going to say. I don't think that they were that stupid. Would you promote Jewish Voice for Peace? Yes, I have. I have promoted Jewish Voice for Peace. They did this with Shireen Abu Akleh's murder as well. They assassinated Shireen Abu Akleh, and then they literally said it was the Palestinian forces that did it. And then you know what they did? Here, I was there. I covered it. Okay, I covered it at the time. This was a very important fucking story. Some of you were there watching me cover this story at the time as well, so you remember. Shireen Abu Akleh was assassinated near the Jenin camp, okay? This is a refugee camp that has its own standing militia, and Israel is regularly engaging in this camp and trying to fucking kill the militia, the Jenin Brigade, okay? Which legally have a right to exist. They are operating under the legal boundaries of international law. This is not the Israeli land. They're just their own militia. Anyway, but in one of the many incursions into the Jenin refugee camp where Palestinians live, Shireen Abu Akleh, a Christian Palestinian American reporter that was very famous in the entire Muslim world, okay, in the entire Arab world specifically, was assassinated by an IDF sniper rifle, okay, straight up. They were coming onto the scene. She clearly had a visible press vest on. She had a clear visible press helmet on. She was shot in the neck. She was not shot in the head. She was shot in the neck so that you could, so that the sniper could fucking kill her. So, in the immediate aftermath of the situation, okay, Israel said that it was the Palestinian Jenin Brigade that did this. Not only did they just claim that it was the Palestinians that did this, that it was one of the Palestinian forces in the area, then they said it was possibly crossfire, okay? So what did they do? They didn't just say it was the Palestinian forces that did it. They also tried to show proof. They do this all the fucking time. In an effort to show proof that it was the Palestinian forces that actually assassinated Shireen Abu Akleh, okay, they showed, I think forensics confirmed she was shot on the back of the head. Oh, I thought she was shot on the neck. Okay. Well, regardless. In order to show proof, they showed a battalion that was actually shooting at the time. They just showed like a bunch of scary guys. They showed the Jenin Brigade, right? Shooting. Scary. Look, there's a video. Okay, look at this. This is a real video. This is like, these are the guys. They're shooting and they're scary. They must have shot her. And then forensic evidence found very quickly that the people that they were posting about, the people that were actually there that were shooting, were literally miles, like on the other side of the fucking city, miles away. Can't see. I'm just talking. I'm not showing you anything, right? So they will pull out probably all of the fucking stops. They will pull out all the fucking stops until they arrive at this. Dear journalist, friendly reminder, take official Israeli statements with a healthy dose of skepticism when reporting on what happens inside Gaza. Okay? Prime Minister Bennett on the sad death of the veteran journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. According to the information we've gathered, it appears likely that armed Palestinians who were firing indiscriminately at the time were responsible for the unfortunate death of the journalist. That's what they said. Then they quietly admitted that it was actually a Israeli sniper rifle that shot her and won't charge the soldiers who shot her. The audio with the Israelis released, this is a joke, you deserve a laugh? No. I know that's not intentional, but using terms rockets and missiles interchangeably. I'm sure you know, but Hamas doesn't have guided missiles. Rockets like fireworks in comparison. Yes, you are correct. BBC reporter on the size of the explosion. I already covered this. Yes, I already showed this. Here's the video Israel released. No, this is secret files. What? Israel says failed Hamas rocket caused devastating hospital blast. This is not the video that they released.
Islamic Jihad is responsible for the failed rocket launch which hit the hospital in Gaza.
What the fuck is this? This has 138 views, dog. Why are you showing me this video? Did you just send me your own fucking video? Secret Files 333 with 100 views. Oh, anyway, they didn't intercept all the rockets fired, right? Well, that was the payload of those that landed. Wait, what? What are you talking about? I don't know why so many OSINT guys who literally pride themselves on understanding the difference between missiles and rockets currently are showing their asses when they act like this was an intercepted rocket that fell onto the hospital and caused an explosion that has never been caused before. This is the single most violent strike that has ever occurred, partially because Israel does blow up hospitals, but they do not actually lob missiles at hospitals directly, especially when there are people inside of it. They don't throw JDAMs at fucking hospitals when there are people inside the hospitals. It is wild that in order for this to work, in the minds of so many people, that the Hamas rockets were able to cause mass atrocities that they've never been able to physically. If it turns out that there was not an aircraft in the immediate area, keep in mind that JDAM ERs exist, extended range, depending on the variant, can reach up to 50 miles. Like, the explosion was ginormous. The explosion that happened was massive. It was a much larger payload than anything Hamas or Islamic Jihad has. Anyway, the story keeps changing, and there's no suspicion or skepticism from the other side. Yeah, that's what's frustrating. What is this? ITV
Both
News I found the exact missile that whistled in the hospital. That is not an intercepted rocket.
Have been urging caution in how it responds.
ITV News is like not great. Wait, oh shit, there's another video. What the fuck?
The Al Ali Hospital tonight.
Like, does that look like an intercepted fucking shrapnel falling on? Do you think that's an intercepted shrapnel falling on the hospital, chat? Do you think that is a misfire from a fucking rocket, like a Hamas rocket? Because I've shown you the misfires from Hamas rockets. It does not look like that.
The whistle of what officials in Gaza say was an Israeli airstrike. Sirens in the background, the buildings ablaze. This is not the periphery of the hospital site, but the courtyard right at its heart. This video, verified by ITV News, was taken by someone trying to escape through this. The hospital is in the north of the Gaza Strip, right in the center of Gaza City, a built-up area. Witnesses described to ITV News how ceilings caved in here, inside hospital wards. A British doctor working inside the hospital spoke to ITV News a few hours before the attack.
What's happening here is a crime against humanity, and their decision has to be which side do they want to be on. I am and remain committed to be an advocate for my patients and their relatives and to defend their basic right to life.
It was led to a hospital nearby to take in the injured and the dead. A healthcare system already crumbling, literally. Many of those injured had travelled to the Al Ali hospital, not for treatment, but for shelter. Surely a hospital was the safest place to be. It was not. At first, the Israel Defense Forces said it was looking into the cause of the attack, promising an investigation and an update. Tonight, the Israeli Prime Minister posted on social media to say the Israeli military was not responsible. He blamed Islamic Jihad group, writing, "The barbarian terrorists in Gaza are the ones who attacked the hospital." But no one has said it was behind the attack, a massacre which has the potential for momentous consequences. These are crucial hours, not just for this conflict, but for the entire region.
And Rohit joins me from Jerusalem. Rohit, look, it's not just the Israelis. For many Western intelligence agencies, they'll have every eye in the sky they have, I assume, available to them, scouring every inch of Gaza permanently, not least because they're looking for their hostages. So there must be a clear answer as to who fired this rocket. Do we have it tonight?
We don't have it yet, Tom, and we can't say with any certainty who was responsible.
Yeah, again, going back to the Noah tweet, but like, it's important to understand, okay? It's important to understand. It's literally Signs is an airstrike. Size of the explosion. Audio, video evidence corresponding with JDAM strike signature. Israel saying the hospitals were fair game. Previous Israeli attacks on this hospital, this exact hospital from Saturday. Okay? Everybody is like, oh, this is definitely Israel. Israel itself, or Israeli officials themselves, kind of busted a nut early on and fucking said that Hamas was there and basically, took ownership over the attack. And now, signs it was a Hamas rocket. Israel says so. It's crazy. People on the ground said it was a fucking a massive attack, massive air attack from Israel. It's just like, I don't know. Yeah, if only we had more. If only we had more evidence. But there's no electricity, so wait. I already watched this clip. When Soviet authorities accidentally downed a passenger plane in the 1980s, the U.S. edited intercepted comms to broadcast it, score a PR victory against the USSR. Can only imagine what twisted shit is being done here. IDF says it will release footage and intercept the conversation proving the Palestinian Islamic Jihad behind the attack. Yeah. They're going to be like, dude, it's so crazy. We blew up that hospital. How sick was it? Let's blame Israel. Yeah, bro, for real.
For this attack today. The Israeli military is posting videos on social media this evening, which they say are evidence that this was a failed rocket launch from inside Gaza. Yet we've spoken to so many people firsthand on the ground who say precisely the opposite and who say that this impact was so big that it couldn't have been caused by a rocket from a group like Islamic Jihad group or Hamas either. What we can be certain of is the impact, the human impact. We've just received in the last few minutes a voice message from a doctor to ITV News working inside the hospital tonight. I'm going to read it to you in full time. It says, the patients were unarmed. This is very serious considering the number of casualties and the kind of injuries. There were entire families, children, women, elders. A little percent of them could still be alive, but the death toll is rising. The efforts to collect more bodies, parts, continues. There might be some survivors, but the death toll will be much higher.
I mean, this is a big event, either way.
Here are the rockets you can find fire from Gaza. The rocket that misfired was the R-160. Domestically produced with the rocket. Wait, what? It doesn't show payload, though. Also, none of these fucking rockets, even the largest one, could take out 500 people. You know what I mean? They just don't have, they do not have a rocket in their arsenal that could even accidentally or deliberately blow up an entire hospital and fucking kill 500 people. The person is not scale at all. Yeah, no, I know the person is not scale, chat. I don't know, man. This report, including IDF operations in the last 24 hours, definitely makes it seem like the hospital could have been one of the 200 targets they struck in Gaza. I mean, they already had struck that hospital. So I don't know what else to say about it. People legit believe Hamas had like one mega rocket and blew themselves up with it. Is crazy. Yes. Anyway, I wait more information.
We don't know, as you said, yet who's responsible.
It was probably launched via a helicopter, and I doubt Hamas says, no, it was not launched via a helicopter. What are you saying? Israel, I don't think, has ever used a helicopter in its Gaza operations. Why would they do that? They can just fly planes, brother. And also lob rockets from afar as well, not from planes.
Do we know, we've seen protests all the way across the Middle East tonight. Do we know what kind of impact this is likely to have, or can we not say that until it's clear who was responsible?
I don't know who this expert is, dude, please.
We can say with certainty it is already having a huge impact, not very far from where we're broadcasting from in East Jerusalem. There are huge protests already right across the West Bank, in Jordan, in other parts of the Middle East. People have made up their mind in many parts, and everyone is now looking to Iran.
Bro, have people acted weird around you because you talk critically about Israel? No, not at all. Because many of my Jewish friends are dedicated anti-Zionists to begin with, but also the ones who are not, my normie friends in general, are still, they're respectful about my perspective. It is very different to have a conversation with someone who you love and know in person versus a conversation that you're having anonymously online, or a conversation where you're basically yelling at a person anonymously over the internet that you've never met. It goes both ways. I am much more stern with the people that I deal with in my chat because I don't know the background. I don't know where you're coming from, right? I can't know. I know Israel said that they're going to release the footage that proves it once and for all, that this was definitely conclusively prove it. And I'm sure as soon as it comes out, everyone will come in here to tell me I told you so, you fucking idiot. But I would wait. I would wait a little bit further. I would urge those once this piece of information comes out, I would wait a little bit further because I've been here before. Anyway, what? Proof of helicopter use in Gaza? Fuck. That's just a helicopter. I don't think this is Do they? I don't think they operate in Gaza, brother. I think it's just Israeli Air Force. Anyway, I can't believe we're just going back and forth on this.
Which has been speaking about Israeli war crimes being potential reason for them to intervene directly in this conflict. So we're waiting and watching to see what they say about this.
Does the IDF have a history of bombing Gaza? I don't know. Yeah. I mean, how could you possibly say? How could you possibly say this is like this is the IDF? Have they blown up any hospitals in Gaza before? No. I mean, yes, they have, for the record. It's definitely.
Okay, Rohit, thank you very much indeed. Well, reports of so many deaths at the Gaza City hospital sent hundreds of angry Palestinians flooding onto the streets of the big West Bank cities, including Ramallah, where the Palestinian Authority is based. The deaths provoked outrage amongst Arab communities. Syria called it a bloody massacre against humanity. Saudi Arabia, a heinous crime.
A rocket attack on a hospital, a region in outrage. Raised in frustration, the voices of thousands, spoken for those whose voices will never be heard again.
There's mass misinformation on both sides, not blaming Israel yet until we get unbiased reports. I mean, there are enough Western media, outlets out there that have said that it is Israel. There would have to be an unimaginable sea change in Israeli policy. Like, I'll tell you like this, okay? I'll tell it to you like this. For this not to be an Israeli rocket, it would literally have to be a massive ordinance that nobody knew. The Palestinian brigades, the Palestinian militant factions had access to. They would also need a delivery mechanism for this, okay? Because it's a massive fucking bomb. Like, this is a massive missile. It's not a rocket. It is a missile, right? And they do not have the delivery mechanism. And it would have to have either like once in a lifetime crazy moment where it like misfired. They have a way to deliver this ordinance, and they launched it, and they just didn't know how to use it, and then it ended up fucking blowing up a hospital. Like, it is out of all of the possibilities, it is so incredibly unlikely. Could be, sure. There's a possibility for everything. If you ask me, would Hamas have the opportunity and the military capability of infiltrating Israel, penetrating the Israeli border, and killing 2,000 Israelis? Fuck no. I would have said, abso-fucking-lutely not. You are delusional, okay? And I would be exactly, I would be right on the money with the Israeli security forces as well. But the thing that is wild to me is like if Hamas wants to make it seem like Israel is, carelessly fucking killing Palestinian civilians, okay? If Islamic Jihad is trying to make Israel look like they are carelessly killing Palestinian civilians, like, all they need to do is sit back. Because while 500 people died so far, according to the health ministry, what you have to remember is thousands have died so far over the course of the past 7 days. So all they could have done is just wait another fucking day. They already fucking bombed that hospital. Does that make sense? I don't think that they have to like blow up their own fucking hospitals or their own people in order for the world to even act like they give a shit. But notice, yes, you are correct. Notice how we have shifted the conversation away. Notice how we have shifted the conversation away from Israel's endless fucking punishment of all Gazans to whether or not Israel or Hamas blew up their own fucking hospital. Yeah, great stuff. Great way to drive the discourse today. 3 times the number of people that were killed in this hospital bombing that I still maintain was done by Israel, because it is the same hospital that Israel said that you had to evacuate. And it is the same hospital that Israel had already bombed a wing of on Saturday. Okay. Outside of that hospital blowing up, why would you maintain that? Because the facts, I'm engaging in analysis. I've already offered you why I believe this. Okay. Because they said they would do it. Israel said that they would do it. Anyway, if PIJ was capable of obtaining that kind of singularly destructive weaponry inside of Gaza, what was the point of the blockade, the surveillance, any of this? If you really want people to believe this, then Israel's one of the least competent governments in modern history. Ben says, just so to be clear about this, Palestinian terrorists tried to fire a rocket at Israel. It fell short and it hit a hospital, killing hundreds of Palestinian Arabs. Hamas claimed that it was Israel, and the media immediately ran with Hamas' story. Sounds about right. This is the Aurora Intel video, apparently, of showing the missile systems that apparently Al-Quds has. Their Badr 3 rocket preparations for launching towards Israel. I don't know how they throw these, by the way. Like, I don't know what kind of launching mechanism they have for these. And this again, I don't know what kind of explosive ordnance this is, but again, 500 in one fucking hit. I don't know how that works. They're ground to ground. You can see the rails they're fired off of in the video. Yeah. That shit is guided. This is guided? I really doubt that this was the culprit, but even then, that shows an unbelievable level of incompetence on the Israeli side if you're gunning down flotillas sent over to provide medical aid, and this gets by you. Guided by the law of gravity. They're guided by Allah and the law of gravity. Oh, all right, let's finish this, and then I'll finish the Bassam video as well. And I'll also finish the top of the hour ad break, which I forgot to run at the top of the hour. When there's a 3-minute ad break that if you no longer want to see, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Or by getting gifted to subbers, it's a 3-minute ad break now.
Across the Arab world and beyond, fury directed at the symbols of the Israeli state. In Istanbul, thousands gathered outside the consulate within minutes of the Gaza hospital attack. At the same time, a warning from the Israeli government for all Israelis to leave Turkey immediately for their own safety. As news of the hospital tragedy spread, so too did the protests. In Ramallah, the heart of the Palestinian territory in the West Bank, rocks thrown at the headquarters of the governing Palestinian Authority seem to have failed in their stand against Israeli actions. In Jordan, where the American president will arrive tomorrow, attempts to storm the Israeli embassy. That those inside left last week mattered little. This building represents a government which, in the eyes of many, is responsible for the mass killing of Palestinians. As the Hamas leader called for Palestinians across the world to protest about Israel's actions in Gaza, the streets of Baghdad filled with flags and fury. And in Beirut tonight, across the city, and in the southern suburbs, heartland of Hezbollah, a show of desperation and defiance. The past 10 days have shaken this region. The rocket attack has added to the volatility. Emma Murphy, News at 10, Lebanon.
Guys, please stop sending me the Mario Naval Twitter link. I do not know what that assessment is. I don't know. I don't know how I do not know where that comes from. I do not know who that guy is. All right, let's finish this.
Looks like any rational person, any decent person can engage in a conversation about what is the appropriate response for Israel. Of course they can. But this sort of moral equivalency thing, I don't think is a sign of decency to engage in a conversation about moral equivalency.
Let me bring Bassem back in. You've been listening to this, Bassem. What's your response to what Jeremy's been saying?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the gentleman's name.
It's Jeremy Boring. He's the chief executive of the Daily Wire and co-founder with Ben Shapiro of the Daily Wire.
Hi, Jeremy. Please say hello to Ben Shapiro, and please tell him that I do think he is the smartest person to ever walk the earth. Thank you so much. So, as a response to Jeremy, I agree with everything you said. I mean, what is disproportionate? I mean, he just used the examples from Second World War in America, showing that civilian casualty is. I heard his voice. He was very sad, and as he was telling us, it is so inevitable to kill so many civilians because it's something that we cannot avoid. I hear the sadness in his voice, and I know that it's a very difficult decision to kill all of these civilians because that's for a higher cause. And I understand, but my question, I have two questions. The question is, how can you justify the killing in the West Bank where Hamas does not exist? And if the disproportionate response during over all of these years have actually worked, what will be new this time that did not happen before? I just want to... No
defender, no Zionism defender has an answer for this, by the way. That is kind of at the heart of the problem. That's it. This is why I keep bringing it up as well. And I have yet to hear a good answer. No one has an answer for it. Everybody always tries to claim that like Israel was cooperating and offering assurances on the security cooperations, and it's like, no, they weren't. They fucking were not. They never were. Look at the West Bank. They never were. That was not Hamas. That was literally the enemy of Hamas. The dudes who control Palestinian Authority, the dudes who control the West Bank are dudes who have literally fought against Hamas. Okay, there is no answer for it.
That was my question.
Okay,
that was my question.
I'm gonna.
Okay. So now, if I ask the question, can I say something on my side?
Well, Bassem, with respect,
a little bit personal.
Bassem, with respect, I gave you half the show to have your side. Jeremy's had a lot less time. I'm going to have to.
You want me to leave?
Bassem, I'm going to have to let you go because we've been on there with you for 40 minutes.
Okay. Bye bye.
But listen,
bye bye.
I'd like to talk to you again, and thank you for joining the program. I appreciate it.
Oh, by the way, my wife's family is all right, and they sent us a house. It's bombed. It's beautiful. It's going to be a good like Halloween theme. So
well, I'm very sorry for what your family are going through in Gaza, and I mean that very sincerely.
By the way, I don't know him. By the way, I haven't actually met them. They didn't even come to my wedding. They couldn't because they are stuck in Gaza, and she never saw them because Gaza is not a destination.
Bassem, as I say,
we hear their voices, and it's they die. It's fine. It's fine.
Bassem, I wish your family all the very best. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate it.
I don't. Thank you.
This guy's off his rocket? No, he's He's a comedian, and I think he's utilizing satire to try to describe the situation. Like, it's a really fucked up situation, but I mean, yeah. If there's any better evidence that Israel's lying about the hospital airstrike, it's this. The first reports of the explosion occurred around 7:20 p.m. local time. Every video the IDF of the Israeli government sharing shows a blast that occurred between 7:59 and 8. They almost certainly waited for Hamas or PIJ to start firing rockets, pulled it from the live video, then claimed it was an unfortunate coincidence that this same rocket salvo we're seeing now causes hospital explosion, even though it's from 30 minutes afterwards. I want it captured here. Israel deleted the video and have republished the tweet without the video they previously utilized as definitive proof of the supposed PIJ rocket salvo being fired that hit the hospital. There are different footage that's geolocated. Chatter, you do not understand. I know. I saw it. I saw the different footage. I know. Okay? The likelihood is that while rockets were also being intercepted, while rocket fire was also being intercepted, a missile strike to the hospital occurred. Okay? That is the most likely scenario because there are 2 strikes happening at the same time. It is literally impossible. It is literally impossible for an intercepted rocket to actually cause that kind of damage. And it's also, as we understand currently, within the arsenal that is available for Qassam and for Hamas and for the Islamic Jihad, like any of the militant factions inside of Gaza, for them to have that level of ordnance. They do not have a delivery mechanism for that level of ordnance, and they do not have that level of ordnance in general. Okay? It's the intercepted rocket argument was the first one that they deployed. It was a really stupid one because everybody understood how large the explosion was. And then immediately they moved from an intercepted rocket and it's a possible shrapnel to, oh, well, it was actually a misfired rocket. I want to capture here. Israel deleted the video and have republished a tweet without the video they previously utilized as definitive proof of the supposed PIJ rocket salvo being fired that hit the hospital. Now the claim is made intentionally vague, so it can be from anywhere. The Israeli Prime Minister's office didn't get the message about how clearly inconsistent the video the supposed rocket salvo hitting the hospital is, though, and republished the exact same video for a Hebrew-speaking audience. And the Israeli Prime Minister's office has deleted their publishing of the video as well. Yes, the narrative didn't work out well. We'll try again tomorrow. Literally the dumbest fans on Twitch, says Nova Frosted. They do have rockets that big. Fact check. Says Intel Schizo. Hamas does possess the capability. The R-160 rocket is a 331-pound warhead. The R-160 has several warhead types: high explosive, anti-personnel, armor-piercing. R-160 range 150 to 180 kilometers, maximum flight speed Mach 4.2 to 5.2. The R-160 based on the Syrian M302, which is derived from the Chinese WS-1B rocket. I don't know enough about. I'm not a missile autist enough to understand any of this, which is why this is where the extent of my knowledge ends. I am, however, a media narrative autist. There's that. And I do know one thing. I do know propaganda. I've seen the propaganda. I've seen the exact same propaganda that Israel has deployed in other bombing campaigns. This dude is older than me.
Oh my God!
God damn, you fucking found his ass so quick. Holy shit. Mhud, deploy your fucking wizardry and figure out if this was a Mhud. Tell us this if this is a Israeli missile or a fucking Hamas rocket, please. Use your powers to fucking end this once and for all. Yes, I watched the JDAM video that they called in Afghanistan, and it does sound identical to the hospital strike. Please stop sending me that over and over again. The JDAM is 1,000 kilograms, 331 pounds as a bottle rocket compared to the JDAM. 300 pounds is nowhere near what caused that explosion. I've no-lifed milsims, and there's no doubt in my mind it's an MK-84 2,000-pound JDAM. Oh, milsim Andes, stop it. This is my angle. This is why I consider this to be yet another Israeli attack, because they already attacked that hospital. They already bombed that hospital. They openly shut off food, water, power from the strip. They called them human animals, told 6 hospitals to evacuate because they would bomb them. Actually bombed a wing of the Ahli Arab hospital 2 days prior. There's video evidence of the bombing today, and people still claim it's not Israel. I'm currently running simulations in War Thunder. We'll get to the bottom of this. Thank you. I'm surprised. I thought Evan Hill would have more answers at this point, though. Oh, here. I mean, he has addressed it. He said a lot of people sharing this footage. He's like the forensics. He's the open source visual and forensics investigator. He played a role. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Evan Hill who played a role when he worked. I think he was at the New York Times. Was he not? Or was he always at the Washington Post? Was it not Evan Hill who played a role in uncovering the Kabul bombing that America, yet another instance where America fucking bombed an entire family on their way out from Kabul and then lied and said it was a fucking terrorist, and then turned around and found out that it was actually not a terrorist at all. It was just some dude, a social worker, as a matter of fact, and his entire family that they'd fucking lasered. And I believe it was Evan Hill and his investigations that showed the proof of that. So yeah, he was delivering water, the social worker guy and his family with a water tank. I think he was at the New York Times Visual and Forensics Investigation Team, and he went to Washington Post since then, but he was very important in that discovery. He played a big role. So I do trust his word more than I trust others in this issue. Okay? So I will say that. A lot of people sharing this footage, but it does not actually show a falling projectile, only a rocket barrage and then a glow from an apparent explosion. The clearer video is in my next tweet. This video taken from a live stream does appear to show a rocket interception, followed by a small explosion on the ground in the distance, followed by a different and far larger explosion at the Al Ahli hospital. So the likelihood, if you are to speculate off of this video that people keep pointing to say, oh, it's actually an intercepted rocket that fell on the fucking hospital. Okay, here it is. There you go. That one gets intercepted. Things fall off of that. The intercepted rocket falls off. And then you see look, the one that falls off is back here, potentially. And then here is the actual big boom, the big explosion at the hospital. Now, that hospital explosion is the one that corresponds to the video footage that we saw already. Okay, unfortunately, there's no audio on this, so we can't tell how many fucking missiles are actually being lobbed in this situation, or how many rockets are at play. This is the hospital, however. This is the explosion at the hospital, okay? This is what the Ocean Andes, Evan Hill was the couple investigator at the New York Times. They highlighted in his WAPO bio. Yes, he's the man. He is very smart, and he's very good. There's a difference between, why'd you say thanks? Oh, please make the picture bigger. I can't tell. No, there's no audio on this because this is a security camera, I think, maybe. I don't know why there's no audio in this video. Isn't this a video that was from 2022? I do not believe this is from the 2022 video. Pay attention to its trajectory. Nothing from that rocket would ever be able to possibly hit that hospital. Okay. I do not think that this is from 2022. I think that this is actually the hospital. I think this is the same night. This is from that same moment. Now, if you noticed, the bomb being intercepted starts falling. There is one bomb that explodes in the background right here, and then the big bomb that hits the big missile that hits the hospital. You understand? If this is from that same night, this is the live feed from that same night, okay? And if this is the same exact explosion that we have seen, and that is the big one, what could have happened. No. This is the Ocean Andes are correct. This is, at least according to these photos that they've looked at, what I've seen is that this is the hospital area. This is literally the same area where the bomb exploded. They could have sent a JDAM while they were also intercepting rocket fire. Okay? That would make sense. There's audio in the live stream and it doesn't sound like a failed rocket. Everything lights up and you hear a strong impact after the rockets are intercepted.
Yeah.
In this unedited 12-minute clip, AJ Arabic cameras captured at least 7 Israeli airstrikes on Gaza within 10 minutes of the Baptist hospital being hit. 6:59 p.m. local time Tuesday. Each subsequent airstrike occurred as the hospital burned. The lightings that did give away that its current Palestine has no electricity. Yes, that's why I think it is hip to 310. This is from that same night at that point. It's now 7 p.m. This was the interpretation by the OP. The geo-tracker dude posted his thread with the opposite conclusion with no evidence. Exactly. The geo-tracker or the geo-confirm guy literally posted this same exact thread and said that it must have been, and then literally even openly stated, well, this is not conclusive. That it still could have been a Israeli rocket fire or something. This is not August 2022, I don't think. I can't see, but I'm pretty sure there's no lights. No, this is from yesterday, chat. This is from last night. No, this is not from 2022. Yes, dude, no, it's not. See, this fucking area is still on fire, I think.
وأفاد مراسل الجزيرة أن طواقم الدفاع المدني ما زالت تحاول انتشال مزيد من الضحايا تحت ركام المنازل المدمرة. نذهب إلى شبكة مراسلين من غزة، مراسلنا وائل الدحدوح، ومن تل أبيب الياس كرام، ومن رام الله مدير مكتب الجزيرة وليد العمري، ومن الناقورة جنوبي لبنان مراسلنا أيضا جوني طانيوس. مرحبا بكم جميعا. أبدأ معك وائل الدحدوح ونقل لنا الصوت.
For those of you asking,
الصورة تتحدث عن نفسها، فالغارات الإسرائيلية ما تزال مستمرة كما تلاحظون. هذه
where I pulled it up this morning. The Al Ahli Baptist Hospital is from. There's news reports from. I think the one that I pulled up was from Anadolu Agency. Anadolu Agency. You missed it. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, this is it. Here, there's more bombing happening at the time.
تتحدث عن نفسها، فالغارات الإسرائيلية ما تزال مستمرة كما تلاحظون. هذه الغارات الآن مكثفة بشكل واضح في المنطقة، في منطقة حي الشجاعية، وتحديدا في الأطراف الشمالية الشرقية لهذا الحي، وأيضا شرق الحي. وبالتالي
What the fuck is that?
كما تشاهدون على الهواء مباشرة هذه الصورة التي تشاهدونها هي لمزيد من الغارات التي ما زالت مستمرة منذ ساعات في هذا الحي، وتحديدا كما قلنا في الشرق وفي الشمال الشرقي من حي الشجاعية وصولا إلى حي الزيتون. هذا المحور أو هذا الشريط الحدودي أو القريب من الحدود بالتأكيد يعني أمطرته طائرات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي بكثير من الصواريخ الإسرائيلية والغارات العنيفة، وما تزال الطائرات الإسرائيلية تحلق بكثافة في سماء محافظات القطاع، وهذا يعني هذا صحيح مزيد من الغارات. كنت أقول هذا يعني بأنها سوف تشن مزيد من الغارات وربما على نفس المحور، وهو ما حدث بالفعل على الهواء مباشرة كما تشاهدون. مزيد من الغارات في نفس المكان تقريبا أو نفس
I like that. What got lost in all the fucking noise is that I guess the IDF kept a bombing campaign going in that area, unless they're also claiming that all of those other bombs that blew up in that time frame are not IDF either, and they just like, I guess it was the fucking Palestinian brigades that were just doing a mass bombing campaign, quite similar to the one that Israel has been conducting nonstop in all parts of Gaza, and they've continued to bomb mercilessly too.
الآن مزيد من الغارات العنيفة التي تتسبب في كرات لهب كبيرة جدا.
A lot of misfires I'm seeing, a lot of Hamas misfires I think.
تتسبب أيضا في دمار كبير، ويبدو أن هناك غمامة كبيرة من الدخان.
Yeah, Wall Street Journal said that wait, where is the Wall Street Journal article? The bomb that was dropped in the hospital was an American MK-84. This bomb is precision guided, largest in the MK family, is about 950 kilograms in weight. But where's the Wall Street Journal article? Can't believe I'm still covering.
الدخان والغبار الناجم عن عملية القصف في هذه المناطق لدرجة أنه يحجب كثير من كرات اللهب التي يسببها انفجار هذه الصواريخ.
The reporter says the pictures speak for itself. The Israeli airstrikes continue, as you see live on the screen. More airstrikes continue for hours. You can hear the aircrafts flying over right now. That is not confirmed. I haven't seen the article. So this is new. This is literally from last night. Last night when the hospital was bombed.
ثقيلة الوزن التي تطلق وتلقى على هذه المناطق من حي الشجاعية في هذه الأثناء، وواضح أن هذا التصميم أو هذا التركيز للغارات. واضح أن هناك أيضا سيارات إسعاف تتجه شرقا، وهذا يعني أن هناك معلومات أو نداءات استغاثة من المناطق الشرقية التي تعرضت للقصف، ونحن نرى سيارة إسعاف قادمة من الشرق يبدو أنها قد حملت بعض الجرحى أو أحد الجرحى، لكن واضح كما قلنا أن هناك توترا أو نسقا متصاعدا فيما يتعلق بهذه الغارات التي ركزت في الفترة الأخيرة على أطراف حي الشجاعية وأطراف حي الزيتون. خلال ساعة النصف الأول من اليوم كان التركيز بشكل واضح ولافت على منطقة حي الزيتون بالتأكيد وبقية المناطق، لكن كان لافتا هذا التركيز. الآن انتقل التركيز على منطقة حي الشجاعية والأطراف الشرقية منه، مع بقاء واستمرار الغارات على المناطق الأخرى مثل حي الزيتون ومنطقة التفاح ومنطقة بيت لاهيا وجباليا وبيت حانون، وأيضا المحاور الغربية الشمالية الأطراف الغربية.
This is crazy, by the way. They're watching it live, and the commentator is just saying that this area was concentrated on all day. He's talking about it unedited. Yes, this is when it first happened. This is completely live. This is like they don't even know the extent of the damage at this point, and I assume they don't suspect that it hit the hospital at that point. So they're just covering it in real time, live last night, or I guess this morning for our purposes. But yeah.
بيت لاهيا ومنطقة الشيخ رضوان وشمال غزة كما نلاحظ، والآن هناك قصف في مناطق أخرى في.
By the way, one of the craziest parts about it is that there was an active bombing operation happening at that same time, obviously in that neighborhood. Even though the IDF claimed that they weren't fucking bombing that neighborhood, they blew up a UN school as well in that time frame. So there was a lot more bombing happening, which is why it's so fucking stupid to just like hyper focus on one part of the ongoing bombing to say like, oh, this is a fucking Hamas rocket for sure. Especially when it is clear that they're doing a fucking air operation at that point, literally in that fucking neighborhood. They also hit a southern neighborhood where 52 civilians died too. Which is so crazy because I don't know. I mean, it's just like I can't believe they're just like still being like, oh, we have the evidence. We have the evidence, I promise, when they've bombed hospitals over and over again. And they've bombed the entire fucking neighborhood. And they were bombing the entire neighborhood at that time.
And likely will use the hostages, nearly 200 of them, as human shields. They'll have suicide bombers. So the challenges of this are enormous. And I suspect, to take this out a little bit further, Anderson, that the other conversation is going to be, okay, we understand the need to destroy Hamas. to render them incapable of accomplishing their mission without reconstitution. You're going to take a huge number of losses to do that. We support that. But what happens then? Especially if they take out the Hamas political wing, which they have said they intend to dismantle as well.
Why is CNN asking war criminals their opinion? What do you mean, dude? They fucking... Who are you going to ask? Someone who doesn't know how to do a war crime? Of course you're going to ask the fucking war criminal how to do war crimes.
Who will do that? If you just go in and destroy Hamas, in other words, it's really then a lawn mowing, but, you know, right down to
Hamas
the
doesn't
dirt.
use suicide bombers? Yes, they do.
Is going to begin to
no,
grow again.
Hamas has used suicide bombers in the past. In the Intifada they did, I'm pretty sure.
Arab countries that would support this, they're always concerned about the Palestinians. This would be a great way to demonstrate that concern, have an
Oh, he said lawn mowing. Oh, that's the Israeli...
Type, ideally sponsored under the auspices of
the UN. That's the take for going in and cutting the lawn, mowing the lawn.
Nation building,
that's when they do an endless bombing campaign in Gaza.
Repair of damaged infrastructure and get schools and clinics and
that's what they call it.
Repaired and all of that.
How cheery and wonderful.
Have to fight the remnants of Hamas, which are going to try to come back and take control of the territory again.
And
they used it like 20 years ago, bro. That's not the same as currently doing it. Wait, what?
Former and current lately, that it's not just Hamas and
they used the term mowing the lawn 20 years ago, so they're not using it anymore. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, they killed more people in Gaza with sieges. So what do you mean?
That in a, I mean, if there's thousands of non-military supporters of those organizations.
Oh, you meant the suicide vest? Yes. Yeah, I'm just saying they have used it. I don't know if they. I don't think they use it now. But that
doesn't. How do you work in that environment?
Yeah, how active is their support? I mean, if they're again rhetorically supporting them, but exercise your free speech. We had plenty of demonstrations over the years in Iraq as well, and you contain them, you deal with them, you try to communicate with them. Ultimately, you try to convince them. And here again, I would hope that there will be not just a vision for the destruction of Hamas. Again, understandable. There should be, again, this dismantling of this organization that has carried out the most unspeakable of all acts, and on a scale that dwarfs per capita many, many times what we experienced on 9/11. It would be well over 40,000 equivalent for us. But there should be a vision about, again, what then? How about a vision for the Palestinian people?
Have you heard a vision
in
for
Gaza?
that? You believe there is one?
And I think that would be wise to offer, and a vision, frankly, also about the West Bank. Use this as.
Why are these fucking assholes talking about? Have you heard a vision? Why would he have ever heard a vision about what any fucking Arab person has ever thought? He is not the type of person who thinks Arabs are human beings, let alone ones with vision and a peaceful pathway forward. You could just ask a Palestinian for once, but you don't want to do that.
And the Jews as a people.
Yeah, Retired General David Petraeus, thank you. Appreciate it. Again, the new book, Conflict, the Evolution of Warfare from 1945 to Ukraine, is out today. Coming up, Israel's military has called him the face of evil. He's the head of Hamas in Gaza. A closer look, he's living in Qatar. Closer look at who he is.
I was about to say, he's not in fucking Gaza. All right, big homie, he is not. Is he claiming Hamas caused 49/11 amounts of deaths? I don't know what the fuck he's claiming. It's nice, though. Nice that Petraeus is shilling his book. Very cool. Very cruel, actually. All right, let's see.
Very much, but again, I don't have the full information. Let me bring in Dr. Maynard now. Dr. Maynard, there are children still being born in Gaza today. There's no water still, little food, and the situation is becoming worse. What are the most urgent needs right now? What would you see those aid? Would you like to see those aid convoys carrying into Gaza once they're allowed in?
Yes, I mean, I think it's rather fanciful to think that opening up one border at Rafah is going to get enough aid.
Big homie is where my money's going to. We're getting our money up.
Most of the roads,
boys.
Have been destroyed.
He's one of the big homies that gets the money.
Have been bombed and are impassable.
He's a medical aid for Palestine guy.
That large numbers of patients and
get your money up, big dog.
Through one opening down at Rafah, I think is frankly fanciful. So I think there needs to be a lift of the siege completely, and the many more border crossings that can be opened from Israel need to be opened to allow aid to come in that way. Speaking from the UK perspective, I know Medical Aid for Palestine has got many healthcare workers who are poised to come and go in and help, and I'm sure other countries will be the same. So the minute aid is allowed in, and it needs to be allowed in from all the borders.
Yes, it's going to a British guy. Medical Aid for Palestine, MAP, is a British
and even if the aid is allowed in, Dr. Maynard, it's not going to be a light switch, is it? I mean, even if aid gets in, it doesn't mean that a humanitarian crisis is averted.
Most certainly not, because I think it's gone too far down that road now to avert it. And the grave risk of widespread infectious diseases will remain. There are many people who are injured and may not be saved anyway. So it won't be an immediate turnaround. But I think once there is no fuel for the generators, once there is no water, once there is no...
Why is your title still the idea of bomb the hospital? Because I believe that the idea of bomb the hospital. That's why my title is the idea of bomb the hospital. Because you know what? Even if they didn't this time, which I still think they did, they bombed that same hospital fucking 2 days ago. They bombed the same hospital on Saturday. So yeah, and it seems like they were doing a bombing campaign in that area according to the Al Jazeera footage that every single person is posting to be like, look, it's just an intercepted missile.
UNRWA and the WHO and the UNICEF are doing great job, but it's very contradicting how the politics behind this conflict is blocking those UN agencies from carrying out their own missions. It's very important to point out that Israel has to respect human rights and let the humanitarian corridors work out.
Hold on. Did these guys see the future? Did the Anglican run Ahli Arab Hospital? Did they see the future? How did they post this article on October 16th, I wonder? Wait a minute. How'd they do that? How did they post this article before the hospital was bombed? Oh, wait. That's because they fucking bombed it beforehand as well. No, it's not a time zone difference. This is the same fucking hospital. They bombed it. They also said that they were pushing people to evacuate already. The strike on Al Ahli Arab Hospital happened at 7:30 p.m. EEST on Saturday, the 14th October. 4 hospital staff were injured in the blast and are receiving treatment for their wounds. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, dude. Wait, I thought this hospital was bombed yesterday. So why is this article saying the hospital was bombed? Oh my God, it seems like Israel bombed that hospital already. That's so crazy. I must be out of my fucking mind to assume that Israel bombed the hospital again. No, probably not. It must be the Qassam brigades that have a super secret JDAM. Oh. Or maybe this one was also a misfire. Who knows? Maybe they wanted to just like evacuate that hospital. Maybe the Hamas militants just hate that fucking hospital a lot because it's a Christian one, because they hate Christians, right? They hate Christian Palestinians too. I don't know. Many different opportunities. Why every single bombing that has occurred so far? Why not just say all of them are Hamas missiles with the same logic? Yeah, I think, you know what? I've decided. Yeah, you know what? I've decided. Actually, every single bombing that has occurred in the Gaza Strip actually is Hamas. The IDF is Hamas. Anyway, Todd, you're giving the propagandist ideas? Yeah.
Site at aljazeera.com for further discussion. Go to our
Redditor take law, bro. You know what's fucking insane? That's not far from what the shit I've seen on Reddit. Like you're not far off. Like I jokingly said that, but I have seen the most unhinged from the supposed critical thinkers out there. I've never seen more unhinged takes. Reddit has become a fucking absolute shithole more than it was before, which is shocking because I never thought that it would be worse than it actually is. I never thought that it would be worse than it is currently. Okay? Anyway, hold up. Let's see. Would you guys like me to bring on Zachary Foster, the historian of Palestine, who's a PhD at Princeton? Let me see if I can have him on. I'm also working on bringing on Gabor Mate as well. I don't think I've gotten an email from him though yet. I want to cover this video, the Free Palestine No Thanks video. I got Zach to watch the video. I got Zach to watch this video, and his from beginning to end, the video is riddled with misinformation, lies, distortions, misrepresentations, and half-truths. He does make a few valid points, but overwhelming majority of this video would be laughed at by 100% of serious historians, is what he said about this video in general. The reason why I wanted to make sure that I have like someone who is very, someone who is an actual historian to cover this video is because the reality is, as much as I do know about the current state of affairs in Palestine, the current state of the occupation, and like a big chunk of the Arab perspective, I do fear sometimes that I do miss the Jewish perspective on the matter. This is something that I will rightfully, immediately, openly admit to you. Okay? Why would you have a physicist on? What? Gabor Mate? Holocaust survivor Gabor Mate, who had recently a super viral video about, recently a super viral take about why he is not a Zionist? Oh, physicist. Oh, you're making fun of me because I said accidentally physicist instead of physician. Shut the fuck up. I did say that yesterday. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see if Zach is available. But what's available to you is an option to avoid the top of the hour ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. We are also, 57 away, 57 big ones away from the $1 million goal. What about Mohammed El Kurd? I have tried to get Mohammed on. He has not responded to my messages. I don't know why. I mean, he's fucking busy, dude. He's busy surviving, okay? This guy put the Jewish perspective perfectly.
You want me to support Israel?
What? No, that's not the Jewish perspective. No, when I say my area of weakness in terms of the history of the development of the nation state of Israel, I do not know all of I know of all of the atrocities committed towards Arabs, Palestinians, not all of them. It's hard to keep track of all of them. But I am, by my own admission, okay, not as familiar with counter arguments beyond the very basic ones, like, oh, the Palestinians are the ones who fucking always say no to the deals and all the other classic bullshit. Have you seen the book called The Transfer Agreement regarding a pact between Nazi Germany and the Jewish Palestine? Are you talking about not Irgun, the other brigade that was also a part of Deir Yassin, the atrocities there, Lihi, the Lihi terror organization, the self-declared terror organization of Lihi. The Jewish perspective is one of intense victimhood. Yes, but I think that's important to understand. I think that the Jewish perspective, one of which that was born out of intense victimhood, is important to center in this conversation as well. Take my land and ask me for deals in peace after you change the history by the power of big criminals. The Jewish perspective, you mean the Zionist perspective? No, when I said the Jewish perspective deliberately, okay? You said I'm Jewish and I don't buy into it. No, I said Jewish perspective deliberately because there's a Zionist Jewish perspective and there's an anti-Zionist Jewish perspective, and in some instances they might even converge. For example, there are definitely, I've never made the conflation that all Jews are Zionists, of course, as you guys already know. However, I think that especially in the lead up to the Nakba, there are more valid considerations. There are more valid considerations to be made to arguments about the not necessarily ethnic displacement of Palestinians, but also an immigration of Jews that weren't necessarily Zionists themselves, that were simply trying to survive, the Holocaust. So I think that is important to address as well. Hit play, stop staring at this dumb. No, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for Zach to respond. I don't know if he'll be able to respond in time today, but if he doesn't, then I'll probably do it tomorrow with him, regardless. What is this? Israeli warplanes bombed the Nusayrat automated bakery in the center of Gaza City, and gas and other explosions were heard. Didn't they bomb not only did they bomb this bakery, they actually bombed a bread line where people died, at least according to on-the-ground reporting, which leads me to show you how different the world is just on the other side of the border. Okay, this happened a couple days ago, where one of the bombs hit, according to on-the-ground reports, a individual's waiting in a bread line. And it made me think about how different the situation is on the ground, not that far away from Gaza. Literally, think about it. What is the distance between Tel Aviv and Gaza? Is like what, 75 kilometers or something? Like something insane. It is half the distance between New York City and Philadelphia. Just to understand. And yet, in that short distance, the world is so fucking different for people on the other side of that line. Let's take a look. This person is in Jerusalem.
This is a day in my life we're at War Edition. After hearing that there was a major lack of gluten-free, celiac-safe food at army bases across the country, we got together with a gluten-free bakery in Jerusalem to make sure those soldiers got fed. On our way to the bakery, the city of Jerusalem felt eerie and empty. We immediately started baking breads, cookies, and cakes.
Oh wait, no, I don't care about this. I want the actual video. Fuck, give me the Get Ready With Me video. No, I want the full one. I want the OG one. Does anyone have the link to the Get Ready With Me video? I don't care about the reaction to it. I want to watch the full one.
This, after hearing that the celiac-safe food was across the country, we got together with a gluten-free bakery.
I'm so glad that she's getting them gluten-free celiac-based bakeries going.
The soldiers got fed. On our way to the bakery, the city of Jerusalem felt eerie. We immediately started baking breads, cookies, and cakes to deliver across the country, and soldiers, volunteers who offered to drive for us. We quickly understood that we were running out of flour and that we would need to find more and lots of it if we were going to be able to continue. Even the largest supermarket in Jerusalem had no gluten-free flour on its shelves, but thankfully they allowed us to go into them.
Is that an Israeli accent? Yes. For all intents and purposes, yes it is. Okay?
And we found what we needed. We were able to continue our work for the day, but we knew that we wouldn't be able to get through the next without a lot more flour. We finished packaging.
Like this is important. This is important. You want to know why this is important? Do I think that person's a bad person? Fuck no. I don't think that she's a bad person. She's such a careful and considerate person that she literally is like, oh man, I want to make sure that the fucking IDF guys have gluten-free cookies. Okay? Like that's the level of care and consideration she has. It's just that there is no care and consideration for Palestinians because they're not fucking people in her mind. And the reason why you need to understand this, is because, like, that's the level of fucking brainwashing that is occurring here, okay? A person that is literally, physically so goddamn close, like a stone toss away from some of the fucking worst atrocities that are happening on the planet right now, okay? On the planet right this very moment, and she is oblivious to that, okay? She is so oblivious to that. It's crazy.
Packaging up all of the bags for the night, and we decided to call it a day so that we could have enough energy to do it all again the next. I'm so incredibly grateful that Shar was willing to donate 50 kilos of flour and get it to us within a day so we could continue baking for the soldiers. Thanks to your donations, we've gotten to over 400 soldiers, and we will continue baking for as long as is necessary.
She would make ASMR videos with the IDF before making cookies for the Palestinians. Israelis are so propagandized, eerily similar how the cops are desensitized, not looking at POC or poor people as humans. That's what happens when you grow up in a police state. Yeah. Wasn't she the one who said, oh, I'm happy to hear the explosion in Gaza? No. That person was a fucking monster. No. This person I don't think is a monster. I think that her indifference to the suffering that's happening by her government to those that is like, you know, fucking 100 miles away only is monstrous. But I think that, you know, you have to understand, like people in their brainwashing can engage in many different facets of evil, even when they're not intentionally being bad people. In her mind, she doesn't even think about Palestinians. When I first watched it, I got so, like, I was shocked kind of. I was like, damn, like what the fuck? Are you flexing? Like, is this a flex on the fucking Palestinian baby that's like, you know, experiencing his last breath as he fucking dies from dehydration after being born like a couple days ago? Like, are you flexing on the coughing baby? Is that what's going on? And then I realized, like, no, she doesn't think about it at all. To be fair, the Palestinian National Authority didn't give her a free trip to Gaza before she went freshman year at Michigan, so no bagels for them. Do Americans appear this brainwashed the rest of the world? Is this a mirror moment? Fuck yes, we do. Now, of course, there's another reason for why Americans are this brainwashed, right? Partially because like the death and destruction that we deal is like thousands of miles away, thousands and thousands of miles away, right? And because it's thousands of miles away, it's very hard to comprehend what the people look like thousands of miles away, and they look so different than us, right? But for the Israelis, like, these are your fucking neighbors. You know what I mean? These are people that look exactly like you. The only difference is they have a different language and you know, a different religious practice. But like, you cannot differentiate between Israelis and Palestinians by just looking at them. There's no way to do that. That's why you need a permit regime, as they say. That's why you need such rigorous round-the-clock surveillance. That's why you have the IDF popping settlers now in the West Bank, accidentally, thinking that they're fucking Hamas fighters or some shit. Israelis are mostly Ashkenazi Europeans. Yes, you can. No, they're not. You're wrong. You're literally wrong. And also, there are also plenty of European-looking Palestinians as well. There's a diverse area. I don't know. I kind of disagree with her just by simply being ignorant and brainwashed. Like, we've talked about 85%-ish of Israelis disagree with Bibi and want him out. So is she a part of the 85? Doubted with that level of negligence. 85% of Israelis wanting Bibi Netanyahu out does not mean that they want him out in a woke way. Okay. 85% of Israelis think that Bibi Netanyahu is bad because he's supposed to be the security candidate and he's offered no security in the most damning way, in the most damningly obvious way possible. This does not mean that 85% of them are like, oh, it's because we want to end the apartheid. If you actually look at Jews in Israel that recognize that an apartheid state even exists, that number is tiny. That number is marginal. That number is not as large as you think it is. It's important to recognize, however, 85% of the Israeli citizens wanting him out. Why? Because even if they don't directly recognize that this is a consequence of maintaining an apartheid regime, they at least feel it. They've felt it. They've suffered it now. Perhaps for the first time ever. Like I said, the security blanket was lifted. Something I've talked about before is like when you get robbed in a big city, the real consequence of that isn't necessarily that you lost your material possessions. Like, that is important, but the much larger consequence of that is that you, for the first time ever, are forced to reckon with the reality that, like, this societal formation might not have been as secure as you think it is. It breaks something. It breaks the barrier. It penetrates. It's traumatic because it penetrates the security barrier that you thought you had around yourself. Truanon touched on this in yesterday's ep. If Bibi gets out, he's not replaced by something better. It's apartheid versus removal. There's no way Israel votes for something humane. Yeah. At most, you will have someone that is either to the right of Bibi Netanyahu or says that he will, I promise, do security right. I'll do the security thing right. I don't think that they would vote for Gvir. No. I think a lot of people think that his obsession with settlements are probably a little too much. But, like, I think the Iron Dome has caused Israel a great deal of arrogance. It has carried every single candidate's security claims because that it was seen as impenetrable. It was a force that was impossible to penetrate. The surveillance state placed upon Gaza, the mass checkpoints in the West Bank, these things made people in Israel feel safe. Like, they would say, "Oh, bombs are flying over us. We have to go to bomb shelters. Look how sad the situation is." But of course, that plays a role in creating a permanent state of panic in the hearts and minds of many Israeli citizens. Right? That plays a role in the paranoia. Because that is yet another byproduct of having an apartheid regime and the violence required to maintain it. However, ultimately, it's nothing like actually seeing 1,000 to 2,000 people die on the streets inside of Israel proper. That is very different than, like, you know, maybe a couple Bedouins dying because they're not protected as well under the Iron Dome or don't have any shelters, or every now and then one missile getting through the Iron Dome and actually hitting like a crowded area. Very different than that. And for the record, Yes, Iran's foreign minister has been tweeting, it's over, time is up, over and over again. Here, the Iranian embassy in Syria has said that time is up. Here's the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Iran saying, after the terrible crime of the Zionist regime and the bombing and massacre of more than 1,000 innocent women and children in the hospital, the time has come for the global unity of humanity against this fake regime more hated than ISIS and its killing machine. Time is over. Prior to October 7th, most Israelis were ambivalent and support the status quo. A large minority support more aggressive measures, and a small minority support full citizenship of Palestinians. The Jewish Virtual Library has a comprehensive list of polling data on Israeli citizens. Iran's president has vowed a harsh response over what happened at the Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital. See what Al Jazeera is saying.
Well, that Israeli attack on the hospital in Gaza has sparked angry demonstrations across the region and beyond.
Wow, I can't believe they're saying the Israeli attack on... I can't believe they're saying the Israeli attack on the hospital. What?
Capital Amman, where dozens of protesters tried to enter the Israeli embassy compound. Demonstrators breached a security barrier but were dispersed by security forces. The attack also sent hundreds of protesters onto the streets of Tunisia's capital. They gathered outside France's embassy in Tunis, chanting anti-French and anti...
Wait, what? You said, I agree with Hassan, but disagree with the delivery. We're dealing with religious fanatics. Meet them with religion. The Torah teaches forgiveness and restraint. I'm sorry, dude. I do not fucking believe that an overwhelming majority of Israelis actually are religious, dude. Get the fuck out of here. What? Bro, no shot. Yeah, the religious freaks are in the West Bank and shit, or some of them are like the Torah guys who are anti-Zionist themselves. But like ultimately, no, no shot. If Israel was as religious as you said they were, okay, then they... First of all, that doesn't even work for evangelical Christians in America. Please think. Evangelical Christians in America are like some of the most quote-unquote religious people, and they're fucking freaks. They love Donald Trump, okay? No shot. These are Christian nationalist fascists. And the same goes for like some of the more religious people in the settlements, right? But as far as like the overarching perspective, like the religious perspective, here's a Gallup study from 2015 determined that 65% of Israelis say they are either not religious or convinced atheists, while 30% say they are religious. And not only that, but also, I didn't even need to see the study to tell you that. You want to know how I know that? Because look at the fucking protest that happened. The Israeli state in its domestic affairs is slowly but surely moving towards a fucking Jewish theocracy that even they don't like, even the Israelis don't like. That's why they were fucking freaking out. Atheists, that's why Reddit loves them. Yeah. When it comes to this stuff, everybody becomes more religious. You could be in a bar in a Muslim country and talk about Palestine. They'll start saying I would die for my Palestinian brothers in Islam. Yeah, I mean, it's not. Religion is just a secondary way to form a group, like a group identity. That's it. A bar? Yes. What do you mean? Chat, you know Muslim countries have bars, right? Like, I think every fucking person in this chat, unironically, is so oblivious to the reality of how the Islamic world works that they think every Muslim country is Saudi Arabia or some shit. The fuck? I'll take it one step further. They're not even fucking bars. They're gay bars, too. They also exist. Shocking, I know. Yeah, I mean, Turkey is like, what, 98% Sunni Muslim or like 90% Sunni Muslim or some shit like that, right? I don't know if you know this, but Turkey literally had a nationalized refinery, okay? Tekel. Turkey used to make its own rakı, okay? So fuck. Turkey is not a Muslim country. Yeah, I know. I love when Turks say that. Yeah. I famously never drink, being a committed Muslim. That is my most Muslim value. I love pork. I eat pork all the time. I don't really drink. Hamas was funded, or at the very least maliciously undeterred by Israel, right? Funded, facilitated, propped up, and abso-fucking-lutely not only funded and propped up, but also dealt with as the major negotiating party.
He says the attack on the hospital is a deliberate war crime and amounts to genocide.
These people have committed another massacre against the Palestinian people, but they attack the hospital. I mean, this is not only unacceptable, it's so savage. Nobody does that, attacking hospitals and attacking a hospital where people are taking refuge from the places they were bombarded by Israelis and forced to leave out, trying to find some safe passage in the hospital or near the hospital. This means there is no safe place for Palestinians, but this is more than that. This massacre, in one hit of the Israeli jet fighters, they've killed people, almost the same number of the people who were killed in Sabra and Shatila, in that famous massacre. This is more than the people who were killed maybe in Deir Yassin during the famous massacre in 1948.
It is.
So we are...
Deir Yassin was like 110 villagers. It was gross and gruesome.
Committing massacres against Palestinians, trying to ethnically cleanse them out of Gaza Strip. This is a genocide that is committed in front of the whole world, and an attack on a hospital, on a place which should be safe. Nobody in wars even attack hospitals in any other country in the world.
America.
These war criminals are doing it. And my big question is to the world leaders who are rushing to Israel one after the other, to the Chancellor of Germany, to the Prime Minister of Britain, to Mr. Biden, the President of the United States. Will they condemn this Israeli massacre?
Why are people saying it was confirmed it was a Hamas missile? What the fuck? No one is saying that, unless you're talking about Western media.
reaction from Iranian officials has been fast and swift. Condemnation and allegations that not only is Israel to blame for this attack, but also the United States. We heard from the Foreign Minister Hossein Amir Abdullahian, who is in Jeddah, as well as the Iranian President Ebrahim Raisi. Both officials adamant that this is unacceptable and this is a heinous crime that must be condemned, and an immediate ceasefire must come into place. Now, we've also seen a number of protests.
The official Israel Twitter is making that claim. Bro, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that a lot of people that are coming in here to say the official Israeli tweet is making that claim this is their first Israeli-Palestinian conflict moment, right? It's got to be. Like, I am not taking what the Israeli state claimed at face value ever, okay? Sorry, it's not happening until there is verifiable third-party confirmation that it was without a fucking doubt Hamas rockets from like forensic analysts, okay? Forensic analysts that are the ones who are who have, I mean, there's plenty of evidence in this situation. Certain communities all up your ass right now. I know, man. There's a lot of space for them here, okay? Don't worry. Until a Washington Post forensic analyst simultaneously with like third-party confirmations from like a Human Rights Watch or Amnesty International says without a doubt that this actually wasn't Israel, even though they did bomb the hospital 2 days prior, and that is confirmed, I will not personally believe that it is Hamas or Palestinian rockets that were able to cause that level of damage. Could be, but it is very, very, very unlikely.
Why didn't I stay longer on the phone with them? The last words I told my mother were that I have to prepare dinner and I would call her back. I wished I'd stayed longer on the call.
The next morning, Iman received the much dreaded news. The entire neighborhood of El Rimel had been flattened. In the blink of an eye, the family house went from this to this. All those inside buried under the rubble. Iman managed to get the pictures of the bodies.
I like that this guy said backpedal Barry.
Absolutely.
Like, imagine the level of depravity, the level of moral depravity you must have for being like, wow, I can't believe you who have covered this ongoing conflict for the past fucking 10 years, who have shown time and time again that like Israel's immediate response always is to say, oh no, it wasn't us, but then turn around and say, oh, but if it was us, then like they deserved it because it was Hamas. Comes in here and goes, backpedal much. I'm telling you what my conditions are. I'm telling you what my conditions are off of exactly what I have seen time and time again. That's it. That is not backpedaling. Here's Zachary Foster, who says, Dear journalists covering Gaza, the Israeli military has a history of intentionally spreading misinformation to journalists as a war strategy. Be very, very careful reporting Israeli military sources without independent confirmation or without understanding the possible motives. For example, on 14th of May 2021, Israel announces ground forces had begun attacking inside of Gaza. This was reported by news agencies and newspapers. 2 hours later, this report was discovered to be a lie, an attempt at deliberate misinformation. As a result of the May 2021 ground invasion report, Hamas fighters gathered inside a network of tunnels in northern Gaza that were bombed by the Israeli jets. If you repeat an Israeli military source without independent confirmation, you are a party to the war, not a journalist. For more on the Israel's media disinformation campaign below, follow Yumna Patel. For more misinformation being spread by sources in Israel, the playbook, they make up a lie. There's no evidence for it. Western journalists spread it like wildfire. Diplomats and politicians parrot it loudly. It's a narrative is built and the general public believes it. The damage is done. They finally admit it never happened. They don't even admit that it never happened in this situation. They will not get to that level at all. We already saw the digital spokesperson for the IDF, Hananya Naftali, who admitted that Israel was behind the attacks because he got too horny and posted it this morning. We saw it when he first posted it, where he said, Israeli Air Force struck a Hamas terrorist base inside a hospital in Gaza. A multiple number of terrorists are dead. It's heartbreaking that Hamas is launching rockets from hospitals, mosques, schools, and using civilians as human shields. Now, this rhetoric is not different than what official Israeli Western-facing PR flacks have brought up in the past. It's also not different than what Israel has said time and time again to the 6 hospitals in the area, asking them to immediately evacuate the hospitals time and time again since the siege begun this time around. Israel has also bombed hospitals in the past in other sieges, including in this siege. Like the hospital that they bombed, the Al Ahli hospital, they had bombed literally, they had bombed literally fucking 2 days prior. Here's CNN reporting from a couple hours back, I guess. From Kuwait hospital in Gaza refuses Israeli warning to evacuate site. This is actually not from a couple hours ago. This is from 2 days ago, I think, or yesterday. If you're open to another POV, Geo Confirm posted on Twitter, posted their conclusion. I saw that. I saw that report. I looked at it. That report does not deny. That report does not. That report does not in any way, shape, or form explain nor disprove that this is most likely an IDF bombing campaign, as there was continuous bombing occurring in that entire duration in that region. Okay? I mean, the one thing I will say is that the fact that while they have constantly pushed the IDF propaganda unconditionally down to repeating unverified claims at the time of like 40 beheaded babies, and even claiming that you know, he saw photos of the multiple beheaded babies. The fact that they didn't do that on this instance is very specific. I'm outraged and deeply saddened about the explosion at the Al Ahli Arab Hospital in Gaza and the terrible loss of life that resulted. Now, if he was pushing the IDF line, okay, if he was pushing the IDF line, he would say, this is a Hamas bomb. Geo confirmed concludes that a piece of rocket fell in the hospital yard and someone leveled the hospital. Those rockets put holes in the concrete walls, but somehow the piece of the rocket was like the JFK magic bullet critically hitting the yard. Yeah, it quite literally does not prove that, or it doesn't disprove that the IDF did this at all. Amy Schumer thinks Hamas did it. Oh, fuck yeah, I love Amy Schumer. Okay, let's see what Amy Schumer has, what she has to say. Amy Schumer, an Islamic Jihad missile killed hundreds of innocent. Oh shit, what the fuck? What the fuck just happened? I wanted to see the. Why can't I stop it? Pause. Fuck. Oh, I paused it. Saved. Okay. An Islamic Jihad missile killed hundreds of innocent Palestinians in a hospital in Gaza. Many Western outlets published propaganda lie, blaming Israel without fact-checking. Facts only reached headlines an hour later. Fire the BBC, New York Times, Sky News, CNN editors who put terrorist lies on their homepages. Lies that stoke anti-Jewish hatred worldwide. Hold media prejudice accountable. So what is the fact? The fact is IDF said after bombing the... Dude. After bombing the entirety of the Gaza Strip and bombing that hospital in a confirmed bombing of the hospital 2 days prior, okay? And bombing the entirety of the Gaza Strip, ridding them of electricity, power, water, and food. They claim that this last one wasn't us. Bro, yesterday, they fucking posted, 2 days ago or 3 days ago, they posted how they dropped 6,000 bombs on Gaza. They posted their fucking war crimes. They posted their war crimes. What are you saying? Like, what is happening to me? Am I going crazy? They're bragging about their fucking war crimes, being like, we're doing tricks. We're throwing babies up in the air and then trying to fucking hit them with a JDAM on the Israeli side. And then Amy Schumer was like, how could they think that Israel is bombing? How could they think that Israel would bomb a hospital as they have done time and time and time again? It's actually pretty solid PR. I said this as well. It's actually pretty solid PR for the Palestinian cause when the most unlikable person alive posts this shit. It's so bad. It's just like, how come OSINT Defender on Twitter is running defense for the IDF saying the hospital bomb was Hamas? Because a lot of the OSINT guys, there's some good OSINT guys out there, okay? Some of them come in here as well. But there's a lot of fucking stupid idiots that live in like Williamsburg, okay? Or live in like Pennsylvania next to fucking Amishville and have no clue what the fuck is going on in the world. They just sit there and masturbate the Telegram channels as they jerk off to fucking... As they jerk off to I don't know, like Russian soldiers getting domed or whatever, and then repost those things. Like they don't fucking know anything. They don't know. They have no experience. They have no understanding of the situation. They just like kind of post shit. OSINT is open source intelligence. Go back in her story. She's denying that it's apartheid. Shut the fuck up. What does it mean? Wait, what? When people call Israel an apartheid state, apartheid was a policy in South Africa that allowed a white minority to rule over a black majority and dictate where the black population could live, work, and go. That sounds identical to Israel. Are you fucking kidding me? And whether they had the right to vote, it continued until 1994. In Israel right now, 80% of the population is Jewish, 20% is Arab Muslim. Oh, so what about the occupied territories? I love the argument. Dude, I love this argument so much. She's saying Israel is majority Jewish, 20% Arab Muslim, okay? Also, the 5 million total, both in the West Bank and Gaza, fuck them. Fuck them. They don't even have, not only do they not have rights, not only do they not have freedom of movement, but they also literally are not even factored into this conversation. They're like, how can you say Israel's an apartheid state? We're worse than South Africa. It's like, I don't understand. What do you mean an apartheid state? Apartheid was in South Africa. What we're doing is, I don't know, call it something different. Worse. That's not my take. That is not a take that I have alone. That is a take that is shared by those who fought apartheid South Africa and destroyed the apartheid in South Africa. But of course, for that, Amy Schumer would have to read a book, a singular book, any book, okay? Like on accident, she could have figured that out. Like someone should ask what Nelson Mandela thinks about Israel's apartheid state. Crazy how this is the hardest Amy Schumer has made me laugh. Yeah, she's fucking going crazy on Twitter. What the fuck? Yeah, so if black people are only 20% of South Africa, it wouldn't be apartheid. Yeah, that's the other part of it. It's like it's awesome. However, Muslims have equal rights and protection under the law. Yeah, right now they're getting fucking arrested by the dozens, okay? They're like, "Oh, are you a Muslim shopkeeper? Let me see your phone right now, you fucking asshole." And then, "Oh, that seems like you were quite sympathetic to Palestinians. Yeah, we're going to jail now." That's cool though. That's normal and cool and good. and have positions in the government and military and the Supreme Court. Yeah, guys, as you know, famously, America is not a white supremacist nation because the president was black. So that's when, as you guys know, famously, when Barack Obama became president, there was a liberation for all black people. I mean, it was so sick that we allowed a Muslim Kenyan man to be president, right? And everyone was so normal about it, and white supremacy ended, and now it's so sick. Like, it's so cool. Clarence Thomas, another famous black person in a position of power. After all, he's in the Supreme Court. Black people were less than 20% of the population in America in 1860. Surely there were no problems. Yeah, how can you say that? How can you say that there was chattel slavery? After all, black people made up less than 20% of the population. When your electoral power is artificially limited to 20% and not more, it is a joke to say Arabs have equal rights, especially when there's Arabs right there. There's Arabs right there. There's Arabs everywhere. And there were quite a lot more before the Nakba. There are 14 million Palestinians in total, okay, both in diaspora and also in the West Bank and also in Gaza. 14 million. There are 9 million Israeli citizens, I think, total, and 23% of said 9 million are also Palestinian citizens of Israel. So that's the real reason why whenever you talk about a one secular state solution, Israelis start doing great replacement arguments so fucking quick like that. They're like, oh, I don't know about that. There's a reason why there is no right to return for Palestinians. And it is not because Israel is the most moral army or the only democracy in the Middle East or any of those things. All of those things are a lie, okay? It's because they, I'm sorry, are kind of fucking racist and think that the Muslims are going to come in and take over and turn Israel into isn't real and basically flip the fucking Muslim switch on and turn it into an Islamist fundamentalist state that is like ethnically cleansing Jews in the same way that Israel is doing to the Arabs, the Palestinians right now. That's what they think, which is, of course, a supremacist value. It is a supremacist fascist idea. It existed in the Reconstruction era in the South, where they thought if we do not immediately restore the racial hierarchy after abolition, that black people are going to just kill us. They're going to get into positions of power and they're going to treat us, white people, like, we're black people. It's the same reason why racists today in the United States of America are terrified of the white, 66% white population becoming a minority. Because the idea is like, it comes with an admission of guilt, basically. The idea is that if we become a minority, you'll treat us like we are currently treating you right now. So the only way that we can stop that, the hypothetical delusional fears that we have, is by doing a premeditative genocide now, an ethnic cleansing campaign now. Okay? It's stupid as fuck. Absolutely unimaginably stupid as fuck. Good history watch on the early founders of Zionism didn't even believe in a Jewish state in a government sense rather than a spiritual hub for all under Ottoman rule at the time. She also posted this without realizing the post was about Palestine and deleted it. Oh, I saw this. Yeah. Yeah. Amy Schumer shared an Instagram post about standing while a country is wiped off the map, deletes it when she realizes the country is Palestine. She tagged Brody Gupta too. Would love to know how many celebrities are falling over this. Of course they are. Let me tell you something. Celebrities are fucking stupid. Okay. Let me explain something to you. Celebrities are fucking stupid just because they play cool and smart and sexy characters on camera. And of course, Amy Schumer does none of those things. Let's be fucking real. She plays stupid and is stupid, but that's besides the point. A lot of celebrities are just dumb as fuck. Many of them believe in the stupidest things you've ever heard of, like anti-vaxxer conspiracies and the like. Okay? It is so dumb to assume that just because they're in a position of power and tremendous influence that they automatically are intelligent. They can be duped by propaganda just like your dumbass QAnon uncle can. You can open that door. Kaya's not even here. What are you doing? Kaya's not here. She's in training camp. I'm very sad. Same with athletes, and also same with politicians. That's some NYU Tisch level analysis. What do you mean? They went to acting school. They don't know about history. Twitch streamers? Brother, there is no reason for me to say Twitch streamers are stupid. You already know it. You watch Twitch. You know it. We're dumb as fuck. Myself included, okay? The fuck do you mean? If I was a smart person, I wouldn't be getting ritualistically humiliated by socially maladjusted freaks that are agoraphobic on a daily basis in a mass harassment campaign online. But I do that for a living. And it's not you in here, or if you are one of those fucking freaks, you know exactly who you are, okay? I will be outside, having fun, touching grass, hanging out with my fucking family, hanging out with my friends. See? They're in here right now. The title needs a fact checking. Oh, they're definitely in here. Non-fucking stop. If I was an intelligent person, I wouldn't be here serving this cause so that, like, literally the worst human beings you've ever seen under the guise of anonymity online can sit there and be like, this is our lol cow. Doesn't matter how many people love him. Doesn't matter what his impact is. Doesn't matter what's going on in the world. We are going to try and fucking use every world conflict, every global wrong as a way to just like fucking launch a propaganda campaign against him and him alone. it's unimaginable, okay? And I'm not saying woe is me. My life is pretty awesome overall, okay? I have a wonderful community. We do incredible things in spite of all of that. But, you know, I could really level it back, really dial it back a ton and probably maintain a level of sanity. But I don't do that because I'm a fucking idiot, okay? But I guess I am your idiot at the end of the day. Oof. Hundreds likely dead in Gaza hospital blast as Israel blockade cripples medical response. Palestinian officials say hundreds were killed by a massive blast at a Gaza hospital on Tuesday as humanitarian concerns mount over Israel's deprivation of food, fuel, and electricity to the enclave's population. Al-Ahli, first of all, that's not even what they said. At least if you're going to say Palestinian officials say, don't say it was a blast, say it was an IDF missile strike. That's odd. Anyway, they're saying it was a blast. It just happened on its own. It's so crazy. I would just materialize that of thin air, dude. One moment there's a hospital there. Next moment it's just boom. How crazy. How does that occur? Al-Ahli Hospital was sheltering thousands of displaced people when it was bombed Tuesday, the Palestinian Health Ministry said in a statement. Many victims are still under the rubble. Palestinian officials blamed ongoing Israeli airstrikes for the lethal incident, but the Israeli Defense Forces categorically deny. The first time they mention Israel, they literally just say the IDF has categorically denied any involvement, blaming it as a failed rocket launch by the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, a rival Islamist militant group in Gaza. That's sick. We did not strike that, and the intelligence that we have suggested was a failed rocket launch by the Islamic Jihad. And I want to add categorically that we did not intentionally strike any sensitive facilities, and definitely not hospitals, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus told CNN, except for all the times that we did. Gaza has been under siege by Israel for more than a week in response to the deadly incursion by Hamas, the Islamist militant group that controls the coastal enclave, home to 2.2 million people. Hospitals, meanwhile, are struggling to tend to the wounded across territory, operating with shortages of electricity and water. It's so funny that they literally said that they would bomb that hospital and actually bombed that hospital on Saturday. So it is so crazy for you to say that they definitely bombed that hospital, Hasan. How dare you? I saw an OSINT guy who lives in fucking Bakersfield who parsed through the footage and didn't even disprove that it was the IDF that bombed the fucking hospital. They didn't even do any of that. They just showed you a footage and like drew fucking green lines to be like, this is the actual hospital. Yeah, no shit. We know, dude. We know, dog. We know. We watched the same Al Jazeera coverage that you were fucking basing your analysis off of. Jesus Christ, dude. Guys, I mean, fuck. Like, ultimately, even if it wasn't Israel that bombed this hospital, which I do maintain it is, okay? But even if it wasn't, okay, 500 of the last confirmed kills did not come from Israel. So what? Are you just mad only when Hamas kills people then? Because that's what you're saying at that point. You know what I mean? You're saying literally, I do not care when Israel kills someone. I only care when Hamas kills someone. That's basically what you're saying. You're like, Palestinians, Israelis, I don't give a shit if Israel kills them. I only care if I suspect it's Hamas. Because, like, if you're going to get mad and be like, dude, I can't believe the counter rocket barrage from the Hamas teams on the ground actually caused these 500 people to die in the fucking hospital, then what the fuck are you saying? What about the 3,000 people that died in the fucking week prior by Israeli bombs? It makes no sense. It makes literally no fucking sense. What are you saying? God damn, dude. Yeah. My mom is like, chill out. You got to calm down. Israel asked for $10 billion from the U.S. How do you respond to the human shield argument? I have already responded to it 1,000,000 times over. The fucking bad guys only shoot through the human shield, okay? The human shield argument is fucking idiotic. One, it's not real, okay? Two, even if it was real, even if it was fucking literally real, you're still not supposed to shoot through the guy. It's like if someone was doing a school shooting and then the cops came in and nuked the school. What are you saying? It's so fucking stupid. It's like, sorry, there's a hostage situation happening at the school. BRB gonna drop C4 on top of the school and blow the entire school up. And that's how we deal with it. We did it. We did it, boys. We got the school shooter. Like, that would never work in any circumstance. That only works if you assume that the children at that school are literally bad, that they're not human, that there's something different, okay? Not an animal, because God, white people do love their animals, right? Myself included, okay? Something different, like a pest. Of course, it's ironic that we're talking about this because, you know, yes, Israeli forces used 5 Palestinian children as human shields. They put them on the fucking, I've seen the photos when they put them on the fucking trucks or whatever. Not that it matters. Not that it matters. Because they don't care. They don't care. They fucking, I hate that counter where it's like, oh, well, Israelis actually literally used human shields. Yeah, they've done way worse than that, okay? They've done so much worse than that. Anyway. The 6-7 war was built on an Israeli lie. Please watch this.
Though the Israeli-Palestinian conflict didn't start with the June 1967 war, the conflict would draw the borders which shaped history to the...
Yeah, I mean, the 1967 war was fought on a lie because Israeli officials and American officials, after the fact, openly admitted that Egypt had no fucking first strike capability and had no interest in fighting, okay? And would never be able to fight. That's it. That's the summarization of this video. But There you go. I saved you guys 18 minutes. But it doesn't matter. Here, let's watch.
Present day, and gave us the occupied territories. In just 6 days, Israel was in control of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, the Gaza Strip, the Golan Heights, and the Sinai Peninsula. By 1982, Israel had pulled out of the Sinai completely, even dismantling settlements in the process. But as for the rest of the territories, Israel remains earnestly in control, despite what Israeli officials say about Gaza.
There already exists 2 states for the Palestinians, one in Gaza, a full-blown state run by Hamas.
Israel's own leading expert on...
Yeah, no, totally, dude. That's definitely, yeah, definitely. I love having a state run by Hamas, which doesn't have an airport because Israel bombed it in 2001 and wouldn't allow it to be rebuilt for fucking years. And then they pulled their settlers out of Gaza and turned it into a full-blown open-air prison. An open-air prison in which you have no control over what kind of supplies you get. An open-air prison that Israel controls the humanitarian aid that goes into. Okay? So sick. So sick. People always say the most callous, horrific, monstrous shit when talking about Gaza. It makes me fucking lose my mind. I have to be so goddamn kind to people whenever they say stuff like, oh, well, the UNRWA or the United Nations has a literal special refugee class for Palestinians. By the way, that's literally how bad Israel is, by the way, that the UN had to be like, we have a special division specifically created for the fucking fallout of that. Okay. And they've gotten billions of dollars over the years. Why don't they just build stuff? It's like, what can they build? They can't have fucking concrete. They can't have anything. They don't. It's so stupid. I hate that. It's so callous. You will never understand what that's like. You will never understand what that's like because you've never lived in an open air prison. What the fuck? Except for the Islamic Jihad that was supposedly able to smuggle a JDAM-sized weapon into Gaza and a delivery mechanism, which may or may not have been from a plane. Maybe they have a fucking Air Force, too, beyond the paragliders. Who knows, dude? Fuck it. YOLO. Let's go crazy.
On international law, Professor Yoram Dinstein disagrees. Writing in his International Law of Belligerent Occupation, the proposition that the Israeli occupation in the Gaza Strip is over is not the prevalent opinion, and the present writer cannot possibly accept it. Human Rights Watch puts it even more...
Damn, bro, they got V-Loan, though? Dude, what?
And the present writer
I saw that.
Possibly.
I saw that. Big homies got V-Loan on. Dude, they're dripped up. They're fucking dripped up out there, dude. That's what they're using the billions of dollars on. Okay? You see that? My dude is looking opium right now. He is straight opium. They're balling. Clearly they're balling. I have to...